Hello everyone's. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. You can support me on Google Pay. Need some support? Chapter 97 The Invincible Defense of the Cloud Bat Shield, Enter the Super Beast Arm. Cloud Bat Legion, form and formation. Accompanied by Redfield's stern shout, the soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion behind him moved one after another. Their figures suddenly leaped up in uncanny unison. Most of these fighters who didn't have the ability to fly were miraculously floating in midair at this moment, and they didn't fall down due to the influence of gravity at all. The warriors of the Cloud Bat Legion wearing dark purple armor floated in the air, presenting an overall arrangement of an inverted triangle. And the position of the corner tip of the inverted triangle refers to Redfield, who is about to bear the joint attack of the five elders. The next moment, there was a surge of supernatural energy that gushed out from the bodies of the 99 warriors. This energy starts to pass forward continuously from the end of the inverted triangle, and becomes more intense and powerful as it progresses layer by layer. And when this energy was transmitted to the tip of the inverted triangle, it had accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. Just the power overflowing from this energy made countless people present startled. How is this going? What is that strange energy? Just by perceiving it like this, you can realize its incomparable power. It seems that they want to transmit this energy into Redfield's body. If such a powerful energy is concentrated on one person, what will happen to Two-Way? Could it be that this is the reason why Redfield dared to yell at all the five elders just by relying on this 100-man squad? However, even if this energy is really powerful, can it really help Redfield block the combined attack of the five elders? Everyone on the battlefield looked at Redfield in the distance and the Cloud Bat army floating behind him, with a bit of fear and curiosity in their hearts. What they are afraid of is the accumulated terrifying energy, and the coercion it brings is something they have never felt before. What is curious is whether Redfield can block the joint attack of five elders after receiving that energy. In the eyes of everyone, that energy 07 has been transmitted from the Cloud Bat formation to Redfield's body. Redfield's aura also rose suddenly, to an extremely frightening level. Feeling this situation, the attacks of five elders and others did not slow down because of this. They continued to attack Redfield with all their might. There's something weird about the energy that's coming from those guys. However, it's not enough to stop our joint attack with this alone. Redfield, all your struggles are in vain. Die! The five elders shouted angrily, and the power of the attack was also raised to the peak. In the next moment, under the gaze of everyone, these attacks landed on Redfield fiercely. Boom! Bang bang bang! In the middle of Setsuna, a strong shock wave suddenly burst out from the collision. The surrounding space even collapsed deeply because of such a collision. A huge pothole appeared directly on the ground under his feet. And above that sky, the clouds that were originally gathered together were also scattered by this strong shock wave. The sky seemed to have opened a huge gap. Such a scene made everyone on the Marineford battlefield terrified. Not only that, these scenes have also been broadcast to all parts of the world through live broadcast. Above this sea, the people standing in front of the live broadcast squares all witnessed this extremely shocking scene through the live broadcast. For a time, people all over the world fell into an unprecedented shock. My God, is this the power of the five elders' combined attack? The scene in front of me is really scary. This scene gives me the feeling that the end is coming. Is there really anyone in this world who can stop such an attack? Although the strength of the lone Redfield is already considered to be one of the top existences on this sea, but in the face of the joint attack of the five elders, I'm afraid it's not enough. Yes, if Redfield can block such an attack, then his strength is too pervert. It's no exaggeration to say that the person who can withstand the joint attack of the five elders is absolutely invincible in this sea. But unfortunately, I don't think there will be such a powerful existence on this sea. I'm afraid that the Red Earl, who was once famous in the sea, will fall into the hands of the five elders today. 17. After seeing the might of the five elders' joint blow, no matter which force in the sea, everyone is not optimistic about Redfield. After all, the five elders are not only a symbol of the highest power in the world, but also a symbol of top strength. If the five elders can't do anything to Redfield at the same time, it's really unbelievable. At this moment, all the eyes of the whole world are focused on where Redfield is. Everyone is waiting for what will happen to Redfield after the five elders' attack is over. In the center of the battlefield, the joint attack launched by five elders and others continued. The terrifying shock wave is still destroying everything around it. However, Redfield, who was at the center of this terrifying storm, remained motionless. Because the shock wave power generated by five elders and others' attacks was too strong, no one could see or perceive Redfield's situation clearly. In a place where no one could see, the lonely Red looked extremely calm, and it could even be said to be a little laid back. And in front of him, there is a purple shield condensed from powerful different energy. Cloud Bat Shield. It claims to be the shield with the strongest defense in the Super Beast universe. The shield was suspended in front of Redfield out of thin air. And all the attacks of five elders and others did not actually fall on Redfield, but were completely blocked by this Cloud Bat eyebrow. Although the attack power of 5 elders and others was extremely powerful, the cloud bat shield was not shaken by it at all. All attacks were blocked, and Redfield, who was behind the cloud bat shield, was not affected at all. Is this the power of the cloud bat shield after the cloud bat formation has been amplified? It really can be called invincible. In this world, is there really an attack that can break through this defense? Feeling the powerful defense of the cloud bat shield under the amplification of the cloud bat formation, even Redfield himself couldn't help expressing a little emotion. If there is really anyone in this world who can break the defense of this cloud bat shield, it should be only Rox. Redfield thought so in his heart. He had no doubt that no matter how strong the defense of this cloud bat shield was, Lux would definitely be able to break it. Although Redfield has not seen the real strength of Rox today, he can be very sure of this. Because the opponent would never hand over a defensive move that he couldn't break through to others to control. If this is the case, it is tantamount to breeding tigers. Of course, Redfield didn't have the slightest intention of betrayal in his heart. Even though he has mastered this powerful power now, he will never forget that the person who gave him this power is Rox. In the past, he regarded Rox as his rival and goal of catching up. But now he has already abandoned this idea long ago. In Latefield's heart today, he truly regards Rox as his own leader. Although for a strong man like Latefield who is already extremely strong, he is more or less arrogant and arrogant. It is undoubtedly basically impossible to make them submit to others. Even in the face of other strong men who are stronger than themselves, what they think in their hearts is not surrender, but transcendence. But when a person's strength has far exceeded the limit that he can touch, this kind of arrogance will disappear. Such is the case with Redfield today. He can be sure that even though his current strength has become much stronger, he is still definitely not at the same level as Rox. In front of Rox, Latefield has the same admiration and respect as Golden Lion and Kaido. Withdrawing his mind, Latefield looked at 5 elders' attack that was still going on through the cloud bat shield. There was a confident arc above the corner of his mouth. The power of the cloud bat shield has been tested. Then it's time to end this boring farce. Let the myth of the 5 elders fall here. As he spoke, Redfield slowly raised his right hand, and gently pushed the palm of his hand on the cloud bat shield. This seemingly light palm contains enough power to shake mountains. The cloud bat shield, which was floating in midair and remained motionless, was suddenly ejected under this palm. And then they were bounced off, as well as the attacks of 5 elders and others. Whether it's the razor-sharp fusion slash, or Gorakev's flying finger pistol, the bearded old man's tempest kick, and Oyega's upgraded version of King's Fist, all these attacks are accompanied by the cloud bat shield. Bounced out and was slammed away. The previous strong shock wave also came to an abrupt end. Everyone looked with wide eyes, their eyes filled with a bit of astonishment. Stop. Shockwave has stopped. Is this battle already resolved? Redfield, he should have been seriously injured and died in the previous attack. No. Not right. 5 elders' attack seemed to be bounced off of something. Look, Redfield is still standing there. His body doesn't look like there are any scars at all. How is it possible? Could it be that the 5 elders' previous attack did not cause him any damage at all? And what about the previous method of flying the 5 elders' attack bombs away? Could it be that Redfield did it too? In other words, the 5 elders' attack not only did not cause any damage to Redfield, but was even blocked by the opponent and bounced off. What the hell is going on? I feel like my worldview is going to collapse. 603. Has Redfield's strength reached this level? 17. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone on the battlefield was so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Originally they thought that under the joint attack of the 5 elders, Redfield would definitely be defeated. Even if he doesn't die on the spot, serious injury is already a certainty. However, what happened just now was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Redfield was unscathed, and even bounced back all the terrifying attacks launched by the 5 elders. What kind of strength does it take to be able to do this? People are not clear about this. But they know one thing clearly, that is, before this, no one has ever shown such inhuman strength and means. For a time, everyone's worldview seemed to be subverted again. When everyone was shocked by this, the hearts of the 5 elders were also greatly shocked. These 5 old men, who had always been extremely calm and composed, also showed expressions of astonishment on their faces at this moment. How is this possible? Our attack didn't cause any harm to him. And, how can he deflect all of us so easily? Why is this happening? Is Latard already so strong? Or is it all because of the 100-man team behind him? In addition to the shock in the eyes of 5 elders and others, there is also an unconcealable doubt. They really didn't expect that the battle, which was originally a victory, suddenly turned into the current situation. Seeing the expressions on the faces of 5 elders and others, the corner of Redfield's mouth smiled even more. He stepped forward slowly, looked at 5 elders and said in a deep voice. Hehe, your attack didn't cause me any harm, did it make you old guys suffer a huge blow? However, don't rush to doubt life so quickly. Because, more exciting performances are yet to come. With that said, Redfield raised his arm wearing the power lock. A powerful supernatural energy burst out from the supernatural power lock. And Ladefield's deep voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Super Beast armed. Chapter 98. Super Beast armed. Accompanied by Redfield's scream resounding throughout the Marineford battlefield, a more terrifying supernatural energy burst out from his body than before. The group of purple supernatural energy condensed into a small ball of light in the palm of Redfield. Afterwards, the Red Earl threw the energy light ball fiercely into the air. The purple ball of light exploded high above the sky, transforming into a strange energy array in midair. In the center of the energy array, Howran has a pattern of a purple bat. It is consistent with the power lock pattern worn by Redfield on his wrist. Seeing this scene, everyone who was still in shock at the fact that Ladeffield blocked the 5 elders' combined attack all looked up. They looked at the strange energy array that appeared above the sky, and they all looked puzzled. What it is? It looks like one is the same. I don't know what this thing does. Could it be that this is Redfield's devil fruit ability? The energy aura emanating from this energy array is quite terrifying. Looks like something is going to come out of it. Everyone looked up at the energy array above the sky. And just as they were watching, a huge figure emerged from the energy array rightly. Obviously there is nothing on the other side of the energy array, but it seems that there is another invisible space. That huge figure slowly emerged from the energy array just like that. At the beginning, the huge figure was surrounded by a halo, and everyone couldn't see its true face at all. But when his entire figure emerged from the energy array, the halo surrounding him also gradually dissipated. In this way, everyone finally saw its true face. It was a purple mecha tens of meters tall, with a pair of purple mechanical wings growing on its back. This mech hangs upside down under the energy array, its wings gather to wrap around its body, like a bat hanging upside down. A powerful, almost invincible breath emanated from the mech. Everyone looked up at it, trembling in their hearts. What the hell is this thing? Why did such a big guy appear from that energy circle out of thin air? Looking at that figure, I'm afraid it's even taller than the warriors of the giant clan. This thing looks like a machine, and its whole body is made of strange metal materials. Is this the latest invention? But even Vegapunk, the most talented scientist in the world, can't make something like this at all. I've never heard of Redfield having such an ability before. Could it be that it changed after joining the underworld? How many secrets are there in this underworld that we don't know? On the battlefield, whether it was the soldiers of naval headquarters or the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, they all stared dumbfounded at the mecha hanging upside down in the sky. In fact, it's not just them, even those underworld warriors who are killing on the battlefield are no exception. Even though they themselves are members of the underworld, this is the first time they have seen such a scene. Super Beast Cloud Bat God. No matter how many times I see it, it's still the same shocking. Redfield also looked up at the mecha above the sky. To be precise, it is not a mecha, but a super beast. When the Super Beast warrior's supernatural power reaches a certain level, he can enter a more advanced life form, Super Beast armed. The guy who looks like a giant bat hanging upside down under the energy array in front of him is exactly the Super Beast armed that Redfield summoned Cloud Bat God. In fact, if Redfield's own power value is used alone, it is not enough to summon the Cloud Bat God. Although after using the potion of the Cloud Bat family transformation factor and the ability lock, Redfield's strength has become much stronger than before. The supernatural energy he possesses is much higher than that of other fighters of the Cloud Bat Legion. However, even so, the current level is not enough to support him to enter the form of Super Beast armed. After all, the level of the world of One Piece is much lower than that of the Super Beast armed world. In the world of One Piece, before Rox has intervened in it, the strongest combat power is only at the level of destroying islands like Whitebeard and Garp. As for the world armed with super beasts, there are 7 parallel universes just from the setting, and the supernatural energy possessed by the super beast fighters is also calculated in units of black holes. Therefore, the levels of the two worlds are completely incomparable. Even with the help of Cloud Bat family transformation factor potions and power locks, it will take a long time for Redfield to reach the level of being able to enter the super beast armament by himself. However, although you can't do it on your own. But as long as we use the power of the Cloud Bat formation to concentrate all the strength of the soldiers of the Cloud Bat Legion on Redfield, we can help him complete the Super Beast armament. In the Gate of Cultivation before, Redfield has summoned the Cloud Bat God several times with the cooperation of the Cloud Bat Legion, so he has roughly mastered its fighting methods. However, even so, seeing the appearance of Yunbat God again, he couldn't help being shocked in his heart. This force has completely surpassed the scope of its previous understanding. In his opinion, this is like a power from another world. It is no exaggeration to say that with the ability of Yunbat God alone, he can wipe out the entire pirate world. While being shocked by this power, it also made Redfield feel a little more awe of Rox in his heart. He didn't know what Rox had been through all these years. A person who should have died 36 years ago has returned after a lapse of 36 years, but he has reached a height that no one can reach. This war is a grand opening for the return of that man after 36 years. And my task is to continuously push this opening ceremony to a climax. When that man reappears in the eyes of the world will definitely be boiling. Thinking like this in my heart, Leadfield's pupils seemed to be burning with raging flames. Under everyone's gaze, his figure instantly leaped towards the cloud bat god hanging upside down in the sky. The next moment, when his figure rose to the position of Yunbat god's head, his body got into the inside of Yunbat god strangely disappeared. Why did Redfield's figure disappear? Could it be that he entered that huge monster machine? In other words, can that giant machine monster be controlled by Redfield? What kind of power can such a big guy exert? It is several times larger than the pacifist, and from the appearance alone, it is much stronger than the pacifist's deterrence. In addition to the fact that Redfield's own strength is extremely powerful, I'm afraid the combat effectiveness of this thing is extremely amazing. For Marineford, this may be another disaster. When everyone on the battlefield saw Leadfield's body getting into the interior of the cloud bat god, they all showed a look of horror on their faces. It's hard for them to imagine, what will they face next? On the other side, 5 elders and the others looked at the scene above the sky with incomparably serious expressions on their faces. This time, they felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Originally, they thought that it would be easy for the 5 of them to deal with Redfield together. But the opponent not only directly blocked and bounced all their attacks before, without any injuries. Now it has directly summoned a machine monster that is extremely powerful just by looking at it. It seems that we have indeed underestimated the means of the underworld. After joining the underworld, Redfield's strength has greatly improved. Besides, the 100-man team behind him is also very weird. Obviously, everyone's strength is not very strong, but together, they are able to make Leadfield exert such a powerful combat power. All of this may not be related to that Pluton in the underworld. Until now, the mysterious Pluton has not shown up, but we have encountered a serious crisis. It's not going to go on like this, we have to go all out. If you can't wipe out the underworld and the Whitebeard pirates here, Lord Im will be angry. No matter what, we have to get rid of Redfield first, and then the other guys in the underworld. I don't believe it, when all these strong men in the underworld are dealt with, that mysterious Pluton still doesn't show up. 5 elders and others looked solemnly at the cloud bat god who had spread his wings above the sky, and said to each other in low voices. Although they felt an unprecedented sense of crisis from Redfield. But it seems that they did not fall into despair like everyone else on the battlefield. Judging from their tone, it seems that they still have the chance to win. While chatting with each other, the 5 elders also moved immediately. They no longer stand in a row, but in a 5-pointed star-style position. There is a bit of determination written on every old man's face. Life returned. The 5 elders shouted in unison. Afterwards, the bodies of these 5 elderly people became burly and straight at a speed visible to the naked eye. All over the body, the firm and strong muscles suddenly bulged. Even their height has increased a lot accordingly. Life return, like finger pistol and tempest kick, is also a move in Marine 6 styles. With this ability, one can freely control every part of the body, even the hair is no exception. At this moment, the 5 elders are using their lives to return their ability to control their bodies, pouring their strength into every part of their bodies. This state is like turning on a berserk. In this state, the strength of the 5 elders will be greatly improved. But correspondingly, the consumption of physical strength will also be accelerated. In order to solve the troublesome Redfield as soon as possible, the 5 elders are obviously planning to do their best. At the same time, Redfield, who was inside the cloud bat god, also noticed the movements of 5 elders and others. His eyes stared straight at the 5 elders below through the projection screen inside the cloud bat god, with a rebellious and disdainful expression on his face. It seems that these old men are going to die. Now they probably still have some illusions about the outcome of this battle. In that case, let me crush your ridiculous hopes with my own hands. Inside the cloud bat god, Redfield sneered. He controlled the spread and gathered wings of the cloud bat god, and his huge figure floated high above the sky. Immediately afterwards, merge your palms together and raise them to the top of your head. A powerful supernatural energy was constantly accumulating between his palms. That strange energy gradually condensed into a purple crescent moon between his palms. At the same time, outside, the huge cloud bat god also made the same action as Redfield. Between the huge palms raised by the cloud bat god, a purple crescent moon also appeared. From above the crescent moon, there was an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction. Death Moon Tribulation, hello, Wang. This is the move used by Yeling Yuan, the leader of the Cloud Bat Legion in the Super Beast Armed Forces. With the blessing of the Cloud Bat Legion, the current Redfield is also able to use this terrifying ultimate move. Redfield knew in his heart that when he used this trick, the 5 elders underneath had no chance of winning. However, although Redfield knew this fact in his heart, the 5 elders still had a glimmer of hope for it. In other words, they still think that they will be the ones who will win in the end. The 5 highest power holders of the world government, under the effect of returning their lives, looked extraordinarily strong and mighty, and their aura was extraordinarily compelling. Humph, no matter how weird your methods are, there is absolutely no chance of winning under our all-out attack. Because this move is taught to us by Lord I'm personally. 5 elders and the others looked at the purple crescent moon falling in the sky coldly, without any look of fear on their faces. It can even be said to be full of confidence. They have absolute confidence in the trick master I'm taught them. The next moment, the 5 old men clenched their fists together and pointed their fists together in the air. On top of their fists, an extremely terrifying attack is being accumulated at an extremely fast speed. On top of it, the powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are wrapped. 5 elders raised their heads, pointed their fists at the purple crescent moon that was approaching quickly, and shouted in unison. Look carefully, this is the most powerful wood-style esoteric art taught to us by Lord I'm. 5-star 6 King Gun. Clothes. Chapter 99. Marine 6 styles are finger pistol, moonwalk, shave, tempest kick, paper arts and iron body. Every combat skill can display combat power far beyond ordinary people. Among them, finger pistol and tempest kick are powerful attack skills. Moonwalk and shaving are agility skills. Iron body and paper arts are the main defense, but also can assist in the attack. And after cultivating all the 6 styles to ultimate, you can also unlock the ultimate mystery of the 6 styles, the 6 King Spear. With the 2 fists together, an extremely strong shock wave can burst out from the 2 fists. This shock wave can even penetrate the human body, causing great damage to internal organs. Rob Lucci in CP9 used to perform this esoteric art, posing a great threat to Luffy. And the 5-star 6 King Gun that 5 elders and others are currently using together can be said to be an advanced version of the 6 King Gun. On the basis of the 6 King's Gun, they wrapped the shock wave's attack with a more powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. In this way, the power of the attack is far superior to the normal 6 King's Spear. Not only that, but the positioning of 5 elders and others when launching this move is also very particular. 5 old men lined up in the shape of a 5-pointed star. This is actually equivalent to a simple formation, which is similar to the inverted triangle cloud bat formation of the cloud bat army. Such an arrangement can perfectly integrate the attacks of the 5 elders. Just like Tianyu Luoshuang and the 5 elders with crutches who used the slash fusion technique before, the 5-star 6 King Gun fuses the attacks of the 5 elders together, and the power it can exert is far away. Far more than 5 times the attack of any 5 elders. This 5-star 6 King Gun technique was taught to every 5 elders by I'm himself. It is the biggest guarantee for the 5 elders to firmly hold the power of the world government. The former 5 elders also encountered many powerful opponents who wanted to overthrow the world government, but they all fell under this 5-star 6 King Gun without exception. The 5-star 6 King Gun has never tasted a defeat. And this is why 5 elders and others can still maintain confidence when facing the Cloud Bat God. 5 extremely powerful shock waves burst out from the fists of 5 elders, gathered and fused together in the midair, condensing into a more powerful shock wave column, aiming at the purple meniscus 7 falling from the sky. UG blasted away fiercely. Everyone on the battlefield couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they felt the destructive power emanating from the shock wave column. This attack jointly launched by the 5 elders and 850 stars is really too powerful. Look, there seems to be cracks in the space around the shock wave column. How terrifying is the power of this blow? Is this the true strength of the 5 elders? No wonder the world government has been able to stand for hundreds of years. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Redfield must be defeated right now. While Redfield's giant machine monster looks strong too, I'd rather believe that the 5 elders will win. After the 5 elders defeat Redfield, it is estimated that the next target will be the Golden Lions, right? With such a powerful attack method, even if the strength of the underworld cannot be underestimated, it will definitely not be the opponent of the 5 elders. This result will definitely end with the victory of naval headquarters and world government. Fortunately, the 5 elders are here to sit in Marineford this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. On the battlefield, the Marine soldiers watched the attack launched by 5 elders and others, and they kept cheering each other up. In fact, they don't know whether the collision between 5 elders and Redfield is strong or weak. But in their hearts, they definitely still hope that the 5 elders, who represent their camp, can win. If even the 5 elders lose, then the next battle will definitely show a one-sided situation. Apart from 5 elders, I am afraid that even Marine V/Admiral cannot stop the attack of the underworld. Therefore, Marine soldiers all hope that 5 elders can win this battle. On the other side, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, watching the terrorist attack that was about to collide together, were also very uneasy in their hearts. However, unlike the Marine soldiers who want 5 elders to win, they hope that 5 elders and Redfield can have a lose-lose situation. After all, whether it is Marine or the underworld, they are the enemies of their Whitebeard Pirates from the current point of view. This battlefield can be simply divided into 3 camps: Marine, Pirates, and the underworld. If Marine fights with the underworld and loses both, it is naturally the best result for the Whitebeard Pirates. They can also take this opportunity, to rescue Ace and leave. From the beginning of this war, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates never thought of fighting Marine or the underworld. Their goal has always been to rescue Ace. But right now, with the intervention of Marine and the underworld, it has become extremely difficult to achieve this goal. Although none of the top powerhouses in the underworld except Kaido have yet devoted themselves to the battle against the Whitebeard Pirates. But just those warriors in the underworld are enough to give the Whitebeard Pirates a headache. Leaving aside the ninja army with its unique fighting style, the ninjutsu of Wawa 8 Gate made it impossible for ordinary members of the Whitebeard Pirates to stand up to it. Even the most ordinary fighters in the underworld are extremely powerful. This made the Marine soldiers and the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates feel very strange. Because most of these warriors in the underworld are strong men from the New World. Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates knew something about these strong men before, and they had even fought and dealt with many of them. But at this moment, on this battlefield, the strength shown by those soldiers is much stronger than before. These underworld warriors forced the Whitebeard Pirates to retreat in a row. Not only did they have no chance to rescue Ace, but they even made them farther and farther away from the execution platform where Ace was. Faced with such a situation, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates had nothing to do. Their father, Whitebeard, was also retreating under Kaido's fierce attack at this time. Only by constantly avoiding the opponent's attack, could he not be defeated so quickly. It can be said that the current situation is very bad for the Whitebeard Pirates. If this continues, not only will they have no chance to rescue Ace, they may even be wiped out here. Under such circumstances, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates naturally hopes that 5 Elders and Redfield can fight a lose-lose situation. When 5 Elders combined 5-star 6 King Gun and Redfield's Death Moon Tribulation are about to collide, on this battlefield, it can be said that except for the members of the underworld, no one else hopes that Redfield can win. However, the soldiers of the underworld did not respond to these voices on the battlefield. Their expressions are still calm, and they seem to be very confident in the final result of this battle. On the side, where Golden Lion and others are. These top powerhouses in the underworld all looked at the battlefield where Cloud Bat God, 5 Elders and others were located very calmly. Golden Lion sneered and said, "Hehe, it seems that the guys from 5 Elders and Marine still have unrealistic fantasies about this battle." The ant standing next to him answered, "It's no wonder, after all, that attack by Redfield, on the surface, is not as shocking as the combined attack launched by 5 Elders. Enel, who was holding a long golden stick, also said, "Although Redfield's attack doesn't look very powerful, the power contained in it is terrifying." Pole. Hearing his words, Doflamingo, Tizalo, Uxiao, and others all nodded noncommittally. Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates didn't know the power of the Death Moon Tribulation, but they knew it very well. Because, they have all witnessed the power of this move in the Door of Cultivation. In order to let Redfield master the Cloud Bat Army and Cloud Bat formation as soon as possible, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido and other underworld powerhouses have conducted simulated actual combat training with Redfield in the Gate of Cultivation. As for the Death Moon Tribulation that Redfield used with the help of the Cloud Bat formation and the Cloud Bat God, even if all of them went into battle together, they couldn't resist at all. Golden Lion and others had the same idea as Redfield. This was completely like a power from another world, and it was simply not something that the power of this world could compete with. After seeing the power of the Cloud Bat formation and the Death Moon Tribulation, everyone felt even more in awe of Rox. Being able to pass on this powerful method to others so easily, how powerful should Rox himself really be now? No one knows the answer. But they know that the current Rox's strength has definitely ruled the entire world. Golden Lion and others have no doubts that with Rox's current strength, he can completely subvert the entire world by himself. In the eyes of Rox, the current war is actually nothing more than a child's play. If Rox wanted to, Setsuna could end this boring war. But the significance of this war does not lie in the outcome of the battle with Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates. The reason why this war has been going on until now is actually to create momentum for Rox's debut. Golden Lion and others all understand that Rox's return after 36 years has made the whole world tremble after all. And what they have to do is to continue to expand this potential before Rox appears. Once Redfield gets rid of the 5 Elders, it's time for us to get going. This performance for the return of the captain is also time to reach its climax. Looking at the distant battlefield, Golden Lion said in a deep voice. In his eyes, there is also a high-spirited fighting spirit burning. 36 years ago, Marine colluded with the Luoji pirates, coupled with Whitebeard's betrayal, making a generation of maritime hegemons disappear from the sight of the world. Even today many people have never heard of Rox. 36 years later, the former sea tyrant returns. As early as the day he returned to Rox's command, Golden Lion had already made an oath in his heart. Make sure the world knows the name of Rox once again. And now, that moment is fast approaching. He couldn't help but become agitated. At the same time, in the mid-air not far away, the purple crescent moon, Death Moon Tribulation and the huge shockwave column 5-star 6 King Gun finally collided fiercely. This time, after the two attacks collided, there was no terrifying aftermath as everyone had imagined. When the 5-6 King gun touched Setsuna of the Death Moon Tribulation, the powerful shock wave column dissipated silently under the purple crescent moon. Even the terrifying power emanating from the 5-6 King gun dissipated without a trace. The killing blow that the 5 elders were proud of was easily defeated by Latefield's Death Moon Tribulation. At the moment when the 5-6 King gun dissipated, the 5 elders underneath finally came to an end. The faces of the 5 old men suddenly became extremely pale. How is it possible? The 5-6 King gun was defeated just like that. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is the strongest mystery of the 6 styles taught to us by Lord Im himself. Why is our strongest attack so vulnerable in front of that purple crescent moon? The underworld. What kind of method did it use to actually increase Redfield's strength to this level? Who is that Pluton who never showed up? While attacking the broken Setsuna, countless thoughts flashed through the hearts of the 5 elders. At this moment, they fell into unprecedented despair. The strongest blow taught by Master Im was defeated, and even their confidence was completely shattered. At this moment, the 5 elders finally began to fear the underworld. I also feel endless curiosity about Pluton's identity. But when these thoughts flashed through their minds, the purple meniscus that defeated the 5-6 King gun did not stop there, but fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed. In front of 5 elders and others. Boom! The next moment, the purple crescent moon exploded in the center of the 5-pointed star formed by 5 elders and others. The shock wave generated by the explosion instantly blasted the bodies of the 5 most powerful people in the world government into 5 directions on the battlefield. After being blasted hundreds of meters away, the bodies of the 5 elders fell fiercely into the crowd on the battlefield. The surrounding marine soldiers hurriedly surrounded them, wanting to investigate the situation of 5 elders and others. And when they saw the 5 elders landing on the ground, they were all shocked and terrified. At this moment, the 5 locations on the battlefield, surrounded by many marine soldiers. The 5 old men who symbolize the supreme power of the world government are all covered in blood, seriously injured and on the verge of death. Chapter 100. Naval Headquarters Marineford, on the originally noisy battlefield, because of the defeat of 5 elders and others, fell into deathly silence for a while. The marine soldiers gathered around the 5 elders had expressions of disbelief on their faces. In their line of sight, the 5 old men who are in charge of the highest power in the world government, are covered in blood, and their breath is weak. The body that had become incomparably ugly due to the use of life return had also returned to its original state. Apparently, all 5 elders were seriously injured and on the verge of death under Latefield's attack. But the strange thing is, even though the breath of 5 elders and others was already extremely weak at this time, they didn't faint and remained awake. However, with their current physical condition, it is absolutely impossible to fight again in a short time, and it is even difficult to even move. Seeing the situation of 5 elders and others, the gathered marine soldiers were horrified. How is it possible that the 5 elders lost? The power of that blow just now was so terrifying, but in the end it was still defeated by Redfield. The 5 elders tried their best, but they are still no match for Redfield. Then who else on our side can stop the underworld? What exactly did Redfield gain after joining the underworld, that his strength has improved by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? If he had possessed such terrifying power before, it would be absolutely impossible for him to be caught and impelled down. The underworld and its leader, Pluton, still hide too many secrets. What kind of existence is the underworld and Pluton? It's just Pluton's men playing now, and the 5 elders are all defeated, so if Pluton plays, what kind of disaster will Marineford face? What kind of ending will this war go to? 111. Looking at 5 elders, who was seriously injured and dying, the marine soldiers couldn't help but feel worried. Even the most powerful person in the world government and the 5 elders, who are the most powerful fighters, have been defeated, so who else can stop the footsteps of the underworld? Even if there are 3 admirals left on their side, but with only 3/admirals, are they really the opponents of the underworld powerhouses? You must know that in the underworld, besides Latefield who killed the 5 elders in seconds with only 1 person, there are also many strong people like Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, etc. who are at least at the 4 emperors level. After witnessing the disastrous defeat of 5 elders and others, the marine soldiers have no confidence in the next battle. As for the members of the Whitebeard pirates, their thinking at this time is actually similar to that of the marine soldiers. Although they are in the hostile camp with marine and world politics, in the current situation, it is not good for them to have 5 elders instantly killed by Redfield. If marine and the world government are completely defeated in the hands of the underworld, then their Whitebeard pirates will definitely not have a good time. In this regard, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates did not take any chances. Because from the beginning when the army of the underworld arrived, the opponent declared war on all the forces on this battlefield at the same time. Although Marine and the Whitebeard pirates still don't know why the underworld did this, they have no doubt that the underworld really wants to defeat them all. For a while, the Marineford battlefield fell into an atmosphere of panic. After defeating the 5 elders, Redfield controlled the cloud bat god to float in the air, overlooking the battlefield below. Under the amplification of the Cloud Bat formation and the Cloud Bat God, his strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. In fact, his blow just now could have killed 5 elders and the others in an instant. But he didn't do that, and even specially controlled his strength so that the opponent remained awake even though he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The reason for doing this is not because he is soft-hearted. It's because these 5 top leaders of world politics are the indispensable audience to witness Rock's return after 36 years. 36 years ago, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, although 5 elders and others did not directly participate. However, Marine's actions and plans are also authorized by these 5 people. At that time, Rox, because he has been leading the Rox pirates to rob the gold in the sky, has long been a thorn in the side of the world government. 0, a thorn in the flesh. 5 elders and others are eager to get rid of it quickly. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, it was 5 elders and others who personally ordered to wipe out the remnants of the Rox pirates. Except for powerful members like Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, Akoku, John, etc., most members of the Rox pirates died in the pursuit and siege of the world government Fu and Marine. This is one of the reasons why few people know the name of the Rox pirates today. Therefore, there is also a deep relationship between the Rox pirates and the 5 elders. Although Redfield is not a member of the Rox pirates, he has now joined the underworld and become Rock's subordinate. Naturally, he was going to act according to Rock's will. These old men who have always held the highest power in the world are also one of the indispensable audience to witness Rock's return. Therefore, Redfield did not kill them with one blow, but left them with a small life. Looking at the battlefield below, Ladefield, who was inside the Cloud Bat God, looked indifferent. He didn't make any other actions, just quietly floating in midair. Take out 5 elders, and his mission is complete. There is no longer any suspense in the next battle, and there is no need for Yunbat God to take action. If Yunbat God made a move, even if he tried his best to control it, I am afraid that there will be a lot of casualties on this battlefield. In this way, when Rox comes on stage, there may not be many left for Marineford. This doesn't match their plan. What they, Rock's subordinates, have to do is to create momentum for Rock's return and appearance, rather than killing all the enemies on this battlefield and slaughtering / killing them to death. As long as they can play a sufficient shock and deterrent effect, their purpose will be achieved. The defeat of 5 elders obviously had such an effect. Therefore, Redfield just manipulated the Cloud Bat God to float in the air, and did not take any further actions. But the Golden Lion and the others below moved after the defeat of the 5 elders. Uxiao, Enel, and Tizalo rushed towards Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru, 3 admirals at a very fast speed. Golden Lion and Big Mom head straight for Shanks and Ben Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates. As for Doflamingo, he summoned 3 puppets of his own to deal with the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, including Marco and Diamond Jotzi. Obviously, the group of top powerhouses in the underworld want to take down all the strongest enemies on this battlefield first, so as to completely establish the situation of this war / war. With the current strength of the Golden Lion and the others, even against the powerhouses of the Admiral and 4 Emperors levels, they can completely win in a short time. In this war, the Marine camp and the Pirate camp have irreversibly fallen into a desperate situation. Before long, this naval headquarters Marineford will completely fall into the hands of the army of the underworld. On the execution stand, Sengoku stood at a high place condescending, and had a panoramic view of the situation on the battlefield. His expression is also unprecedented, dignified and serious. If this continues, the entire Marineford will be completely destroyed. This time, naval headquarters really ushered in an unprecedented crisis. Right now, is there any way to reverse this situation? Sengoku's brain was running fast at the moment. The Marine Marshal, who is also the resourceful general of naval headquarters, is unwilling to give up any hope even at such a juncture. In fact, this is not the first time Sengoku has fallen into desperation. In the past, he also relied on his own wisdom and strategy several times to finally fight back and turn defeat into victory. This is also the origin of his title of the resourceful general. But this time, even if he racked his brains, he still couldn't come up with any solution. In the face of the overwhelming strength of the underworld, the so-called tricks are nothing but useless efforts. It seems that this time, it really has come to an end. On the execution platform, Sengoku thought for a long time, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. On the other side, on the small battlefield where Whitebeard and Kaido are, Whitebeard is now being driven back by Kaido's fierce offensive. Only by constantly dodging, he was able to prevent himself from being defeated so quickly like 5 elders. However, under Kaido's pressing step by step, the strongest man in the world has gradually begun to feel powerless. Whitebeard is already old, and he suffers from various diseases. His physical strength has declined sharply compared to his youthful peak. After fighting for so long, his physical strength has been a bit exhausted. After narrowly dodging another Kaido mace, Whitebeard panted around the battlefield. The defeat of 5 elders and others, as well as the actions of Golden Lion and others, were fully taken into consideration by him. 0. Seeking flowers. This also made him suddenly feel a greater pressure. I didn't expect that even the 5 elders guys lost. Leadfield's strength, with the assistance of that 100-man team, seems to have made a qualitative leap. I'm afraid, just relying on Redfield alone, there is no one on this battlefield who is his opponent. Besides, there are several top powerhouses sitting in the underworld. This war, whether it is for Marine or our Whitebeard pirates, is 10 deaths and no lives. After analyzing the current situation on the battlefield, Whitebeard heaved a long sigh in his heart. Even he, who has experienced many battles, can't think of any way to reverse the situation of this war at this moment. If I'm going to die here anyway, at least, let as many of my sons as possible escape from here. Whitebeard looked away, having made a decision in his heart. His eyes also became firm and decisive. On his face, there was still a look of desperation. Seeing his expression, standing not far from him, Kaido sneered. What's the matter, Whitebeard? It looks like you're trying to make a last-ditch effort. Up to now, don't you still have some illusions about the battle situation in your heart? As far as I know, you are not that naive guy, otherwise, you wouldn't have committed such a betrayal back then. There was a bit of killing intent in Kaido's voice. Regarding Kaido's words, Whitebeard is not in the mood to think about why the other party has to mention the events of the year again and again. Now he just wants to do his best to let his sons escape from this marine fort as much as possible, so that his crew can survive as much as possible. Call. Whitebeard let out a long breath, and stuck the big knife in his hand, ama konjayun / on the ground. Then, make fists with both hands and raise them above your head. Listen, members of the Whitebeard pirates, this is my final captain's order. All members of the Whitebeard pirates are evacuated from Marine Fort. No matter what happens next, don't look back and stop. Everyone, do your best to get me back to New World safely. The next moment, Whitebeard's majestic voice spread throughout the battlefield. His shouting made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates stunned. Everyone looked in the direction of Whitebeard one after another, feeling somewhat ominous in their hearts. The final captain's order. Father, what are you talking about? We still have to rescue Ace, and then go back to New World together. Father, don't do anything stupid. Daddy. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, who noticed something bad, shouted at Whitebeard. As Whitebeard's family members, they are naturally very familiar with their father's character. When Whitebeard yelled that sentence just now, it meant that the other party wanted to keep his life here. This is definitely not good news for the members of the Whitebeard pirates. They yelled frantically at Whitebeard, trying to stop the other's next move. However, the determined Whitebeard simply ignored the cries of his sons. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the decisive look on his face became more and more obvious, as if a strong man cut off his wrist. Whitebeard didn't look at Kaido, who was not far in front of him, but set his eyes on Ace, who was on the execution platform. Sorry, Ace, Dad may not be able to save you. As soon as the words fell, 2 white transparent balls of light condensed on Whitebeard's fists raised above his head. Exactly what shock fruit is capable of. It's just that the 2 transparent light spheres this time are several times larger than the previous ones. Just by looking at it, the destructive power is incomparably astonishing. I've never used this trick before. I didn't expect that the first time I used it, it would be under such a situation. After sighing again in his heart, Whitebeard didn't hesitate at all, and suddenly aimed his fists at the ground under his feet and smashed hard. This is the last desperate gamble of the world's strongest man. Mountain. Chapter 101. Whitebeard's raised fists slammed fiercely towards the ground under his feet. Above his fists contained the power of shock fruit operating to the maximum extent. This is the strongest shock fruit move that Whitebeard has ever done in front of anyone, Shockwave. This trick is not just a simple strong vibration. Whitebeard who performs this trick can adjust the vibration frequency displayed by shock fruit to the same vibration frequency as the surrounding things. In this way, resonance will be formed. The power generated by resonance is far stronger than ordinary vibrations. It can even form a burst of rapidly expanding energy from the inside of the object, completely destroying the object from the inside out. This trick is Whitebeard's strongest development method for shock fruit. But because the power is too strong, it is easy to cause unnecessary damage and even hurt one's own people, so Whitebeard has never used this trick in front of people before. But now, the Whitebeard pirates are facing a desperate situation. At this time, he will naturally not think about other things. Even if this move might hurt one of our own, it's better than the Whitebeard pirates being wiped out here. With this blow, the island will be completely shattered in an instant, and this battlefield will no longer exist. My silly sons, just take advantage of this gap and run away as far as you can. Whitebeard's fists slammed down, and he also had a somewhat death-defying expression on his face. This is the last way he can think of now. Judging from the strength previously shown by the underworld, the defeat of naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates is a foregone conclusion. In order to prevent his pirate group from being wiped out here, Whitebeard had to resort to this last resort. He didn't expect this trick to cause much trauma to the underworld. His purpose is to completely destroy the island under his feet, Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. 9 Kings and 7. As long as his move falls, Shock Fruit's ability will resonate with the vibration frequency of the island in Setsuna. Then, an impact capable of destroying the entire marine fort will burst out from the interior of the island. It only takes a few breaths of time, and the ground under his feet will completely collapse. Naval headquarters will be disintegrated into countless pieces of ruins, and then sink to the bottom of the sea at an extremely fast speed. In this way, this battlefield will no longer exist. Perhaps for the top powerhouses, even if the island collapsed and fell silent, it would not do much damage to them. But this can hinder everyone's actions to a great extent. And this will also provide an opportunity for members of the Whitebeard pirates to escape here. It was with this intention in mind that Whitebeard was ready to go all in on it. He knew that after using this blow, he might not be able to avoid many subsequent attacks. But as long as he can evacuate as many members of the Whitebeard pirates as possible, he is content. While thinking, Whitebeard's fist continued to hit the ground hard. On the battlefield, the members of the Whitebeard pirates saw Whitebeard's move, combined with the last captain's order issued by him before. These pirates who are very familiar with Whitebeard naturally understood what their father wanted to do in the first place. Immediately, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates shouted. No, Dad is planning to use Shock Fruit's ability to sink marine fort into the bottom of the sea. Dad did this to buy us as much time as possible so we could evacuate. It seems that Dad has given up any hope for the outcome of this war. But if you do this, you will be in danger. Father obviously wants to sacrifice himself to buy us time to escape. Father, don't. Papa, stop. We won't run away alone without you, we want to go back to New World with you. Dad. Watching Whitebeard's fists keep falling, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates shouted on the battlefield. However, Whitebeard did not stop because of their dissuasion. A teardrop seemed to overflow from the corner of his eye. My foolish sons, this war is doomed to death. I am a remnant of the times, New World has no boats that can carry me. Let's just say goodbye here. There were bursts of roars from Whitebeard's mouth, and the speed of his fists falling was also a little faster. In the surrounding air, there was already a faint vibration. The frequency and power of this vibration are not strong, but it gives people a feeling of heart palpitations. It seems that as long as this shock falls, the island under his feet will become as fragile as foam. Kaido, who was in front of Whitebeard, naturally also noticed this situation. And he also understood Whitebeard's intention in an instant. There was a sneer at the corner of Kaido's mouth, and he raised the huge mace in his hand. Hehe, old man Whitebeard, it looks like you are planning to sacrifice yourself and throw your good sons to escape. However, in front of the underworld, do you really think you have this chance? Said, Kaido suddenly moved. He swung the huge mace in his hand 8 fasts, and slammed it hard at Whitebeard's falling fists. The huge mace flew out of his hand in an instant, smashing towards the opponent at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, Kaido wanted to interrupt Whitebeard's movement with this blow. Although this seems to be just a bunch of random throws, on top of the mace, there are armament haki and conqueror's haki wrapped around Kaido's full strength. This seemingly ordinary blow is completely beyond what ordinary people can resist. Even with Whitebeard's physique, if he didn't defend and dodge, if he resisted this blow so forcefully, his arms would definitely be severely crushed under the violent impact of the mace, and his hands would be completely abolished. Kaido feels that even if Whitebeard is ready to sacrifice himself, he will never ignore such an attack. Because once his hands are crippled, Whitebeard's combat effectiveness will drop sharply. Then the other party will no longer have any room to resist in front of him. But at the next moment, Kaido suddenly felt that he seemed to underestimate the heart of life. Facing the mace flying like a cannonball, Whitebeard didn't seem to notice it, and ignored it at all. The movement of his hands didn't hesitate for a moment because of Kaido's attack. The huge white transparent light ball formed by Shock Fruit's ability still smashed to the ground without hesitation. It only takes Setsuna's effort, and the Shock Fruit's ability will explode above the ground. The shock wave with the same vibration frequency as the entire island will spread from the ground, and spread throughout the entire island in a short time. And this impregnable naval headquarters will also collapse completely in just a few seconds and sink to the bottom of the sea. It's just a pair of arms, if you want it, I can give it to you. Let me sink to the bottom of the ocean with this naval headquarters today. At this point Whitebeard has fallen into an unprecedented state of hysteria. After deciding to sacrifice himself and disregard life and death, he no longer had any scruples. Kaido thought that he could force Whitebeard to stop, but Whitebeard's last desperate move, from the moment he decided to launch it, no one could stop it. The next moment, Whitebeard's fists finally hit the ground hard. In an instant, a shock wave that didn't feel strong but implied endless destructive power suddenly burst out from the white light balls of his fists. At the same time, the arrogant mace thrown by Kaido also smashed on Whitebeard's arms with incomparably terrifying power. During Setsuna, the violent impact caused the bones in Whitebeard's arms to be directly crushed into powder, completely crushed. The originally clenched fist was also unable to continue exerting force under such an impact, and the 10 fingers spread out, twisting into an extremely tragic arc. Such a wound may never heal again in the future. It can be said that Whitebeard's hands were directly crippled under such an attack. However, even after enduring such pain, Usse didn't even frown. There was even a gratified smile on his face. Because, although his arms were crippled, his attack had already been launched. Next, how many people can be evacuated is up to you. Whitebeard's eyes quickly scanned the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield. From the faces of his sons, he saw pain, tears, madness, struggle, and reluctance. In a trance, many pictures from the past seemed to appear in front of his eyes. There was laughter from the Moby DK. There are galloping and fighting on the sea. There are figures that have not been seen for a long time, Odin, Rayleigh, Luoji, and rocks. Is this the so-called revolving lantern? It seems that the end of my life is really coming. The throbbing pain in his arm brought Whitebeard back from the blurry vision in front of him. And there were rhythmic vibrations under his feet. Here we go. Whitebeard sighed softly, then took another deep breath, and once again shouted at the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield. It's now. Whitebeard pirates, carry out the final command of the captain. His almost roaring voice reached the ears of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates present. At this time, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was still immersed in the sorrow of their father's arms being abolished by Kaido, and they were in great grief. Dad. Father, your hand. Damn Kaido, to take advantage of this moment to attack Dad. The blow just now, I'm afraid the eyes of the team will be completely abolished. This time, Dad really wants to put his life here. To give us a chance to escape, Dad has completely risked his life. Damn it, Daddy risked his life for us, but we can't do anything. At this point, I can only retreat quickly according to my father's last order. If we don't retreat as soon as possible, then Dad will die in vain. Although everyone in the Beard Pirates was grieving, but after hearing Whitebeard's last cry, most of them made up their minds and quickly got out of the fighting. The opponents began to withdraw towards the sea in the port of Marineford. A small number of crew members who were reluctant to leave Whitebeard were also directly dragged away by other crew members. Although very reluctant, they were more afraid of wasting the opportunity that Whitebeard had bought for them with his life. Seeing the actions of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, the marine soldiers and the warriors of the underworld obviously didn't intend to just let the other party escape. They also launched a fierce pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates at the first time. However, at this moment, the ground under his feet suddenly shook violently. At first, the vibration was not strong. But after only an instant, the feeling of vibration became extremely obvious. Then, the whole Marineford began to tremble. Numerous dents and small cracks began to emerge on the ground, making Marineford look like a huge spider web from the air. And those tiny cracks also expanded in an instant without knowing how many times. Small cracks turned into huge rift valleys, and countless rift valleys appeared, directly dividing Marineford into countless small parts. Marine and the underworld warriors pursued the members of the Whitebeard pirates, but also had to stop because of this sudden change. They need to do their best to stabilize their bodies, so as to ensure that they will not be drawn into those huge rift abysses. The buildings of naval headquarters began to collapse, and countless buildings on the island were reduced to ruins in an instant. Even the execution platform where Sengoku and Ace were located was destroyed and collapsed. At a critical moment, Sengoku had to catch Ace and landed in a temporarily safe area. For a time, the entire Marineford fell into an unprecedented crisis of destruction. Even though everyone was very careful, there were still many people who could not stabilize their bodies and fell into the abyss of the Rift Valley. Under the abyss of the Rift Valley, there is an endless turbulent sea. Falling from this position, the weak and the demon fruit powers cursed by the sea will definitely die. Shock fruit is known as the strongest paramecia devil fruit, and its destructive power is the strongest in the world. At this moment, everyone really felt the terrifying and destructive ability of this devil fruit. Oops, it seems that Whitebeard is still underestimated. Now, the situation is not going to end well. Kaido looked at what was happening in Marineford before him, and thought something was wrong in his heart. 5.7. What he was afraid of was not how destructive Whitebeard's blow was, but what he is worried about is that if Marineford just collapses and sinks to the bottom of the sea, then Captain Rocks has been preparing for a long time to come back to the stage, but it is completely ruined. And in this way, the preparations they made before will lose their meaning. No, Master Captain has returned to the stage after 36 years. I can't let it be destroyed like this. Kaido thought to himself. Although Whitebeard's move was destructive, Marineford has also begun to fall apart. But for Kaido, there is no remedy. Just use the flame cloud produced by the dragon to prop up the disintegrated Marineford and gather it together again, then the island will not sink to the bottom of the sea in a short time. Kaido quickly thought of a countermeasure. As a Zoan fish fruit, phantom beast, and blue dragon form ability user, he can use the power of the dragon to create a cloud called flame cloud. This kind of cloud can support the huge body of a giant dragon and fly above the sky. With the power that Kaido possesses, it is not a problem even to support an island. As long as enough flame clouds are created to hold up every part of Marineford's collapse, the island can be brought back together. In a short period of time, there is no need to worry about sinking into the bottom of the sea. Thinking of this, Kaido immediately transformed into a blue dragon form, ready to start creating flame clouds. However, just as he was about to act, but he suddenly saw above that high sky. A figure wearing black armor and a black helmet appeared out of thin air without warning. Master Captain. Chapter 102. After seeing the figure that suddenly appeared out of thin air above the sky, Kaido suddenly exclaimed. That's right, that figure in black armor and a black helmet floating over Marineford at the moment is none other than Rox. It seems that the time the captain said has come. Captain, has he finally decided to formally appear in front of the world? Kaido, who transformed into a blue dragon, looked extremely excited. He no longer intends to continue to create flame clouds to prevent the collapse and sinking of Marineford. Because he knew that when Rox appeared in the world, there was no need for him to do anything here. So, he retransformed the huge blue dragon body into a human form again, and fell back to the ground of Marineford. Afterwards, the Emperor of the Sea, known as the strongest creature, knelt down in the direction of Rox. Lord Pluton. Kaido's sonorous voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. And his shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even now that Marineford is facing the crisis of collapsing and sinking into the seabed, everyone is overwhelmed. But after hearing the words Master Pluton, they still turned their heads uncontrollably. It's as if the words Master Pluton have a special magical power. Hey, did you hear what Kaido was yelling just now? If I'm not mistaken, he should have called Lord Pluton. Could it be that the mysterious leader of the underworld, Pluton, has finally shown up? Look at the sky, there is a house in black armor. Is he the legendary Pluton? It does look mysterious and powerful. But why is he still wearing a helmet? In this way, we still don't know who he really is. Why did Pluton, the leader of the underworld who has been behind the scenes for so long, suddenly appear at this time? Could it be that there are other actions in the underworld next? On the battlefield where Marineford had already been torn apart, no matter whether it was Marine or Pirate 07, they all raised their heads to look at the position where Rox was in the air. Although the current situation of Marineford is very critical, I am afraid it will not be long before it will completely collapse and sink to the bottom of the sea. However, even under such circumstances, even if they are still facing danger, everyone still has an irresistible curiosity about Pluton, the leader of the underworld. It took only a short time for this mysterious force in the underworld to emerge from nothing. It seems that it was only a few days ago that everyone heard the name of the power of the underworld for the first time. However, in just a few days, the underworld has developed from a new force with nothing at an astonishing speed to the point where naval headquarters, world government and Whitebeard pirates are all helpless at the same time. Such a speed of development is undoubtedly unprecedented. In the future, I am afraid that it will be difficult for other forces to surpass it. For all, the underworld is an incredible wonder. And the creator of this miracle is the mysterious leader of the underworld who has never shown up, Pluton. This person, who has the same title as Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Luoji pirate group and the right arm of the One Piece, is infinitely more terrifying than Rayleigh. Everyone is very curious about the identity of this Pluton. They wonder who the other party's real identity is. I am curious about what kind of means the other party has, so that those strong men who joined the underworld can achieve another qualitative leap in strength in a short period of time. I am curious about what the purpose of Pluton and the underworld is, and why the other party declared war on the Marine, world government and Whitebeard pirates at the same time with such great fanfare. These are all people's curiosity and doubts about Pluton. It is precisely because of this that everyone at this moment is looking in the direction where Rox is, even regardless of their own safety. At the same time, when Kaido's voice spread throughout the battlefield, those warriors in the underworld, as well as Golden Lion and others, all stopped their movements and quickly left the battlefield. Like Kaido, they knelt down in the direction of Rox and shouted respectfully in unison. Lord Pluton! Thousands of people shouted in unison, extremely loud and powerful, resounding through the sky. Such a battle also made the other people present secretly startled. It seems that this extremely mysterious Pluton is indeed respected by everyone in the underworld from the bottom of their hearts. In one part of the battlefield, Whitebeard, whose arms had been shattered and broken, also looked up into the air, staring at the figure in black armor above the sky with a solemn expression. Is he the leader of the underworld? Pluton. Why does his breath give me a familiar feeling? Reflecting Rox's figure in Whitebeard's pupils, he muttered to himself. Whitebeard could faintly feel a sense of familiarity from this Lord Pluton of the underworld. Moreover, this feeling also made him feel palpitations. For some reason, a bit of fear and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Why is this happening? Why does this Pluton make me feel this way? I've only had this feeling on one person. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly widened a lot. Could it be, it's him? At this time, Whitebeard couldn't help but think of his previous guess. After hearing that Golden Lion, Kaido and Big Mom all joined the underworld to become Pluton's subordinates, an idea popped up in Whitebeard's mind. Could it be that the so-called Master Pluton is Rox? After all, besides Rox, Whitebeard really can't think of another person who can bring Golden Lion, Kaido and Big Mom back together. However, he was extremely sure that the former Sea Overlord and his previous captain, Locke, had been permanently buried in the Valley of the Gods 16 years ago. It is impossible for a person to come back from the dead, no matter how you think about it. If it is said that Rox is an ability user who ate the fruit of the underworld, this may be able to explain it. But anyone who knows the name of the Rox pirates knows that Rox is not demon fruit power. It is precisely because Rox is still above the former sea without any fruit ability that Rox is revered and feared by countless people. Therefore, Whitebeard has always been skeptical about the resurrection of Rox from the dead. But now, after witnessing the powerful power of the underworld, Whitebeard is beginning to waver. Since the underworld already has the means to make people so much stronger in a short period of time, it even allows Redfield to crush all 5 elders with one person. So, even if it can really bring people back from the dead, it doesn't seem impossible. Moreover, the name of the underworld seems to be somewhat related to the dead. So when the idea of Pluton being Rox came to mind again, Whitebeard didn't dismiss it, but was horrified by the idea. If Pluton is really that man, then there is a reasonable explanation for the underworld declaring war on Marine, world government and my Whitebeard pirates at the same time. However, if this is the case, the world may once again usher in an unprecedented subversion. Marine, the world government, and my Whitebeard pirate group may all be wiped out. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's face showed a deep worry. At the same time, he also prayed silently in his heart, hoping that all this was just his overthinking. No matter who that Pluton's true identity is, as long as it's not Rox, then everything is not at its worst. At this time, another part of the battlefield. Marine Marshal Sengoku stood beside the imprisoned Fire Fist Ace, and raised his head solemnly to look at the figure above the sky. Underworld, Pluton. Finally showed up. I don't know his real identity, whether it is what Garp and I thought. Sengoku's heart is also extremely heavy now. Right now the Marine and the world government can be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did the 5 elders fall to Redfield the underworld, but the island of Marineford was shattered by Whitebeard's last desperate attack and would soon collapse completely. Let's not talk about how many casualties the collapse and silence of Marineford will bring to their side. The defeat of 5 elders and the destruction of naval headquarters alone are enough to have a great negative impact on the future world government and Marine's dominance. Originally, the world government and naval headquarters held this public execution for the whole world in order to establish prestige in front of the people all over the world. Taking advantage of the war with the Whitebeard pirates and the underworld, it is a good way to show the world the power of the naval headquarters and the world government. But the reality today is that the Marine and the world government are defeated by the strength of the army of the underworld. Even Marine's base camp is now directly destroyed. This war not only failed to establish the slightest prestige about naval headquarters and world government in front of the world, but instead fueled the arrogance of the underworld. Now, the whole world knows the power of the underworld. Even if the naval headquarters, world government and even the Whitebeard pirates are dispatched together, they cannot stop it. This live broadcast to the whole world can be said to be completely promoting the ambitions of others and destroying one's own prestige. After this battle, the dominance of the world government and naval headquarters will be severely threatened in the future. This world is a world where the weak prey on the strong and speak with strength. The reason why world government and naval headquarters have always been able to be in an absolute dominant position is because the power and strength they hold are the strongest in this sea. But now, this strongest has successfully changed hands. The sea in the future may be what the underworld says. And Pluton, as the leader of the underworld, might become the leader of the world in the future. In the short time of Setsuna, many thoughts rushed through the resourceful General Sengoku's mind. He thought of the huge turmoil that the world would face after the war ended, and he couldn't help feeling more and more heavy. However, what Sengoku is more concerned about at the moment is who the figure above the sky is, and who is the real face under the mask. If he is really Rox, then Garp, who fell into the hands of the underworld, is probably in danger. While concerned about Pluton's true identity, Sengoku did not forget to worry about Garp, who was defeated and taken away by the underworld in Impel Down. Sengoku is also extremely worried about this old marine hero friend who has fought with him for decades. But right now, he, the Marine Marshal, seemed unable to do anything and could only quietly wait for what happened next. 900. High above Marineford, Rox in black armor and a black helmet floats in the air. He looked down at Marineford below. At this time, Marineford has been shattered into countless small pieces by Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Those places located in the outermost areas have begun to continuously collapse and fall into the bottom of the sea. If you just let it go, it won't be long before the entire naval headquarters will be submerged under the sea. Newgate, this guy will really cause trouble. Looking at the constantly collapsing Marineford below, Rox sighed softly in his heart. From the beginning of this war until just now, he has been staying in the captain's room of the Fekong, silently perceiving everything on the battlefield. He was waiting for the Golden Lion and the others and the warriors of the underworld to make this war, which was broadcast live to the whole world, more lively. When the situation reached its climax, it was time for him to make his official debut and reappear. And just now when Ladefield defeated the 5 elders with the help of the Cloud Bat formation and the Cloud Bat God, the timing was actually almost there. However, Rox did not choose to show up immediately at that time. Because his perception covered the entire battlefield, he immediately noticed Whitebeard's actions at that time. And he also understood the opponent's intention at the first time. For Whitebeard's actions, Rox did not choose to stop. Newgate, since you are risking your life, you must fight for a way out for your sons. Then let me destroy all the hopes of you, a traitor, with my own hands. Rox above the sky muttered something to himself, then aimed at Marineford below, and slowly stretched out a hand. With the palm down, a majestic supernatural energy like the stars and the ocean suddenly emanated from his palm, covering the entire Marineford in it. Afterwards, he gently closed that palm and made a fist, and the supernatural energy that enveloped Marineford began to gather towards the center. The originally disintegrated island, under the gathered supernatural energy, seemed to be spliced together again by a pair of invisible forces. In the blink of an eye, Marineford, which was about to completely collapse and sink to the bottom of the sea, returned to its original position steadily. The shock wave caused by Shock Fruit's ability has dissipated without a trace. Whitebeard's desperate attack turned into a meaningless futility at Rox's hands. Chapter 103. When Wanakuni and his party were finished before, Rox's Pluton template unlocking progress had reached 50%. And in the next few days, the unlocking progress of the Pluton template also increased imperceptibly. Today, Rox's Pluton template unlock progress has reached 60%. This also makes the power value he possesses reach a terrifying 6 black hole units. This level of supernatural energy is like a vast cosmic space, boundless and endless. And Rox, who has 6 black hole units of supernatural energy, has reached an extremely terrifying level. Relying on supernatural energy, what he can do has even far exceeded the imagination of everyone in this world. Things like bringing the collapsed Marineford back together with psychic energy are completely easy for Rox. The supernatural energy that enveloped Marineford was like a pair of invisible hands, putting the island that had been broken into countless pieces together like building blocks. And the shock wave launched by Whitebeard using the shock fruit ability that can resonate with Marineford is also quietly cancelled out under the effect of the fruit energy set. Whitebeard's last desperate gamble was completely dismissed by Rox, and it became a futile effort. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Originally, they had to try their best to maintain their balance, so as not to be involved in the huge rift valleys. However, the next moment, Marineford, which was like a catastrophe, instantly returned to its original state, as if everything had never happened before. The people who stood still again looked around, their eyes full of doubts. What's going on? Why does it feel like everything has recovered? Collapsed Marineford, restored. Did that Pluton from the underworld do it? Besides him, it shouldn't be anyone else, right? To restore an island that was about to collapse and sink to the bottom of the sea without a sound, this is simply a god. What kind of existence is it that can do such a thing? Is this even beyond the scope of Devil Fruit's capabilities? Who is this Pluton of the underworld? And he is not our enemy, why did he take action to prevent the destruction of Marineford? While shocked by Rox's methods, many doubts also emerged in the hearts of everyone. What Rox has just done has gone far beyond what everyone can understand and accept. The difficulty of restoring an island that is about to collapse and destroy to its original state is not comparable to destroying an island. Destruction is far easier than salvation. For a moment, everyone was overwhelmed by Locke's miraculous means. At the same time, the Marines also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With Marineford restored to its original state, naval headquarters seemed to have temporarily escaped the crisis of destruction. Although they didn't know what actions Luo would take next, at least for now, they had narrowly escaped death and temporarily gained a chance to breathe. However, compared to the relief of the Marine soldiers, the expressions of the members of the Whitebeard pirates became more and more ugly. The collapse and destruction of Marineford, the attack launched by their father's desperate consciousness was the last retreat that Whitebeard opened for them. But now, this retreat is completely cut off. When Marineford returned to its original state, the Whitebeard pirates would have no chance to escape in the chaos. Whitebeard did not hesitate to resist Kaido's attack, causing both arms to be crippled, and now it is meaningless. Such a change naturally made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates angry. Damn, how could this be? The attack launched by Dad's desperate consciousness was actually resolved like this. Then the old man's arms, don't they mean they were destroyed by Kaido for nothing? Damn it! Now the retreat time that Dad bought for us is gone. Father's efforts and sacrifices are all in vain. Damn it, is that Pluton from the underworld doing all of this? That guy is still wearing a black armor and a helmet, not showing his true face, is he pretending to be mysterious? Pluton, what exactly is his purpose? On the battlefield of Marineford, the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were planning to evacuate quickly due to the turmoil caused by the collapse of the island stopped immediately and stood where they were. Originally, they had already made up their minds. Although leaving Whitebeard like this, they must have a hard time in their hearts. But that was Whitebeard's last captain's order. If they disobeyed each other's orders just because they were reluctant, then not only can't save Whitebeard, but it will cause more unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, the former Whitebeard pirates have already made up their minds. Even if they knew that their father would sink into the sea with this island, no matter how much reluctance they had in their hearts, they still chose to follow Whitebeard's advice. The order evacuated without looking back. However, the appearance of rocks completely disrupted their plans. The collapsed Marineford recovered as if nothing had happened. Their only hope and chance to evacuate was shattered. In the current situation, if they continue to escape, they will be hunted down by Marine with all their strength. In the event of defeat, the Whitebeard pirates will certainly not be Marine's opponent. Therefore, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates gave up and stayed in place. The consciousness they had made with great difficulty before now seems meaningless. Such a blow also made the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates at a loss for a while. And even Whitebeard, after seeing the current situation, inevitably showed a somewhat astonished expression on his face. The Emperor of the Sea, who had been called the strongest man in the world before, hangs his arms weakly at this moment, and Tian Kanjiun, one of the 12 masters of the Supreme Sword, falls at his feet. Call. Whitebeard took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Although he was extremely shocked in his heart, he was also a sea emperor who had galloped the sea for decades, and his temperament was naturally not comparable to that of the crew members under him. Soon, the astonishment on Whitebeard's face disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. It seems that this Pluton is aimed at our Whitebeard pirates. Could it be that he is really the man who came back? Looking at the figure above the sky, the premonition in Whitebeard's heart became stronger and stronger. He could vaguely guess that a large part of the reason for the opponent's attempt to restore the collapsed Marineford was that he didn't want his plan to succeed. And if Pluton's real identity is rocks, then there is a reasonable explanation for the other party's behavior. But in Whitebeard's heart, even now, he still doesn't want this guess to be true. Rock's return from resurrection can be said to be the last result he wants to see. At the same time, the people standing in front of the live broadcast screens all over the world saw the situation of Marineford through this live broadcast. Speaking of which, Naval Headquarters' live video phone bug is also very fatal. Marineford has just suffered such a disaster and almost faced destruction. But the phone worm who was in charge of the live broadcast just barely escaped the catastrophe, and did not fall to the King of the Rift Valley. Therefore, until now, the situation on the Marineford battlefield is still broadcast to various parts of the world through live broadcast. The crowd gathered in front of the live broadcast screen, after seeing what happened in Marineford, were all astonished beyond measure. From just now to the present, everything that happened in Marineford is constantly refreshing everyone's worldview. This war was beyond our expectations. I thought it was just a battle between the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, but I didn't expect that even the world government and the underworld were involved. Don't forget, there are red hair pirates. If you add the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates who have joined the underworld, the 4 Emperors pirates who suppressed the New World have gathered in Marineford at this time. Such a huge battle and the scale of the war have never been seen before, and even in the future, there may not be any more. From the current point of view, the strength shown by the underworld has completely crushed the Whitebeard pirates, Marine, and world government. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the strongest force in the world today, right? But we still know nothing about the underworld. What is the nature of the underworld, what is the purpose, and why they came to Marineford? We don't know all of these. We don't even know the true identity of Pluton, the leader of the underworld. Obviously the underworld is invincible, why does that Pluton still hide his identity? Yet, judging from the fact that he prevented the destruction of Marineford just by raising his hand, Pluton's strength is definitely already the strongest existence in the world. Otherwise, how could someone like Redfield, who has the ability to defeat the 5 elders with a combined attack, submit to the opponent so willingly? Why does a strong man like this keep refusing to show his true face? Is it because he likes to keep a sense of mystery? Or is his true identity very special? When the Marineford battlefield fell into shock because of Rock's shot, people all over the world were also in shock and began to speculate on Pluton's true identity. Everyone stared intently at the screen on the live broadcast, waiting for what was about to happen on the Marineford battlefield. High above Marineford, looking at the restored island below, Rock slowly withdrew his outstretched palm. With its own supernatural energy, this island that has actually been torn apart will be fine. Promising, Newgate, I won't let you just. How can I just ruin the stage where I come back to the world after 36 years? 11. This time, I will make you, a betrayer, feel unprecedented despair. Rox said coldly to himself. For Whitebeard, a traitor, he naturally didn't intend to just let him go. If Whitebeard hadn't suddenly turned against Garp and the Luoji pirates in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, then the final result of that battle, it is really hard to say who will win and who will lose. It can be said that Rox will sleep in the coffin of mystery for 36 years, and a large part of the credit is thanks to Whitebeard. For such a betrayer, he definitely has no possibility of being merciful. Rock's eyes scanned the battlefield below, and he had a panoramic view of everyone's reactions. Before dealing with the traitor Newgate, let's add some fun to the show. After whispering something to himself, Rox raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, two figures flew out from the deck of the Flying Sky, and flew to Rox's side like two meteors, stopped and floated around. Everyone on the battlefield below opened their eyes wide, looking curiously, trying to see the appearance of the two figures clearly. However, after seeing it clearly, everyone was instantly shocked and terrified. Really? Vice Admiral Garp. Civil. Chapter 104. After seeing the two figures flying out from the deck of the Flying Sky and finally floating beside Rox, everyone on the battlefield below turned pale with fright. Really? Vice Admiral Garp? Everyone exclaimed. The two old figures floating beside Rox are Rayleigh, the former deputy captain of the Luoji pirates, and Vice Admiral Garp, who is known as the marine hero. These two people were successively attacked by strong men from the underworld on Impel Down and Sabayati archipelago, and were knocked out and taken away. Now that it reappeared, it naturally caused a sensation among the people below. Compared with Rayleigh, the marine soldiers on the battlefield focused more on Garp. The news that Garp was captured by the underworld in Impel Down was not known to anyone except Sengoku, Tsuru, and San Admiral, the marine executives. After all, when Garp was captured, there were only a day or two left before Ace's public execution. Sengoku didn't want to affect the morale of the marine soldiers because of this incident. If the Marines know that even the marine heroes in their hearts have been defeated by the underworld powerhouse, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to everyone's fighting spirit and morale. In order to let the marine soldiers show all their fighting spirit to face Ace's public execution in the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku chose to block this news. Now, however, this fact is clearly unavoidable. At this time, Garp was floating in mid-air, wearing a tattered marine uniform, his hands and legs were hanging down feebly, his eyes were closed tightly, and he seemed to have passed out and lost his mind. The marine soldiers who saw this scene were shocked. It's Vice Admiral Garp. How did Vice Admiral Garp end up in that Pluton's hands? Looking at Vice Admiral Garp's appearance, it seems that he was injured and passed out. Before the public execution, I was still wondering why the Marshal Admiral and even the 5 elders were here, but only Vice Admiral Garp was absent. Looking at it now, it turns out that Vice Admiral Garp was captured by the underworld long before the execution began. But, how did Vice Admiral Garp fall into the hands of the underworld? I heard from 117 that Vice Admiral Garp was sent to guard Impel Down a few days ago, but no one has seen him since then. If you say that, wasn't Redfield imprisoned in Impel Down before? It seems that the underworld powerhouse invaded Impel Down, and defeated the Vice Admiral Garp that was guarding there. Unexpectedly, even Vice Admiral Garp was defeated by the hands of the underworld. What is that Pluton from the underworld trying to get Vice Admiral Garp and Rayleigh out of at this time? Could he be trying to make an example of Vice Admiral Garp and Rayleigh? On the battlefield in Marineford, the marine soldiers looked at the figures in the air and Garp, who was still in a coma, with worries and doubts written all over their faces. And Marine Marshal Sengoku, like other marine soldiers, was also full of puzzlement. That BD from the underworld, he wants to do something to Garp. Looking at Garp, who was seriously injured and unconscious, Sengoku could perceive the opponent's breath through observation. Haki is now very weak. Obviously, Pu's life is also dying. And in Rayleigh, who is unconscious and floating in the air like Garp, his situation is actually similar to Garp. These two strong men who were legendary figures in the sea were extremely embarrassed at this time. Such a change can't help but make people feel embarrassing. High above the sky, rocks waved lightly. A strange energy appeared beside Garp out of thin air. This strange energy directly awakens Garp, who has been in a coma. The marine hero slowly woke up and opened his eyes with difficulty. His eyes swept around in the battlefield below, and memories flooded in like a tide. Is this Marineford? Didn't I was defeated by Kaido and taken to the underworld? After a while, Garp finally woke up and understood his current situation. And his sight also shifted to Rox, who was beside him. Looking at this figure in black armor and a black helmet, for some reason, Garp felt an inexplicable familiarity and fear in his heart. Who is this guy? Kaido and Golden Lion below are asking this person to bow down. Could it be that he is Pluton, the behind-the-scenes leader of the underworld? Garp thought inwardly, surprised. Before being defeated by Kaido and brought back to the underworld, Garp has been in a coma for the past few days. So this is also the first time he met Rox. After figuring out his current situation, Garp tried to move his body. However, he found that his limbs seemed to be restrained by an invisible and powerful energy, and he couldn't move at all. Is this his ability? Why is this guy covering his face with a helmet? Underworld Pluton, what is his true identity? He is like this now, what kind of trouble is he trying to make? Garp's heart is full of doubts, but now he can't do anything at all. Even, he seems unable to open his mouth to speak. Rox looked coldly at Garp, who woke up, and said coldly in a voice that only he and Garp could hear. Garp, old friend, we meet again. Upon hearing this voice, Garp's eyes suddenly opened. A burst of cold sweat broke out from his back in an instant, soaking his clothes. Garp could not be more familiar with this voice. This voice came from that man decades ago. Pluton, it's really him. Garp's mood at the moment is like a bolt from the blue. However, no matter how shocked he was, now he couldn't even speak, and couldn't make any sound. All he could do was hang in the air, staring at Rock's, motionless. Sensing Garp's gaze, the corners of Rock's mouth under the mask twitched slightly. The look in your eyes is really the same as it was 36 years ago. However, don't worry, there will be a good show to be staged next. I really want to see if your expression will still look like this after this good show is over. As he spoke, Rox waved his hand again in front of him. The next moment, a huge projection suddenly appeared above the sky. Everyone on the Marineford battlefield can clearly see the picture on the projection. At the same time, the images on the projection are being simultaneously broadcast to people all over the world through the live video call bug. For a moment, everyone was staring at the projection above the sky curiously, waiting for what would happen next. Above the projection of the sky, it was originally a dark scene. Suddenly, in the darkness, a light came on. It was the light emitted by an oil lamp, reflecting the surrounding scenes in a blurred manner. In the dark cell corridor, a middle-aged man wearing a marine uniform and a cloak of justice behind him was slowly walking towards the deepest part of the cell with the oil lamp in hand. This middle-aged man is the marine hero Garp. It's just that Garp's face in the picture is much younger than it looks now, and his hair is also thick black. Look, there seems to be Vice Admiral Garp on the projection screen. Look at the scene, is this in Cell C? And judging by Vice Admiral Garp's appearance and age at that time, it should be 20 or 30 years ago. That Pluton in the underworld, what is he trying to do with such a picture all of a sudden? I don't know, it looks like this should be a video, let's continue watching it first. When everyone on the Marineford battlefield saw the images projected above the sky, they all looked like garden water. They didn't understand why Pluton from the underworld suddenly made such a move under the originally tense atmosphere. However, everyone still chose to continue watching patiently. In the projection, the young Garp was walking forward in the dim corridor of the cell with an oil lamp in his hand. His footsteps sounded a bit heavy. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he finally came to a cell at the very end. Garp stood in front of this cell, and the light of the oil lamp in his hand also illuminated the scene in the cell. As a result, everyone saw that a figure was imprisoned in that prison cell. It was also a middle-aged man, but his age still looked much younger than Garp. The man, with a slightly upturned black beard, sat on the floor of the cell with his hands in sea stone handcuffs. Although he was imprisoned, the man did not show any signs of depression or fear. His expression was very calm and confident, with a faint air of a king looking down on the world. After seeing the face of the middle-aged man in the cell, everyone on the Marineford battlefield once again exclaimed in unison. It's Luo Ji. Look, the man in the cell is One Piece ERD Luo Ji. Looking at the appearance of Luo Ji in the picture, he should have been arrested and imprisoned by Marine. Then the scene where this picture is located should be in the prison of Impel Down. But I still don't understand, what is the significance of that Pluton in the underworld playing this scene? Me too, I have no idea what Pluton's purpose is. Everyone present is no stranger to the middle-aged man with a beard in the picture. One Piece Core D Luo Ji. The scene in the screen is obviously the scene when Garp went to Impel Down to visit the One Piece after Luo Ji was arrested. Although it is very easy to analyze the scene on the screen, everyone still does not understand what Rox wants to do. In desperation, everyone could only choose to continue watching. But Garp himself, who was floating in the air, suddenly turned pale with shock after seeing the picture displayed on the projection. As the person involved in that scene, he naturally knew what was going to happen next. And he also understood Rox's intention in an instant. For a moment, he desperately wanted to struggle to stop the next screen from playing. But now he can't move, can't shout. You can just watch it all happen helplessly. The picture on the sky projection is still going on. Luo Ji, who was held in the cell, saw Garp's arrival, and a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Can I trust you, Garp? The next moment, Luo Ji spoke slowly, and his deep voice echoed throughout the cell, and also echoed throughout the Marineford battlefield. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears and prepared to listen carefully. Under everyone's concentrated attention, Luo Ji's voice sounded again. My baby is about to be born. Unfortunately, I am no longer alive at that time. Hearing Luo Ji's words, the middle-aged Garp outside the cell narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice. Why are you telling me this as a sailor? Luo Ji, his mother, as a woman who has a relationship with you, will definitely be executed. Garp's words made Luo Ji fall into a brief moment of thought. The expression of the One Piece also became serious. He took a few glances at the oil lamp in Garp's hand, looked up into Garp's eyes again, and spoke again. That's why I'm telling you. The words of Luo Ji made the middle-aged Garp couldn't help being surprised, his mouth opened slightly, not knowing what the other party wanted to do. Luo Ji did not pause, stood up slowly, the chain in his hand clanged, and continued to speak slowly. The government will definitely investigate my whereabouts this year, Find her and kill her. But the baby in the belly is innocent. Garp, our friendship is based on countless fights, you are as trustworthy as my companion. It's up to you to protect her. My child, please leave it to you. After the words fell, Luoji in the screen showed a bright smile to Garp. On the battlefield in Marineford, everyone who saw this scene immediately showed a dumbfounded expression. Luoji actually entrusted his son to Garp? Chapter 105. After seeing the picture displayed in the projection above the sky, everyone on the Marineford battlefield was stunned for a while. They did not doubt the authenticity of the picture. Because judging from the means used by rocks to restore the collapsed Marineford to its original state, the opponent's strength has even far exceeded the category of human beings. Although Rox has not said a word to the people below since he appeared on the stage. But everyone has no doubt that with the strength of the other party, there is no fabrication or fraud on this kind of video. Am I not mistaken? One Piece Luoji actually said that he would entrust his unborn child to Vice Admiral Garp. Isn't the son of the One Piece King Luoji the target of this public execution podcast? Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team? Could it be that Fire Fist Ace was raised by Vice Admiral Garp? Probably not. In the video just now, Vice Admiral Garp also expressed his position to Luoji, saying that he is a Marine. As a Marine, how could I help pirates raise their child? What's more, this child is the blood of Luoji, the most evil person in the world. That's right, I believe Vice Admiral Garp is absolutely impossible to agree to Luoji's request. After a brief shock, the Marine soldiers all expressed their belief that Garp would not agree to Luoji's unreasonable and unbelievable request. However, this is true of all starfish. Marine Marshal Sengoku and Naval Headquarters Staff Vice Admiral, these two old comrades who have fought side by side with Garp for many years, don't look too good at this moment. They looked up at the huge projection above the sky, feeling extremely heavy in their hearts. Sengoku and Tsuru are the few insiders about this incident. They all know that Ace was indeed raised by Garp. Therefore, they can naturally predict what will happen next on the projection video. Damn it, that guy from the underworld, why did you release this video? Could it be that his purpose is to ruin Garp's reputation? Sengoku muttered to himself, frowning. The picture on the huge projection in the air can not only be seen by the whole Marineford. Through the live broadcast of the video phone bug, the eyes of the whole world are gathering here at this moment. If the following picture is really as he expected, then this is undoubtedly a huge blow and destruction to Garp's Marine hero image. At that time, Garp will probably be labeled as colluding with pirates in the minds of people all over the world. Faced with such a situation, in fact, Sengoku didn't think about stopping the live broadcast directly. Since the appearance of the underworld, the situation on the Marineford battlefield has completely exceeded his control and expectations. Now this live broadcast to the whole world is no longer good for naval headquarters and world government. In this case, it is undoubtedly the most correct choice to suspend the live broadcast in time. However, although he thought so, there was no way to do it. Because, at this moment, the live video phone bug is not under Marine's control. I don't know when, the video phone bug responsible for the live broadcast fell into the hands of the fugitive from Impel Down the Clown Buggy. And beside Buggy the Clown, there are also a group of other fugitives from Impel Down. This makes it impossible for Sengoku to stop the live broadcast immediately even if he wants to. In desperation, Sengoku could only choose to continue to wait for what would happen next. On the other side, Ace, who was wearing sea stone handcuffs and half kneeling beside Sengoku, also raised his head and stared at the huge projection above the sky. He opened his mouth slightly, his face full of surprise and worry. Although Ace doesn't know what happened between Garp and Luoji that year, it is a fact that Garp adopted him. Knowing Garp's character, he can roughly guess what will happen next on the projection screen. And what Sengoku expected, Ace also expected. If the following scenes continue to be broadcast, it will definitely have a great impact on Mr. Garp's reputation. Damn it, does Mr. Garp have to be hurt because of me? At this time, Ace didn't have the heart to think why Rox did this. Anticipating what will happen next, he has fallen into deep self-blame. Since the public execution began to the present, such self-blame has appeared in his heart several times. Seeing the partners of the Whitebeard pirates making sacrifices in order to save themselves, seeing Luffy rushing towards him through numerous obstacles regardless of his own safety, seeing his father's desperate determination to risk his life before, and now seeing the downcast Garp and the projection screen in the air. Every scene on this battlefield makes Ace fall into deep self-blame again and again. If it wasn't for the persuasion of my father and my friends back then, and my insistence on catching Teach, none of these things would have happened. My partner died because of it, Luffy was injured because of it, my father was forced to die because of it, and now even Mr. Garp is about to lose his reputation because of me. Sure enough, it was a mistake to be born in this world with a demon blood like me. Ace cried out in pain in his heart. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he was completely powerless regarding the current situation. I can only watch helplessly as everything goes in the worst direction. Compared to Ace's self-blame, Luffy at this time didn't think too much like him. Luffy is still running towards the direction where Ace is, as if everything else on this battlefield has nothing to do with him. Of course, he also noticed Garp's situation. But with his current ability, he simply doesn't have so much energy to estimate so many things at the same time. Grandpa is very strong, so he should be fine. The top priority now is to rescue Ace first. Luffy thought so in his heart. The reason why he thinks this way is not because Garp is not as important as Ace in his heart. For Luffy, Garp, Ace, and the dead Sabo are all his relatives in this world. Each of these people is extremely important to him. Naturally, Luffy didn't want to see anything happen to Garp. However, in Luffy's mind and impression, his grandpa's strength can be said to be almost invincible. Although he doesn't know why Garp fell into the hands of the underworld, but he believes that it will be fine to partner with the other party for a while. So instead of getting entangled here, it's better to save Ace first. In order to save Ace, he has made countless efforts, but he must not stop here. When everyone on the battlefield was attracted by Rock's actions, only Luffy kept running towards Ace's direction. But even so, on this chaotic battlefield, it is still not an easy task to reach Ace's side. Amidst the different reactions of everyone on the battlefield, the images projected in the sky continued to play. "My child, please." Luoji grinned at Garp, his eyes full of firmness and confidence. It seems that he firmly believes that Garp will not refuse his request. In the picture, after hearing what Luoji said, the middle-aged Garp took a few steps back in surprise. The expression on the marine hero's face was somewhat surprised and embarrassed. He didn't speak immediately, but stared fixedly at Luoji's face, lost in thought. After a long silence, Garp nodded emphatically. And following his nod, the hearts of the marine soldiers on the Marineford battlefield suddenly thumped. Doesn't Garp's nod mean that the other party has agreed to help Luoji take care of his child? The marine soldiers who were still full of confidence in Garp suddenly became depressed. And the projection screen in the sky is still playing. It's just that the scene in that picture is no longer in Impel Down's prison, but switched to a small island. On this island, there are several groups of soldiers wearing marine uniforms and people from the world government running back and forth. Hurry up, gather all the pregnant women on this island and take them back for investigation. It is reported that One Piece King Gordy Luoji appeared on this island before he was arrested, and Luoji's wife and the child in his stomach are probably still here. 0. Seeking flowers. Everyone related to Luoji must be eradicated, let alone Luoji's children. We must not let this evil blood remain in this world. All pregnant women are subject to interrogation, even those with husbands. This is probably their disguise. After Luoji's wife and children are found, we will naturally send those people back safe and sound. On the originally peaceful South Blue Island, the calm was broken by the arrival of Marine and World Government. Many pregnant women were forcibly pulled from their homes by Marine and World Government agents. Behind them, there are still women's husbands struggling to stop and shouting. However, under the powerful force of the Marine and the World Government, their resistance would have no effect at all. In this way, pregnant women were forcibly taken away, and happy families were torn apart. And many of them were not sent back safely until the end. Because Marine checked all the pregnant women on the island, but still couldn't figure out who was the one with Luoji's blood. Therefore, with the style of killing 1,000 mistakes rather than letting one go, all pregnant women and newborns who gave birth within a few months after Luoji's execution were secretly disposed of. 00. And those pregnant women who still did not give birth within the estimated delivery period of Marine and World Government, escaped by luck and were released. This South Blue Island named Badalilla has thus regained its tranquility. It's just that some originally happy families have been broken. Several of the incident. 1 month later, on a stormy night, another Marine was welcomed to the island. It was Marine Vice Admiral, Garp. Taking advantage of the darkness, Garp came to a house in a remote corner of the island. In the house at this time, there was a woman who was giving birth with difficulty with the help of a midwife. Garp just silently guarded the outside of the room. I don't know how long it took, the sky outside the house dawned, and the wind and rain stopped. With the cry of a baby, the blood of One Piece Gordy Luoji was finally born into this world. Luoji told me before leaving that if it's a girl, call her N. If it's a boy, call him Ace. Potter Casti Rouge sat weakly on the bed, holding the newly born Ace in his arms, and said softly. Garp stood aside silently, not speaking. Under his silent gaze, Potter Casti Rouge, a great mother who, in order to protect her child, relied on perseverance to extend the childbirth period to 20 months. Finally died of exhaustion. And Garp, after burying Rouge, left the small island in South Blue with the newborn Ace. Seeing this, the expressions of everyone on the battlefield below involuntarily became dignified. At this moment, the Marine soldiers were all silent. They all know what it means if everything shown on the projection is true. Marine hero Garp concealed the news of the remaining blood of One Piece Gordy Luoji, and took him away to raise him. For Marine, this is undoubtedly a heinous crime. It is precisely because Garp concealed Ace's clues and news that so many pregnant women and newborn babies will suffer misfortune. Although Marine and the world government's approach in this matter is a bit cruel, but in order to prevent the hidden danger of One Piece's blood remaining in the world, there is actually nothing wrong with doing so. On the contrary, Garp, as the marine hero in the eyes of the world, colluded with the pirates, concealed such important information, and even helped Luoji raise his blood. Such behavior is no different from betraying Marine. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts. Could it be that the marine hero they have always respected is actually a marine traitor? Chapter 106. The atmosphere on the Marineford battlefield became extraordinarily heavy because of the images broadcast on the projection in the sky. Except for a few affectionate people, most of the people present did not expect that the son of One Piece Gordy Luoji was actually brought up by the marine hero Garp. Moreover, as a marine, Garp actually concealed this extremely important news from naval headquarters when he knew the whereabouts of the evil blood of One Piece. It is precisely because of Garp's concealment that naval headquarters and the world government cannot really determine who Luoji's wife and children are. Only then will so many innocent pregnant women and newborns end up in misfortune. It can be said that the deaths of these pregnant women and newborns were all caused by Garp to a certain extent. If Garp chose to directly inform Marine and the world government of Rouge's information after talking with Luoji, then they would have already killed the evil blood of Ace in the cradle. In this way, not only do not need to implicate those innocent pregnant women and newborns. Even today's extremely tragic summit war will never happen again. Thinking of this, there seemed to be some subtle changes in the way the marine soldiers below looked at Garp. In their eyes, the image of the marine hero who was originally admired by all of them seems to have begun to collapse little by little. Vice Admiral Garp actually adopted Luoji's child without telling Marine and the world's 497 government. In other words, Ace was actually raised by Vice Admiral Garp. No wonder the Straw Hat Luffy, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, kept saying that he is the younger brother of Fire Fist Ace. I still wonder if the two are not related by blood. Until now, I'm still a little bit overwhelmed. Is the picture projected on the sky really real? It should be. With the method of Pluton in the underworld, there is no need to cheat on this kind of thing. But, why did Pluton broadcast such a picture in public? Could it be that he has some grievances with Vice Admiral Garp, and wants to attack Vice Admiral Garp's reputation in this way? Also, I'm curious about who is Pluton's real identity. Why would he know these secrets between Vice Admiral Garp and Luoji, and be able to present them in a visual form? Alas, by now, the image of Vice Admiral Garp as a tall marine hero has completely collapsed. Yet, I didn't expect Marine Vice Admiral to collude with Luoji to do such a thing. Because of Vice Admiral Garp's actions, at least 100 pregnant women and newborns suffered misfortune, and more than 100 happy families were broken. Although the actions of Marine and world government back then were indeed too ruthless, when it comes to dealing with the criminal bloodline of One Piece, I would rather kill one than let one go by mistake. If it weren't for Vice Admiral Garp's withholding of this information, innocent pregnant women and newborn babies would never have suffered. After a brief silence, the marine soldiers on the Marineford battlefield began to whisper. Such a conversation, they did not dare to speak too loudly. But this can't hide the fact that they are already a little disappointed in Garp. The more dazzling a person's brilliance, the more people can't tolerate the stains on his body. The former Garp was an invincible marine hero in the eyes of everyone. The Valley of the Gods alone fought against the Rocks pirates and chased the One Piece King Gordy Luoji all over the world, which is full of legends. It is no exaggeration to say that many of the marine soldiers at the scene chose to join the marine because they heard about Garp's legendary heroic deeds. The former Garp was the object of admiration for all marine soldiers. But now, when everyone finds out that the other party actually concealed that Marine and the world government raised Luoji's child, Garp's status in their minds fell from the altar in an instant. In fact, if other people did such a thing, people might not be as hopeful as they are now. But this person has always been the marine hero in everyone's mind. Such a gap is unacceptable to everyone. Therefore, after watching the images projected in the sky, the marine soldiers in Marineford inevitably felt a lot of negative emotions. They even quietly labeled Garp as a marine traitor in their minds. Meanwhile, the Marines at Marineford are disappointed by Garp. Those people watching the live broadcast screens around the world also saw clearly the projection screen above the sky of Marineford through this live broadcast to the whole world. Marine hero Garp hides information about the bloodline of One Piece Luoji and raises him up. For these people, such news is undoubtedly like a blockbuster that ignites them instantly. For a time, people all over the world exploded. Hey, is it true or not? Fire Fist Ace, the son of One Piece Luoji, was raised by Vice Admiral Garp. The marine hero adopted the son of One Piece and protected the most evil bloodline in the world. That sounds too unbelievable. Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, would he really do such a thing? Marine and the world government spent a lot of effort to thoroughly search for people related to Luoji, especially his wife and children. Fire Fist Ace was able to survive such a search and grow up to this day, and now it seems that it is very likely that it is because of the help of Vice Admiral Garp. Otherwise, how could a newborn baby and a weak woman escape Marine's capture so easily? In response to this matter, the people in front of the live broadcast screens all over the world have sparked extremely heated discussions. They don't need to lower their voices like those Marine soldiers in Marineford, and they talk very enthusiastically. And among these people who mostly eat melons, there are also many people who are very angry at Garp's approach. I really never imagined that the person who concealed the news of One Piece's bloodline and raised Fire Fist Ace would be Vice Admiral Garp. Because of Vice Admiral Garp's actions, how many innocent pregnant women and newborns died that year? As a Marine hero, I don't believe that Vice Admiral Garp doesn't know how many innocent people he will hurt with this action. Even as Luoji said, the child in the womb is innocent, and Vice Admiral Garp protects Ace in order not to let an unborn child suffer, but those pregnant women and newborns who have suffered misfortune are not innocent, is it? Killing dozens or even hundreds of children in order to protect one child, is this really something a Marine can do? Could it be that because Vice Admiral Garp has some friendship with Luoji, can he watch other lives fall like this? This approach by Vice Admiral Garp is really chilling. Humph, my wife and children never came back because of the big manhunt that year. Before, I hated the world government all the time, but now it seems that Garp is the one who killed my wife and children, the real murderer. If he could have reported the truth to the Marine and world government, my wife and children would not have died. As the discussion continued, more and more people began to feel dissatisfied and angry with Garp's actions. There were even some victims of the year who stood up and expressed their hatred for Garp unabashedly. How much they admired the Marine hero Garp in the past, how much their hatred now is. Those newspaper reporters squatting in front of the live broadcast also began to edit out this huge news and send it back to the news publishing house as quickly as possible. It won't be long before the news about Marine hero Garp adopting the blood of One Piece will hit the headlines and spread around the world as fast as possible. A generation of Marine heroes will soon be reduced to an out-and-out Marine traitor among people all over the world. Marineford. Seeing the scene in front of him, Sengoku lowered his head and sighed helplessly. Isn't it possible to hide this matter in the end? As the Marine Admiral, Sengoku had noticed Ace 2 years ago when he galloped across the sea as a pirate supernova. After some investigation, the resourceful General Sengoku naturally guessed that Ace was Luoji's son. After discovering these, he also told his old comrade Garp the news. Then he discovered something was wrong with Garp. After repeated questioning by him and they finally knew the truth of the year. In this regard, Sengoku and Crane are also very helpless. They were naturally shocked and annoyed by Garp's actions. But since things have already happened, they have no way to save them. As Garp's old comrades in arms, Sengoku and Tsuru chose to keep this secret in their hearts. Because they don't want to see Garp punished for it. But now, the matter of that year is still unable to be concealed after all. On the other side, somewhere on the battlefield. Here, a group of Marine soldiers are lined up in a circle. Surrounded by them, there are 5 old men with weak breath. It was the 5 elders who were seriously injured by Redfield's Death Moon tribulation. At this time, with the help of the surrounding Marine soldiers and medical staff, they could barely sit on the ground and prop up their upper body. 5 scarred old men looked up at the sky with serious and angry expressions. They yelled angrily in feeble voices. Okay, so it turned out that the one who saved Luoji's bloodline back then was the old guy Garp. As I said earlier, Garp has no loyalty to the world government at all. Humph, if I hadn't seen that he still has a certain prestige and influence in naval headquarters, I would have wanted to get rid of this thorn a long time ago. Now that what Garp is doing is exposed, it's a great opportunity to get rid of him. However, all of this will wait until we can win the victory from the hands of the underworld. Let's talk. The 5 old men who symbolized the supreme power of the world government were in a state of embarrassment at the moment. The previous setback in the hands of Redfield made them truly realize the terrifying power of the underworld. It also made them understand that even if the 5 of them go out in person, even if the naval headquarters and the world government go all out, they are not opponents of the underworld. If this continues, there will be no hope for them in this war. I didn't expect that we would be forced to such a point. The power of 0.7 in the underworld is indeed far beyond our imagination. But it is precisely because of this that it is even more necessary to completely kill it here. Now we have no ability to stop the footsteps of the underworld. In that case, I can only trouble that lord to take action. Although the underworld has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, as long as that adult makes a move, no matter how strong the opponent is, there will be no more splashes. That lord is the strongest person who suppresses the entire world. The voices of 5 elders and others are still weak, but their voices sound very impassioned. As he spoke, one of the 5 elders slowly raised his hand and took out a small black phone bug from his pocket. In the eyes of several other 5 elders, he took the button on the top of the little phone bug solemnly. Blue blue blue. Immediately, there was a ringing sound from the phone bug. After the phone bug rang a few times, it was quickly connected. But on the other end of the phone bug, there was no sound, only endless silence. The 5 elders holding the phone bug took a deep breath before speaking in a deep voice. Master, I'm sorry to disturb your purity. Marineford may need your help. Chapter 107. There are only 2 black phone bugs in the hands of the 5 elders in this world. One is the one in front of you, which is jointly kept by 5 elders. And the other one is in the hands of Lord I'm in the palace among the flowers of Marie Joyce in the Holy Land. This is the only way for the 5 elders to contact I'm other than going to the Palace of Flowers to meet him in person. Of course, the 5 elders wouldn't dare to use this phone bug to contact I'm if it wasn't an urgent situation. Before using this black phone bug, at least half of the 5 elders must agree to it. Such a situation is extremely rare for the 5 elders who hold the highest power and force in the world. From the past to the present, the number of times this black phone bug has been used can be counted on one hand. But this time, in the face of the nearly invincible army of the underworld, the 5 elders resolutely chose to ask Lord I'm for support. Master I'm sorry to disturb your purity. Marineford, may need your help. 5 elders named Oyega held a black phone bug and said respectfully to the end of the phone bug. There seemed to be a bit of fear and caution in his tone. After his voice fell, the other end of the phone bug did not give an answer immediately. There was a silence like dead silence, and the foreheads of several 5 elders couldn't help but shed cold sweat. Gulu. The 5 elders, who were high and mighty in the eyes of others, were trembling at the moment, swallowed their saliva, and nervously waited for the answer from the phone bug. After a while, a deep voice finally came out of the phone bug's receiver. Understood 07. Those 3 simple words made the 5 elders shudder at the same time. After these 3 words came out, the black phone bug was hung up directly. Didn't say much to 5 elders at all. After hearing the reply, 5 elders and others also let out a long sigh of relief. Oyega carefully put the black phone bug back into his pocket, showing a relieved expression. Since Lord I'm has promised to fight in person, there will be no suspense in this war. Hearing his words, the other 5 elders also nodded non-committally. Although the strength of the underworld and that Pluton has indeed exceeded our imagination, as long as Mr. I'm goes out in person, then no one or any force in this world will be our opponent. That Lord is an existence that has suppressed this world for nearly 1,000 years. The world government has faced countless powerful enemies before, but in front of Lord I'm, these powerful enemies are nothing but jokes. This time will be no exception. Let the underworld, a legendary force that has just emerged, come to an end here. At the speed of Master Yumu, it may only take 5 minutes to rush here from Ma. Just wait another 5 minutes, and this farce will be completely over. Although the naval headquarters and the world government have been sluggish before this, after Lord I'm comes, the world will once again witness the absolute dominance of our world government. At that time, I really want to see, who is the face hidden under this pretentiously mysterious Pluton helmet. The 5 elders looked up at the figure in black armor above the sky, and said confidently and firmly. Meanwhile, the Red Continent. Holy Land Marie Joyce, here is the residence of celestial dragons, the base camp of world government. A secluded spot in Marie Joyce called Between the Flowers. This is a restricted area for everyone, except for 5 elders who are eligible to enter here. Other cadres of the world government, even celestial dragons have no right to set foot here. At this moment, in the originally extremely silent room of flowers, a figure suddenly soared into the sky from the palace among the flowers, and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. In just Setsuna's time, this figure flew out from among the flowers and disappeared into the sky of Marie Joyce. Other than the speed, it was impossible to see what that figure looked like. Even, above Marie Joyce, no one noticed the appearance and disappearance of this figure at all. And the direction it flew to at last is the direction where Naval Headquarters Marineford is located. Above the sky of Marineford, rocks waved again after the screen on the projection was finished. The huge projection screen just disappeared. The ability to project images was actually obtained by rocks through system rewards as early as 30 or 40 years ago. But it has never been of much use before. But this time, it had some good effects. When dealing with Garp and Rayleigh, who joined forces to encircle and suppress him in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, rocks naturally had no reason to let them go. Rather than simply killing them, it seems better to have Garp, the marine hero, ruined in an instant. Looking at the battlefield below, Rock's observation Haki has already heard the whispers of the people below. And similarly, the actions and conversations of 5 elders and others naturally could not escape his eyes and ears. Oh? 5 elders, is this a rescue? Is I'm the king of the world who is said to be above the 5 elders? Things seem to be starting to get interesting. After learning that 5 elders had moved out of I'm, the rescuer, Rox also murmured to himself with great interest. As a time traveler, he is naturally no stranger to the name I'm. However, in fact, his understanding of I'm is limited to this name and title. For other information about the opponent, Rox is completely ignorant. What is the opponent's appearance, what is his ability, how strong is his strength? These are all unknown in Rox's memory. And facing such an unknown and powerful guy, Rox is still very interested. He didn't mind coming to meet the biggest boss in the pirate world in person. Is the king of the world. That is to say, as long as it is defeated, the world will completely surrender under my feet. This coincides with my plan. Since Im's doing it himself, it saves me another trip to Marie Joyce. Rox thought so in his heart. Then he took another look at Garp and Rayleigh floating beside him. At this time, Rayleigh also woke up slowly, looking at everything around him in a daze. Obviously, the right wrist of the One Piece King is still a little unclear at the moment. As for Garp, he lowered his head with a livid face, not knowing what he was thinking. But there is no doubt that the former marine hero could clearly hear the doubts and discussions of the marine soldiers below. Rox looked at the downcast appearance of the two old men, then turned his gaze again and landed on Whitebeard on the battlefield below. You three old fellows who have fought side by side, let the three of you reunite before the final battle begins. Thinking in his mind, Rox flicked a finger lightly. The next moment, the strange energy wrapped around the bodies of Garp and Rayleigh silently, and fell towards the position where Whitebeard was at the bottom. Under the coercion of powerful supernatural energy, Garp and Rayleigh fell extremely fast. The figures of these two people, like two falling meteors, flashed across the sky in an instant, and slammed towards Whitebeard's position fiercely. At this time, Garp and Rayleigh still haven't regained their ability to move. If they fall from the high altitude with such momentum, the impact they will receive will undoubtedly be extremely huge. Without any defensive and protective measures, even strong men like Garp and Rayleigh would definitely fall into a body covered in bruises. Even if they were broken all over, it would not be uncommon. And Whitebeard on the battlefield below, his arms have been crippled in previous battles. His own physical strength was also basically exhausted due to the previous fruit ability. Facing Garp and Rayleigh who were falling rapidly from the sky, he had no time to dodge or block them. Seeing, the bodies of Garp and Rayleigh were about to hit him with a terrifying impact. If he was hit just like that, it would be no less than another heavy blow to Whitebeard. This seemingly understated move by Rox made Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh feel a huge threat in an instant. On the battlefield below, everyone was shocked when they saw such a scene. No, Vice Admiral Garp and Rayleigh got dropped by that Pluton. Looking at the direction that Vice Admiral Garp and Rayleigh are falling, it looks like they're going to hit Whitebeard. If left alone, Vice Admiral Garp, Whitebeard, and Rayleigh could all be hit hard. Shouldn't this be Pluton from the underworld attacking them? But why would he do it? Now is not the time to worry about this, you have to find a way to save Vice Admiral Garp. Although Vice Admiral Garp has done some things to betray naval headquarters, under the current circumstances, it is better to save them first. As for the betrayal of Marine, let's wait until the end of this war to deal with it. The Marine soldiers on the battlefield looked at the two figures falling rapidly from the sky, and said anxiously. Many of them were running towards where the two fell, trying to get each other out before Garp was seriously injured. Although due to the previous projection content, the soldiers of the army have been disappointed with the marine hero Garp. But that doesn't mean they'll just leave each other alone. After this war is over, naval headquarters and the world government will naturally give Garp the punishment it deserves. For a moment, several groups of marine soldiers were running towards Whitebeard's position. Of course, it wasn't just marine, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also gathered anxiously towards Whitebeard. No, that guy Pluton is trying to throw Garp and Rayleigh right on top of Dad. Dad was already seriously injured. The physical strength of 290 is almost exhausted. If it is hit, the injury will definitely become more serious. No, I can't let Dad get hurt again. Since we have no way out, at least we must protect Dad before we are completely desperate. Stop Garp and Rayleigh for Papa. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also kept rushing out with shouts. All of a sudden, on the battlefield of Marineford, a large group of marine soldiers and pirates were gathering towards Whitebeard's position. They both wanted to stop Garp and Rayleigh before they went down. However, when these people had just rushed to the distance of 100 meters from the fallen bodies of Garp and Rayleigh, they felt an incomparably terrifying and irresistible shock coming towards them. This kind of impact is simply not something they can resist. In just a moment, all the marines and pirates who wanted to stop Garp and Rayleigh in advance were all sent flying backwards by the impact. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Rock's blow was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The impact of Garp and Rayleigh falling alone is enough to knock back all the strong with ease. If these two people were really allowed to fall on Whitebeard, I am afraid that these three old men would be blasted to pieces in an instant. Oops. Not good. Vice Admiral Garp. Daddy. Everyone who realized the seriousness of the matter suddenly shouted. However, in the face of such a terrifying impact, they have absolutely no way to stop it. Could it be that we can only watch the tragedy happen? Could it be that Garp, Rayleigh, and Whitebeard, the three former legendary powerhouses, are about to end in this way? In the sight of everyone's unbearable and worried eyes. All of a sudden, Garp and Rayleigh's rapidly falling figures stopped suddenly and were frozen in midair. The surrounding noises and shouts also stopped abruptly, and everyone's movements stopped. The wind stopped flowing, and the ripples of the sea were still. It was as if the whole world was suddenly pressed the pause button. And between this piece of heaven and earth, above the high sky of Marineford, there is a ghostly figure quietly appearing. Chapter 108. When that ghostly figure appeared, the entire Marineford seemed to be paused. Everyone's actions were frozen in place, even Garp and Rayleigh, who were still falling rapidly, were frozen in the air. However, although the bodies and movements were frozen, everyone's consciousness remained awake. They were also the first to notice the ghostly figure that suddenly appeared above the sky. It was a thin young man in black clothes and a black robe. The man's face was as thin as his figure, with an unhealthy pallor. But the aura emanating from his body is incomparably turbulent and powerful. This kind of aura made everyone present feel tense. However, they couldn't speak in the frozen state, so they could only sigh a few words silently in their hearts. Another terrifying powerhouse. This is the common thought in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield below. And above that high altitude, Rox looked at the thin young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, with a slightly invisible arc raised at the corner of his mouth. Is that right? It came a little faster than I thought. Rox spoke softly. Although the entire Marineford felt as if the pause button had been pressed, he alone was not affected at all. Although he doesn't know exactly what method I'm used to achieve the effect of time suspension, but such a method is naturally helpful for him, a strong man with 6 black hole units of supernatural energy. Less than any effect. Today's Rox has truly surpassed the entire world of One Piece. Even, when the supernatural energy value exceeds 5 black hole units, and the nebula body's skills are unlocked, his life level has completely surpassed the limit of the world of One Piece. Therefore, no matter what means, it is useless for Rox. Seeing that Rox has not been affected in any way, he can still act at will. A trace of surprise flashed across the face of the thin young Im. With a gloomy face, he stared at Rox in front of him with cold eyes, and said slowly. You're the Pluton from the underworld, aren't you? I can't be affected by my static fruit ability, so it's no wonder that the 5 old men have nothing to do with you. As he spoke, Im raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Immediately, Marineford, who had been pressed the pause button, moved again. In midair, the bodies of Garp and Rayleigh continued to plummet towards Whitebeard's position, and everyone on the battlefield resumed their actions. Whitebeard, who was physically exhausted and his arms were crippled, had no way to dodge or stop the two of Garp and Rayleigh who were falling rapidly. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 bodies that seemed to be transformed into cannonballs struck with a terrifying impact. The next moment, under the anxious eyes of the marine soldiers and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, the bodies of Garp and Rayleigh slammed into Whitebeard's huge body with an unstoppable momentum. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! During Setsuna, a deafening sound erupted from where Whitebeard was. A huge pothole also appeared in place in response. The strong shock wave scattered away from the pothole as the center, shaking the surrounding people untenable. After the impact stopped, the crowd gathered towards the pothole. Then they saw that at the bottom of the huge pothole, the 3 extremely powerful old men, Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh, were lying motionless on the ground at this moment, with blood dripping from their bodies, and their breath was extremely weak. Obviously, they have suffered extremely serious injuries. Such injuries were even enough to threaten the lives of the 3 of them. But the strange thing is that even under such severe injuries, the consciousness of the 3 of them still remained awake, and they did not pass out. This situation is the same as the previous 5 elders lost to Ladefield. Although he was seriously injured and endangered, he did not lose consciousness, and he still had a sense of everything in the outside world. Everyone who saw this scene was horrified. Daddy! Vice Admiral Garp! Damn Pluton, how can you do such a ruthless hand? Unexpectedly, Whitebeard, Vice Admiral Garp and Rayleigh have no chance to resist in front of Pluton. What kind of terrifying power has this Pluton in the underworld reached? Who is that black-robed young man who suddenly appeared? He also looks very strong. He dared to stand in front of Pluton. Could it be that this is another hidden superpower? The method he used to lock us all in before was really too scary. If he wanted to kill us just now, we wouldn't even be able to resist, we could only stand there and watch helplessly. However, Pluton does not seem to be affected and can still act as he pleases. It seems that the battle on this battlefield is about to turn into a battle between Pluton and that emaciated young man. www. The marine soldiers and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were giving emergency treatment to Garp, Whitebeard, Rayleigh and others, while looking up at the 2 figures confronting each other in the sky, they discussed worriedly. On the other side, 5 elders and others, who were equally sluggish, were extremely excited at the moment. They braced their extremely weak bodies and knelt down to the figure of the thin young man above the sky. Meet Lord Im. 5 elders and the others yelled loudly as if using all their strength. Although their voices were still weak, they were heard by many people on the battlefield. For a while, everyone was surprised. How is this going? What is the identity of that mysterious young man, who actually caused 5 elders and others to bow down to him? You must know that the 5 elders are the highest authority in the world government. Is there anyone in this world who can make them bow down? Listening to the shouts of the 5 elders, they seem to be calling that man Lord Im. Master Im. Who is it? IMM, the name seems familiar. All the people on the battlefield, whether they were marines or pirates, became curious about Im's identity because of this move by 5 elders. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. I remembered. No wonder the name Im sounds familiar to me. If I remember correctly, in the historical records about the world government, the first person in power of the world government is called Im. That should all go back to 800 or 900 years ago. At that time, the world government hadn't set up the post of 5 elders, and all the power was in the hands of Im alone. Could it be that, the Im in the sky is the same person as the Im recorded in the history books? Only in this way can we explain why 5 elders and others kneel down and salute this young man. But, the name Im, existed 800 or 900 years ago. How could someone from 800 or 900 years ago appear here? This is too crazy. After learning of Im's identity, everyone fell into an undeniable shock. This kind of shock is no less than the shock when they saw Rox play before. After all, for a character from 800 or 900 years ago to suddenly appear in front of his eyes, it is really unbelievable. At this time, everyone on the battlefield had stopped fighting with each other. Under such a powerful enemy, everyone knew that the battle between them was meaningless. The final direction of this war will be determined by those 2 figures in the sky. Therefore, everyone has ceased fighting and does not intend to waste excess energy and cause unnecessary sacrifices. Everyone on the battlefield is waiting for the confrontation between Rox and Im. Above the sky, Im in black robes stands against Rox in black armor. On Im's face, there was a somewhat cold and disdainful expression. He looked at Rox in front of him, and spoke again. I'm a little curious, who is your real identity? In this world, there are already many guys who can make me feel interesting. Even Rox, the overlord of the sea for decades, is not strong enough to require me to do it myself. Your appearance really surprised me. And I'm very surprised, why a strong man like you didn't make any movement before this. Im said unhurriedly. Although facing Rox, he can feel the opponent's strength. This kind of strength has indeed reached the point where he needs to take action. There is really no way to deal with the other party relying on the guys under his hands alone. But Im is also very confident about his own strength. He didn't think there was a stronger opponent than him in this world. He is the king of this world, the absolute ruler of this sea. The power he possesses is the most powerful in the world. Therefore, Im has absolute confidence. He looked at Rox in front of him, as if he didn't intend to do it himself first. There was an arrogant sneer on the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly. Well, I'll give you a chance to attack me. Show out your real strength, let me see if you can give me the boring time of hundreds of years. City. Between the words, it is clearly the time of arrogance. After hearing what he said, Rox's expression under the mask did not show any waves. He was still calm and composed, neither sad nor happy. Im's provocation is completely like a clown in his eyes. I thought you would be an interesting opponent. I didn't expect that in the end, he was just an arrogant person who lost himself because of his strength. After a while, Rox said softly. You like this? It's not worth my shot. As he said that, Rox, who was floating in the air, turned around and flew away in another direction. Seeing this, Im couldn't help becoming angry. What a guts! How dare you be so defiant in front of me, Lord Im? I think you are looking for death. If that's the case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Im roared and slowly raised his hand. On his right palm, a long spear condensed from raging lightning suddenly appeared. And above the thunder and lightning spear, it actually contained blazing flames and biting, Qian Wang's, ice at the same time. Of course, there is also the terrifying armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki entanglements. Originally, I wanted to give you a chance to attack me, but since you intend to seek death, then I will let you do it. I am the king of the world who gathers all the abilities of devil fruit in one body, and I am the supreme and only true god in this world. This god's spear of punishment will destroy you and your underworld. I will let the world know who is the real master of this world. An unhealthy dark red appeared on Im's pale and thin face. The moment he unleashed the god's spear of retribution, his entire aura seemed to have changed. At this moment, he is not like the god he said in his mouth at all. Rather, it looks more like a demon crawling out of hell. The god's punishment spear, which combines the 3 elements of lightning, flame, and ice, was thrown by him in the direction where Rox left. Where the spear passed, the space was torn apart, revealing a long black hole trail. The power of this blow is extraordinary. It even carries a strong breath of destruction and death. Seeing such an attack, the people below had no doubt that if the shot fell on Marineford, the island would be wiped out in an instant. However, facing such an attack, Rox turned and left without even looking back. He also didn't take any defensive or evasive measures, just let that god's gun of punishment hit him fiercely. Chapter 109. In the midst of everyone's gaze, above the sky of Marineford, the god's spear of retribution thrown by Im stabbed fiercely in the direction where Rox left. At this moment, Rox had his back completely turned to the other party. Even though he felt the horrible destruction and death breath on the god's punishment spear, he still had no intention of avoiding or resisting. He just continued to fly in another direction without looking back, letting the god's punishment spear that fused the 3 elements of thunder, flame, and ice stab at him. When the people below saw this scene, they all showed somewhat puzzled expressions on their faces. Is this Pluton crazy? Doesn't he want to hide or defend at all? Could it be that he intends to resist Lord Im's blow so hard? On that long spear, not only does it contain the terrifying power of thunder, but it also contains blazing flames and biting ice, and it also contains extremely powerful armament haki and observation haki. The power of this blow is definitely countless times stronger than the attack that the 5 elders and the others used together. Look at where the spear passed, even the space is torn apart. If such an attack had fallen on Marineford beneath our feet, the island would have been wiped out in an instant. In the face of such an attack, that Pluton in the underworld didn't dodge, and even kept his back on it. Could it be that he has absolute confidence in his own strength, confident that Im's attack can't hurt him at all? However, no matter how strong Pluton is, as a legendary figure hundreds of years ago, I must not be weak if he can survive to this day. How do I feel that Pluton is likely to suffer a lot because of his arrogance? At this moment, no matter whether it is marine or pirates, after seeing the actions of Rox and his gang ignoring Im's attack, they all feel that the other party is a little too big. Even if they had previously seen the way Rox frivolously restored the collapsing Marineford to its original state. But in their view, Im, as a legendary figure who was already famous in the world 800 or 900 years ago, has survived to the present without the limitation of 193 time and lifespan. Extraordinary means. Maybe, the opponent's strength has already posed a threat to Turks. But Rox entrusted Yamato to underestimate the enemy, maybe he will suffer a big loss because of this, and even lose in the hands of Im. On the faces of 5 elders and others, cold smiles full of murderous intent appeared. They looked coldly at the god's gun of retribution approaching Rox in the sky, as if they were already winning. Humph, I thought this Pluton in the underworld would be difficult to deal with, but it turned out to be just a guy looking for his own death. In the face of Lord Im's god's punishment spear, he dared to make such a big deal, it really is too long. Lord Im's spear of punishment is powerful enough to destroy several or even dozens of islands in an instant. Even if Pluton's strength is indeed much stronger than ours, it is absolutely impossible to block Lord Im. This blow. What's more, that Pluton doesn't even use any defensive means. If he is directly hit by Lord Im's god's punishment spear, he will definitely be blasted into nothingness. Hehe, it's a pity, it seems that we have no time to see the true face of this mysterious Pluton. Said the breathless 5 elders in weak but excited voices. It seems that in their eyes, they have even seen the scene of Rox being blasted into nothingness by God's punishment gun. At the same time, under everyone's gaze, the God's punishment spear above the sky is stabbing towards Rox at an extremely fast speed. Just in the blink of an eye the long spear containing elements of thunder, flame, and ice came to a position less than 10 centimeters away from Rox's back. It only takes another 1,000th of a second, and this divine punishment spear can penetrate Rox's entire body. The terrifying power implied by the spear will also suddenly burst out, tearing and crushing Rox's entire body, until it is, reduced to powder. Under such circumstances, Rox still did not take any action. And the members of the underworld, Golden Lion, Kaido, and Redfield, did not show anxious expressions. They will not act rashly until they get orders from Rox. The powerhouses of the underworld just stayed in the distance quietly, looking at the sky calmly. After God's punishment spear came to a position less than 10 centimeters away from Rox's back, it suddenly and strangely stopped. It was as if in front of it, there was an invisible wall blocking its progress. However, the God's punishment spear that hit the wall did not burst out with any power. The raging thunder, blazing flames, and piercing ice on it were constantly weakening. In just an instant, the thunder disappeared, the flames went out, and the ice melted. Even the armament haki and conqueror's haki entwined on the God's gun of retaliation disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, the entire God's gun of retaliation turned into nothingness, without causing any damage to Rox or the surrounding space at all, as if it had never existed. How so? Seeing this scene, Rao Im couldn't help being surprised. He is very aware of the power of his blow just now, and has absolute confidence in his own strength. However, he never expected that his attack would be neutralized so easily by Rox. He didn't even see the opponent make a move. It's the strange energy contained in him. That energy gives me the feeling that it is even vaster than the sea. Just now, my God's punishment spear hit the strange energy surrounding it, and it was completely swallowed up. What kind of ability is this energy? Why have I never seen it before? After a brief shock, Im also began to analyze calmly. He could feel that his God's punishment spear had collided with a strange energy before and was swallowed up. And this strange energy emanates from Rox. Im didn't know what the energy was. But he can be sure that this is not the ability of Devil Fruit. Because, he himself is a full fruit ability user. The so-called all-fruit ability user refers to all the Devil Fruit abilities in this world, whether they have appeared or never appeared before, he has them all. This is the power that Im obtained from sacrificing his soul to the sea demon more than 800 years ago. It was also by virtue of this power that Im gained eternal lifespan and invincible strength. This allowed him to sit firmly on the throne of the king of the world, and also allowed the rule of the world government to continue for more than 800 years and still stand firm. But now, Im began to feel a little threat. The guy in black armor and black helmet in front of him actually possessed abilities that he didn't even know about. The existence of rocks seems to have threatened his long-standing status as the king of the world. With a flash of Im's figure, he came from behind rocks to the front of rocks in an instant. He looked at rocks and spoke coldly. It seems that I underestimated you. Your strength may indeed pose a threat to me. The underworld you created can indeed be said to be the most difficult enemy the world government has ever encountered. However, the dominance of the world government for more than 800 years is not so easily shaken. And you will definitely not be my opponent. After the words fell, Im's figure moved again. This time, he rushed directly towards Rock's position. And above his hands, various elements and energies are constantly emerging. Those elements and energies contain various abilities of Logia Devil Fruit and Paramecia Devil Fruit. These abilities that were impossible to appear together in the first place are now perfectly integrated in Im's hands. This is the move that he spent more than 800 years researching and combining all Devil Fruit's abilities together. Likewise, this is the strongest blow Im has. After seeing the strength of rocks, this time Im has no intention of holding back anything. Only by blatantly attacking the opponent quickly and thoroughly can he consolidate his prestige in front of the world. Im didn't want to waste any time. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of rocks. And on his palms, the light cluster that fused the abilities of countless devil fruits has also been fully formed. After shining through all kinds of colorful Madara colors, the light group finally showed a rich black. This black light group is very different from dark fruit's ability. The terrifying aura contained in it is more than hundreds of times stronger than the previous god's punishment spear. This is the strongest attack of Im, the king of the world who has lived for nearly 1,000 years. Die! Im roared, and slapped rocks in the middle with both palms in a double-teaming manner from the left and right sides. In his eyes, there was also a strong killing intent. For the existence that threatens himself and the world government, he must mercilessly completely obliterate it. Although there are still many secrets hidden in rocks, Im has no interest in knowing. There is only one thing on his mind right now, which is to completely wipe out this Pluton in front of him and his underworld. While roaring, a blow that combined the abilities of countless devil fruits shot towards rocks. And the next moment, Risheng's helpless sigh sounded in Im's ear. Oh, what a stalker! Since this is the case, let me let you feel what true despair is. Faced with Im's strongest blow, Rocks sighed, then gently raised one hand and waved at Jian in front of him. It was just such a light wave, but it made Im feel unprecedented fear in Setsuna. An energy vaster than the sea and the universe moves toward. He hit suddenly. Under the deterrence of this energy, the black light clusters on his palms disappeared without any warning. Im suddenly felt that he had lost control of all his power and abilities. No matter how hard he tried, he would no longer be able to mobilize any trace of power in his body. Then, the supernatural energy that was so thick that it was almost materialized directly hit Im's body, and slammed his body down towards Marineford below. In this regard, Im has no ability to resist. He felt like his entire body was frozen, unable to move at all, let alone resist. Just like that, in the astonished sight of everyone on the Marineford battlefield, it turned into a black trajectory and slammed into a deserted place in Marineford from high above. Noodle. Boom. With a bang, Im's body directly smashed into the ground, piercing through the entire Marineford, and then sank into the endless deep sea. On the ground of Marineford, a bottomless human-shaped pothole also appeared. Such a sudden change caused the battlefield to fall into a deathly silence again. The complexions of 5 elders and others were even paler. In their minds, Lord Im, who was absolutely invincible, had no power to resist in front of rocks, so he was defeated like this? For a while, they couldn't even accept such a fact. Holding their last hope, they waited for Im to climb out of that pothole. However, after everyone waited for a long time, there was still no movement from the bottomless pit. This also caused a thought to emerge in the hearts of everyone. Could it be that Im just died like this? Chapter 110. On the battlefield of Marineford, there was no sound. Since the beginning of this war, they have suffered too many unprecedented shocks. Especially after the army of the underworld appeared, everyone's worldview was refreshed again and again. First, Kaido unilaterally crushed Whitebeard, and his strength far exceeded what everyone knew about him in the past. Then the 5 elders played together against the lonely Red Ladefield city. With the help of the Ujimaran team, the opponent easily killed the 5 elders at the same time. Immediately afterwards, all the powerhouses from the underworld mobilized and completely crushed all the forces on the battlefield. And it was precisely this desperate situation that made the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, have to resort to the trick of dying together, desperately trying to give the other members of the Whitebeard pirates a chance to retreat. However, just when everyone thought that Marineford was going to be completely destroyed in Whitebeard's hands, completely collapsed and sank into the sea. The most mysterious guy, Pluton of the underworld, appeared. As soon as Pluton appeared, he restored Marineford, which was about to collapse, to its original state with an invincible posture and means far beyond everyone's imagination. Then, under the eyes of everyone in the whole world, the other party revealed the shocking secret of why Ace was able to escape the pursuit of Marine in the world, making the marine hero Garp gradually become a marine traitor and bear the infamy. Afterwards, Pluton made a bold move, seriously injuring Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh in an understatement. Such horrible injuries, even with the strong strength and monster physique of Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh, if they are not treated in time, they will definitely face the threat of death. That is, when the underworld had unilaterally crushed all the forces on the Marineford battlefield, this legendary figure beyond everyone's expectations appeared. That is the man who became the king of the world more than 800 years ago. Im's appearance surprised everyone except 5 elders. It is impossible for everyone to imagine that the legend that existed more than 800 years ago is still alive. And just when everyone thought that with Im's ability and strength, there might be a chance to rival Pluton, to threaten the actions of the underworld, and to reverse this appalling situation. However, Pluton was invincible again, just waved his hand lightly, and shot Im into the bottom of the sea. Life and death were unpredictable. From the beginning to the present, this war has not actually passed too long. Maybe not even an hour. However, too many things have happened on this battlefield that many people have never dared to imagine before. The degree of shock brought to everyone by this war can no longer be described in words. At this moment, on the battlefield of Marineford, there was a complete silence. Before that, everyone had already made too many surprised voices and remarks. And now, they already feel a little numb. Looking at the volleying figure in the sky, everyone couldn't help but think of words such as invincible, monster, pervert, inhuman, god and so on. Obviously Rox didn't have any aura overflowing from him, but everyone present felt a deep fear of him. On the ground of Marineford, Im was photographed falling into the bottomless pit in the deep sea, and there was no movement for a long time. This made everyone wonder, could it be said that Im, the king of the world, just died under the attack of Rox, and his body sank to the bottom of the sea? If this is the case, then there is no need for this war to continue. With so many people present, it is impossible for anyone to be an opponent of the underworld. Even 3 Admiral, Sengoku, Shanks, and Beckman, the most powerful men above the sea, could not see any hope for this war after seeing the invincible power of Rox. Today, in addition to being afraid of Rox, they are more curious about each other's true identity. They wanted to know what Pluton's face looked like hidden under the black helmet. Who is Pluton's true identity? Why before this, there has never been any trace or news of Pluton on this sky sea. For a strong man like the other party, there is no need to keep such a low profile for so many years. With Pluton's strength, even if he does not develop the underworld, does not rely on the power of the underworld, he is already the most terrifying existence in this world just by himself. But why in the past so many years, the other party has not moved at all? It wasn't until the emergence of the underworld recently that Pluton really entered the public's field of vision. The other party has not had any news or action for so many years, but suddenly created an underworld, and it has developed and grown in a short period of time. Now it also intervenes in the formation of Marineford and declares war on everyone on the battlefield. What is the purpose of Pluton doing this? Regarding these, everyone's hearts are full of curiosity and doubts. And just when these thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, a howling wind suddenly came from the pit where Niam fell into the deep sea. It was as if something was about to fly out of the deep hole. This kind of movement made everyone's spirits unbearable. Could it be that I'm not dead yet? Could it be that the opponent still has the power to fight Pluton? The people on the Marineford battlefield instantly shifted their gazes to the mouth of the deep pit, waiting for the figure flying out of the pit. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, there were indeed 10 figures rushing out of the pothole in an instant. By the way, it also brought a burst of water straight into the sky. When the water flow fell, that figure also stopped in midair. Only then did everyone see clearly that the figure was indeed Im, who was photographed by Rox into the deep sea earlier. However, Im's state at this time is not as powerful as everyone thinks that he can fight with Rox. At this time, Im was covered in blood, a black robe was in tatters. On his body, there were many horrible injuries, as if his entire body had been crushed. As for Im's already pale face, there is not even a trace of blood on it now. The breath of the king of the world was extremely sluggish, his eyes were white, and he was panting intermittently, as if he might pass away without being able to catch his breath at any time. Such a tragic situation made everyone present couldn't help but look sideways. Only then did they understand that the reason why Im's body was able to fly up from the deep sea was not because the opponent resisted Rox's attack and flew up to fight him again. It's because Im's body was completely pulled up by Rox's power. The current situation of the king of the world is much worse than that of Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh. And in the same way, although he has become the ghost he is now, his consciousness is already awake. In Im's white eyes, the eyeballs are still rolling from time to time. Obviously, like the seriously injured Whitebeard and others, he still retains the last trace of consciousness. Everyone who noticed Im's state became puzzled again. Because they found a problem. That is, those strong men who were defeated in the hands of the underworld, it seems that no matter how they were injured, they did not lose consciousness and remained awake. So did the 5 elders, who lost to Redfield, Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh, who were badly injured. Now even I'm, who was beaten up like this, is the same. If once or twice is a coincidence, then 3 or 4 times must be intentional by the underworld. Everyone on the battlefield believed that if the powerhouses of the underworld were really ruthless, even 5 elders, Whitebeard, and others would definitely die here. But the underworld didn't do this. After seriously injuring them, they also retained a little consciousness for them. Such an approach made everyone very puzzled. Everyone knows that on the battlefield, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. The underworld clearly had every reason to kill 5 elders, Whitebeard, and others easily, but they all gave them a sigh of relief. Everyone was very curious as to why the underworld was doing this. Although they were puzzled, they were not so naive as to think that the underworld did this entirely because of mercy. With the style of the underworld, it doesn't look like a kind-hearted master. The other party will do this, it must be because they still have some purpose and plan. You say, what is the purpose of the underworld? Since the power of the underworld appeared until now, there seems to be no reasonable explanation for what the other party has done. If it is said that the purpose of the underworld is to become famous, then his goal has already been achieved. If the underworld is to replace the world government as the most powerful force in the world, then there is no need for them to keep the lives of 5 elders, I'm and others. 0. Seeking flowers. The behavior and purpose of the underworld are really unpredictable. Why do I have a feeling that the underworld will keep 5 elders and Whitebeard alive? Seems to want each other to witness something together. I also have this feeling. I'm afraid the world will be shaken by it in the future. What shall we do next? Then who is the real identity behind Pluton's mask? After M's figure floated back into the air, there were whispers again on the Marineford battlefield. The war on the battlefield has long since stopped. Whether it's the Marine soldiers or the pirate camp, they all know that under the current situation, fighting has no meaning. It's better to stop and wait quietly for what will happen next. As for the warriors of the underworld, they have also stopped their actions after Rox appeared. None of them will act rashly until they get the next order from Rox. High above the sky, Rox, who was wearing black armor and a black helmet, glanced around indifferently. The following situation. He could clearly feel the dignified atmosphere on the battlefield below, as well as everyone's curiosity about the underworld and their true identity. Point 0. Feeling this, Rox muttered something to himself. Looks like, it's time to show my true colors to the world. This performance for the whole world is finally going to a real climax. As he spoke, Rox raised his hand and gently hooked his fingers towards the battlefield below. The next moment, a mighty supernatural energy dragged the collapsed 5 elders, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, and others into the air. These severely wounded and dispirited legends all floated in front of Rox with him. Seeing this scene, the people below were surprised again. Look, 5 elders, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, and M are all brought to Pluton's door. What is Pluton trying to do? Does he want to kill all these people in one go? It shouldn't be. If you want to kill them, you have already killed them when you defeated them before. There is no need to wait until now. Then why did Pluton do this? Have you noticed that all the targets of Pluton seem to be strong players from the previous era? Obviously 3 Admiral, Shanks, and Beckman are not bad in strength, but the underworld didn't make any moves against them, who are relatively young and strong. What do you say? Why is this? Could it be that Pluton is actually a strong man of the same era as Vice Admiral Garp and Whitebeard? And what kind of grievances do they have with them? It seems that this is the only way to explain the other party's behavior. So I'm really curious, who is Pluton's real identity? Everyone looked at the situation above the sky and kept guessing. They didn't want to prevent what happened next. Because they know that with their strength, there is nothing they can do. The only thing they can do is to watch all this quietly. At the same time, the army of the underworld. After seeing Rock's actions, Golden Lion, Kaido, Auntie, and others all showed a bit of excitement on their faces. It looks like the captain is planning to reveal his true identity to the world. Is the captain finally going to take off his visor? Next, it's time to announce to the world the return of the former maritime overlord. After 36 years, the Great Sea Overlord, Captain Rox, is finally coming back as king. I believe that because of the return of the captain, the whole world will set off an unprecedented storm. Golden Lion and the others looked excited. They stared intently at the figure above the sky, and even trembled with excitement. Because they know, next. It's the real return of the king. 2nd. Chapter 111. The mood of Golden Lion, Kaido and Big Mom can be described as extremely excited. The 3 of them were members of the Rox Pirates. Even though the Rox Pirates had been disbanded for 36 years, their loyalty to Rox has never changed. Since knowing that Rox is still alive, Golden Lion and others have been looking forward to the day when their captain will reappear. The former Rox was the invincible overlord of the sea. The Rox Pirates at that time were extremely powerful. Even the world government is extremely afraid of it. The Rox Pirates robbed the heavenly gold dedicated to the celestial dragons again and again, but the celestial dragons were helpless about it. Back then, the Rocks pirates were the unparalleled existence in this sea. If it weren't for the fact that Marine and the Luoji pirates teamed up to design the frame, plus Whitebeard's cold-blooded betrayal, then the later One Piece absolutely nothing Luoji has anything to do. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, and others who lost the captain were extremely remorseful and frustrated. In their minds, Rocks is the most powerful and greatest existence in the world. Rocks' death was a big blow to them. But they, who had been taught by Rocks, did not lose their fighting spirit because of each other's death. After that, although the Rocks pirates were disbanded, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom and others also established their own pirates. But they 367 never forgot that their captain is Rocks. They have been thinking about revenge for Captain Rocks. The most powerful Golden Lion at that time established the Flying Pirates, and repeatedly troubled the Luoji pirates and naval headquarters, and even pushed the Luoji pirates into desperation several times. In the Battle of Atwal, he almost wiped out the Luoji pirates. It's a pity that the sudden storm not only helped Luoji and others escape, but also caused heavy casualties to the Flying Pirates. Because of this battle, Golden Lion was stuck in the head by the rudder, and his strength has been greatly reduced since then. But even so, he never gave up the idea of revenge for Rocks. After successfully escaping from Impel Down, Golden Lion knew that with his weakened strength, he definitely could not single-handedly avenge Rocks. So he hid on the island of the Strong World in the sky instead, and began to experiment with IQ drugs. This drug can cause animals to undergo unprecedented evolution and become extremely powerful beasts. Golden Lion wants to use this to cultivate an army of beasts, and rely on the army of beasts to challenge the world government and naval headquarters again. But before his plan could be completed, Rocks reappeared in front of him. This made Golden Lion feel extremely pleasantly surprised and unexpected. After rejoining Rocks' command and becoming a member of the underworld, Golden Lion has already prepared to go through life and death for the other party. After learning about Rocks' plan to re-emerge, he couldn't help becoming excited and looking forward to it. He is looking forward to the moment when Rocks takes off the helmet on his head in front of the world and reveals his true identity and face. Golden Lion believes that at that moment, the whole world will be shaken. This world will set off a new storm. And now, that moment is coming. Golden Lion stood on the battlefield of Marineford, at the forefront of the army of the underworld, looking up at the figure looking down on the world above the sky, with unconcealable enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. This moment is finally coming. The captain, he finally revealed his true identity. Golden Lion said excitedly. Beside him, Kaido heard what he said, and it was rare that he did not contradict the Golden Lion. The Emperor of the Sea, known as the strongest creature, also nodded excitedly, and raised the huge mace in his hand. Finally waited for this moment. Everyone in this world will soon know that the captain is coming back. Kaido looked up at the majestic figure above the sky, and replied in a deep voice. Decades ago, Kaido was just an intern on the Rocks pirates ship. At that time, he was far from being as powerful as he is now, and he didn't have the title of strongest creature. However, as a fledgling, he has already shown amazing fighting talent. Although he is an intern, his strength is far superior to other interns of the same period, even stronger than many senior crew members of the Rocks pirates. This also makes Kaido very arrogant and defiant from the beginning. Even in the face of Golden Lion, who was already the captain of a team under the Rocks pirates at that time, Kaido dared to challenge him again and again. In the Rocks pirate group at that time, the only one who could really fear and respect Kaido was the Captain Rocks. Kaido regards Rocks as his role model and goal. But in fact, Kaido already knew at that time that it was impossible for him to surpass a man like Captain Rocks in his life. Maybe I can only keep looking at the other person's back, and keep chasing the other person's footsteps. Therefore, when Kaido was an intern of the Rocks pirates, he had already made up his mind to follow in the footsteps of Rocks for the rest of his life. However, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods destroyed all Kaido's hopes. The death of Rocks at the beginning was a knot in Kaido's heart that Kaido has been unable to forget for so many years. The only captain I respected and admired in this world fell in the joint efforts of Marine and Luoji pirates. This made Kaido feel extremely disgusted with Marine, Luoji pirates and the betrayed Whitebeard. After burying Rocks, who was lying in the coffin of mystery, Kaido stayed in front of Rocks' grave for a long time with his aunt. During this period, Kaido also thought a lot. He knew that no matter how sad he was, the dead would never come back. So he made up his mind to avenge Captain Rocks. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he obtained the rare Zoan fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form from the Big Mother. This made his strength start to advance by leaps and bounds, and the strongest creatures on the surface also began to show their edge. However, he still can't compete with Luoji pirates and Whitebeard pirates despite his young age and inexperience. Therefore, Kaido chose to go to Wano in the closed country to accumulate and develop his own power. 30 years have passed, and now he has grown into one of the 4 sea emperors who command the wind and rain in this sea, and has become the strongest creature in the world's population. So, he also started a plan to avenge Captain Rocks. After becoming 4 emperors, Kaido led his beasts pirates to often find trouble with the Whitebeard pirates. Although no one can do anything to anyone, the harassment from time to time can still make the Whitebeard pirates feel very uncomfortable. This is Kaido's revenge on Whitebeard, who betrayed the Rocks pirates. And he also swore that one day he would personally take down the traitor Whitebeard's head. In addition to regularly harassing the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido has also been preparing to recover the debt from naval headquarters and the world government. With the help of Wanakuni, a large weapon-producing country, he has accumulated a very powerful armed force. At the same time, he also reached a deal with Doflamingo for artificial devil fruit smile fruits, creating a powerful demon fruit power army. Kaido was originally planning to wait for this power to accumulate to a certain level, and he would go to war against naval headquarters and the world government. He wants Marine and the world government to know that even though the Rocks pirates have been disbanded, the troubles and fears that the Rocks pirates have brought to them have not disappeared. Not long ago, when Big Mom called him out of the blue and said she suspected Captain Rocks was still alive, Kaido's mood fluctuated unseen in more than 30 years. He felt that he had never been so full of expectations for something. He hoped that what Big Mom said was true, that Captain Rocks was really alive. So without hesitation, he agreed to go to the Valley of the Gods with Big Mom. Later, when he returned to Wanakuni from the Valley of the Gods, he learned that all his previous expectations had come true. Kaido's mood was also excited like never before. Without hesitation, he chose to become Rock's subordinate again, and joined the underworld with his beasts pirates. Since then, Kaido has only one thing as his goal. That is to continue in the footsteps of Captain Rocks. At the same time, he is also looking forward to the moment when Captain Rocks reappears in front of everyone and reveals his true identity. Presumably at that time, those Marine and world government guys back then would have been so shocked that their jaws would drop. Just thinking about that scene, Kaido couldn't help getting excited. And now, it seems that he will soon be able to see the picture he was looking forward to. The ant next to Kaido, like Golden Lion and Kaido, looked excited and full of anticipation at the moment. Compared to Golden Lion and Kaido, Big Mom seems to seldom actively show her loyalty to Rocks. But her loyalty is also unquestionable. When Dema was young, she was not accepted by the people around her because of her unusual physique and growth rate. Later, he managed to come to the Albaf village of the giants and was accepted by the giants, but he ran away due to cravings and killed the villagers of the giant village, making him homeless again. It wasn't until Rocks found her and let her join the Rocks pirates that Big Mom felt accepted again. Although the ant didn't say anything, in her heart she already regarded the Rocks pirates as her home and Captain Rocks as her own father. Her admiration for Rocks is no less than Golden Lion and Kaido. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, she also fought desperately to the end. It's a pity that it still failed to prevent Rocks from being defeated by the shameless Marine and Luoji pirates. In this regard, the ant is also regretful. After the disbandment of the Rocks pirates, Big Mom is also laying out her revenge plan for the Marine, world government and Whitebeard pirates. She founded Wanguo and New World, and married her daughters with the younger generations of major races and major families in order to expand her power and influence. Just keep going like this. Sooner or later she will be able to master a very terrible power. At that time, even the world government dare not underestimate this force. And she can also rely on this power to launch her own revenge on Marine, world government and Whitebeard pirates. She, who is closely following the movements of the major forces in the New World, learned of the news of the underworld not long ago. From many clues in her own premonition, Big Mom guessed that Captain Rocks might still be alive. And what happened later did confirm her guess. For Big Mom, such news brings her more joy and happiness than eating more sweets and anko soup. Now she has only one last hope left. That is to let the world know that the former master of the sea, Rocks, is back. And now, the moment, is coming. In this way, under the expectation of all the powerful people in the underworld, under the doubts of countless marine soldiers and pirates. Above the high altitude of Marineford, a total of 9 dying old men including 5 elders, Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh, who were seriously injured, all floated in front of Rocks. Rocks glanced over them indifferently. Each of these seriously injured guys still has their last breath. Their consciousness 2.7 is still absolutely awake under Rocks' deliberate actions. He will not faint directly because of the severe pain. At this moment, and the others were panting with difficulty, staring at Rocks in front of them with a bit of doubt and fear in their eyes. Who are you? Who was photographed into the deep sea by Rocks earlier and is still wet all over, asked with difficulty. At this moment, has already understood the horror of Rocks' strength, the gap between himself and the opponent, and the invincibility of the opponent. After taking the previous blow, no longer had any hope of defeating Rocks. Now, the only thing he wants to know is the true identity of this underworld Pluton. What kind of existence is it that can possess a power that even he, the king of the world, cannot contend with? The 5 elders, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, and others next to him also had the same idea in their hearts as They have given up any hope for this war, and the only thing they want to know now is the true identity of the other party. They want to know who is the face under Pluton's black helmet? But amidst their gazes, Rox opened his mouth slightly. It's also time for you to see my true face. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly. And the helmet that had been worn on his head, completely covering his face, disappeared slowly. Chapter 112. Above the sky, in front of I'm, 5 elders, Whitebeard and others. The black helmet that has been worn on Rox's head, completely covering his face, is slowly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Rox's face hidden under the helmet is gradually revealed in everyone's sight. It was an extremely cold face, the edges and contours on the face were as if they had been chiseled by knives and axes, and they were extremely firm. A pair of eyes are extremely deep, and the pupils seem to reflect the vast starry sky and the boundless universe. When Rox took off his mask and revealed his true face, his whole demeanor changed a lot accordingly. Rox, who was originally wearing a black helmet, gives people the feeling that Yamato is more mysterious, like a beast hidden in the mist and darkness. And Rox, who had removed his helmet, showed his sharpness, and an aura of a king looking down on the world burst out. Just the aura emanating from him is enough to make everyone on the battlefield below breathless. But now, everyone's focus is not on Rox's powerful momentum. Everyone locked their eyes on Rox's face. Not everyone present knew Rox's face, but those who recognized him were all stunned, their mouths opened wide, and their jaws fell to the ground in shock. I'm, 5 elders, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh and others floating in front of Rox all had horror written on their faces. Rox! How could it be you? 5 elders and Rayleigh shouted in feeble voices. As for Whitebeard and Garp, although they were also very surprised, they felt somewhat expected. So Pluton, it's really you. Both Whitebeard and Garp sighed with complicated expressions. 07. Previously, through various clues, they had speculated that the Pluton in the underworld might be Rox. But despite such speculation, they still don't want Rox to come back to life in their hearts. Even though Pluton is a new opponent they've never seen and never understood. They are also not willing to face the old rival Rox. It is precisely because they have faced Rox before that they know each other's horror. In addition to his strong strength, Rox's style of behavior also made Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh fearful. In their eyes, Rox just wanted to be an out-and-out lunatic. Now that no one in this world can stop him anymore, then this sea will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes because of the return of Rox. On the battlefield below, Sengoku reacts exactly like 5 elders and Whitebeard and others. Although he had guessed a long time ago, Sengoku still felt a little unbelievable when the guess was confirmed. Rox is actually alive. There is nothing more important than this now. Sengoku looked up at the figure above the sky that had faded from his face, feeling as if he had sunk to the bottom of the valley. The Marine Marshal known as the resourceful general has given up any thinking at this moment. In the face of such a powerful strength in the underworld, and in front of the returning Rox, Sengoku knew that all his schemes were futile. Now he doesn't have any thoughts to continue thinking at all. They could only stand there in a daze, waiting for where the fate of the people would go next. And, where will the fate of this world go? At the same time, everyone on the battlefield looked at the face of Rox in the sky. Some people are puzzled, some people are shocked. Many people present have never heard of Rox and the legend of the Rox pirates. Naturally, it is impossible to know this sea overlord decades ago. But there are also a few people who have heard about the legend of Rox. Although they couldn't immediately recognize Rox's face. But they could hear the voices of 5 elders and Whitebeard and others clearly. When the name Rox came to their ears, it exploded in their minds like a thunderbolt. All of a sudden, riots erupted on the battlefield. What? Pluton's real identity is Rox. Rox? Who's that? Famous. Why have I never heard of this name? You haven't even heard of Rox. Rox D. Zebek, that was the maritime overlord who galloped the sea 30 or 40 years ago. Before the era of great pirates began, this sea could be said to belong to the Rox pirates. The Rox pirates were the most powerful pirates on this sea at that time, bar none. At that time, among the crew of the Rox pirates, there were the famous Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, Akoku, Silver Axe, and others. Hey! This lineup is simply invincible. 3 of the current 4 emperors came from the Rox pirates. After hearing the introduction from the insider next to him, those who had no idea about Rox and the Rox pirates could not help but gasp. This is also the first time they know that before the era of great pirates, such a powerful pirate group existed on this sea. So powerful that even among the 4 emperors today, 3 are from the Rox pirates. It's hard to imagine how majestic and invincible the Rox pirates of that era were. I'm afraid, even the Luoji pirate group led by the later One Piece Corps D. Luoji, it is difficult to match it. It's no wonder that people as strong as Golden Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom will give up their original forces and join the heavy world. It turned out that they just returned to their former captain. Everyone thought so. And some people directly asked the doubts in their hearts. Since the Rox pirates are so strong, why did Luoji become the One Piece instead of Rox? Faced with such doubts, some people who knew little about the situation back then gave answers. The Rocks pirates back then were indeed the most powerful pirates in this sea. Even Luoji couldn't compete with them. But because the Rocks pirates have been robbing the heavenly gold handed over to the celestial dragons, the world government has long regarded it as a thorn in its side. The world government and marine have also repeatedly launched crusades against the Rocks pirates, but none of them succeeded. Later in the Valley of the Gods, the Rocks pirates wanted to attack a team of celestial dragons, but they were blocked by Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp fought bravely in the Valley of the Gods and defeated Rocks with great strength. Since then, the Rocks pirates have also disappeared, and this is why the Luoji pirates shine. It is precisely because he defeated Rocks in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and successfully protected the celestial dragons that Vice Admiral Garp is called a marine hero. Those who had a half knowledge of the situation began to explain it to others around them. Of course, in fact, they also had a lot of misunderstandings about the battle in the Valley of the Gods. After all, naval headquarters and the world government tried their best to conceal the fact that Garp and the Luoji pirates teamed up. If the world knows that celestial dragons is actually protected by pirates, and marine will join hands with pirates, then the reputation of world government and naval headquarters will definitely be affected a lot. Therefore, except for a very small number of core members, everyone else thought that Garp really defeated Rocks in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. And naval headquarters and world government simply followed suit and created a marine hero to enhance marine's reputation and prestige. After hearing these half-knowledgeable explanations, everyone on the battlefield was stunned. It wasn't until they finally understood what kind of character Rocks was. That was the former overlord of the sea, an existence stronger than Luoji. But after knowing these things, there are new doubts in the hearts of everyone. Didn't it say that Rocks was defeated by Vice Admiral Garp 36 years ago and died in the Valley of the Gods? Why is the other party appearing here as Pluton now? And this time, Rocks has become so powerful that no one is his opponent. The former overlord of the sea has returned again. What kind of bloody storm will be set off this time? I always feel that the world is about to change drastically because of this. I don't know what Rocks is going to do next. After experiencing the unprecedented shock, everyone on the battlefield was terrified of Rocks, the sea overlord who had returned like a ghost. And they are also worried about what impact Rocks' next actions will have on the world. At the same time, in front of live screens around the world, people all over the world saw the face of Rocks after taking off his helmet through the live video. Like everyone on the battlefield at Marineford, people around the world, most of whom don't really know who Rocks is. After all, it has been 36 years since the legend of Rocks and the Rocks pirates. In these 36 years, too many new legends have appeared. Even though the Rocks pirates have dominated an era, those who cannot have the last laugh are destined to be forgotten. Until this moment, after seeing the face of Rocks, after hearing the shouts of Five Elders and Whitebeard and others, and after being explained and popularized by others, everyone recalled this former sea overlord. And because of this, they fell into an unprecedented situation. A guy who everyone thought was dead 36 years ago has returned as Pluton. And in just 10 days, a huge underworld that even the world government can't compete with has been created. This made everyone finally understand why Rocks was able to be called the overlord of the sea more than 30 years ago. When this former legend reappears in front of the world, the whole world will be trampled under his feet. For a time, people all over the world, everyone fell into panic. They didn't know the purpose of Rocks' return this time. But they have no doubt that because of the return of Rocks, the world will undergo some unprecedented changes. The pattern of the entire world may change because of this. Their future lives will definitely be greatly affected. And they don't know at the moment whether such an impact is good or bad for them. Among the terrified people all over the world, there are still some members of the original Luoji pirates hidden. Since Luoji surrendered to Marine, the Luoji pirates also disbanded on the spot. Members of the Luoji pirates scattered all over the world in order to avoid the pursuit of marine and world government, and began to live in seclusion just like Rayleigh. After learning that 180 Ace was about to be publicly executed, members of the original Luoji pirates stood in front of the live broadcast screens in various places, waiting for the public execution against Luoji's son. Sentencing results. But they didn't expect that what they were waiting for was the news that Rocks was resurrected. All the members of the Luoji pirates participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. It is precisely because of this that they are more aware of the horror of Rocks than ordinary people. Like Whitebeard and Garp etal, this is the last thing they want to see. At this time, it was located on an island in West Blue, in front of the big screen in the live broadcast plaza. An old man with long hair wearing sunglasses and 2 axes pinned to his waist fixed his eyes on the face of Rocks on the live broadcast screen, with a frightened expression and a constant rash on his forehead. Cold sweat. Pluton, how could it be him? He should have died 36 years ago, why did he reappear, and his strength became so terrifying? Even I was defeated by Rocks. This time, no one will be able to stop this lunatic again. The old man kept mumbling to himself, his tone full of shock and fear. His name is Copper Jabba. It is the original Luoji who is known as the legendary powerhouse of One Piece's left and right wrists together with Rayleigh in the One Piece group. But now, after seeing Rox revealing his true identity, he no longer has the calmness and composure that belonged to the strong in the past. It is precisely because he experienced the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago that he was able to understand the horror of Rox more deeply. The camera returns to the sky over Marineford. After Rox took off his helmet, he looked indifferently at Whitebeard, Garp, and others in front of him. He also overheard everyone's discussions on the battlefield down there verbatim. After hearing those arguments and the people's half-knowledgeable words about the truth of the year, Rox rested his eyes on the dying Garp. He said slowly, "Garp, it seems that most people now think that you single-handedly defeated me in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. It's really sad. Are you so afraid that the world will know the fact that Marine and the pirates have teamed up? Or, are you afraid that the world will know your incompetence and despicableness? In this case, let me see the truth of the year." As he spoke, Rox waved his hand lightly. Immediately, a huge projection screen appeared again in the sky. And on that screen, a piece of the past that the world government tried to hide began to play. Chapter 113. Seeing the huge screen reappearing above the sky, everyone's attention was once again attracted. Looking at the images slowly emerging on the projection screen, everyone was full of doubts. Why did this projection screen appear again? Hasn't the previous screen finished playing? Does Rox have other videos to play? The video that was played earlier directly overturned what we have always known about Vice Admiral Garp. I don't know what kind of shock this video will bring us. Perhaps, our worldview will be shattered again. To be honest, from the beginning of this war to the present, I have been shocked so much that I am a little numb now. Me too, no matter what kind of picture is played next, I shouldn't have too much emotional fluctuation. The return of Rox after 36 years, is there anything more shocking than this in the world? Everyone on the battlefield looked at the big projection screen that reappeared in the sky and discussed in low voices. After five elders and others saw Rox's actions, they also showed a somewhat terrified expression on their faces. "Rox, what do you want to do?" And 5 elders and others roared at Rox. In fact, they have roughly guessed what Rox will play next. As the people in power of the world government, they naturally don't want those pictures and secrets from being seen. Once these pictures flow out, it will definitely have a great impact on the rule of the world government. But now, they don't seem to have any right to resist. Moreover, with the strength that Rox has now and the powerful forces of the underworld, even if you want to overthrow the world government, it is only a matter of minutes. I am afraid that the rule of the world government will completely collapse in the hands of Rox in a short time. At this time, thinking about these seems to have no meaning. With a desperate attitude, 5 elders and others can only continue to watch what will happen next. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, the large projection screen above the sky began to slowly play the next picture. What first appeared in the picture was a dark canyon. In that canyon, there is a group of people who are constantly moving forward. In front of and behind the team was a group of burly guys who looked like bodyguards. And in the middle of the team surrounded by this group of strong men, it's celestial dragons in bloated spacesuits and glass oxygen masks. Among them, a celestial dragon's man with a big belly and runny nose looked around nervously and said reluctantly, "Really, Master 5 Elders, in order to deal with the Rox pirates, they don't hesitate to use us as bait. What are you doing? We are noble celestial dragons, descendants of the Creator God. You actually asked us to be the bait. If it wasn't for Master 5 Elders' orders, I would have quit long ago." As the celestial dragons walked, they were complaining dissatisfiedly. In fact, coming to the Valley of the Gods this time came out of their own volition. It is the bait specially thrown by 5 elders and others in order to lure the Rox pirates. Although the celestial dragons are the most noble race in the world, ordinary people dare not violate their majesty at all. But in the eyes of 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, and others, celestial dragons is nothing special. As long as their goals can be achieved, it doesn't matter even if a few celestial dragons are sacrificed. In order to eliminate the Rox pirates, 5 elders and others discussed for a long time with Marine Admiral Sengoku and Marine Vice Admiral Crane. In the end, a plan with great chances of winning was formulated. That is to lure the Rox pirates to the Valley of the Gods, and then the Marine and Luoji pirates will join forces to wipe them out. But at the moment, this plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Feeling the gloomy atmosphere in the Valley of the Gods, celestial dragons couldn't help shivering because of their belly. Damn it, why hasn't the Rox pirates appeared? Get rid of them as soon as possible, so I can go back to Marie Joyce to enjoy my newly bought mermaid slaves. The celestial dragons cursed endlessly. Amidst his scolding, the group continued to move forward. When they came to a narrower place, everything around them suddenly became silent. Even the temperature seems to have cooled down a lot. A gust of cold wind blew in the air, making several timid celestial dragons tremble with fright. Immediately afterwards, the neighing of a crow broke the deathly silence. And then there was a majestic voice. "Captain, the team of celestial dragons has been spotted. This team looks weak, I can handle it by myself." That majestic and arrogant voice echoed throughout the canyon. Everyone also looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a figure holding a huge mace on the side of the canyon. Judging by its appearance, it is at least 9 points similar to the current Kaido. It's just that the figure looks younger, and the figure is not as strong as the current Kaido. There is no doubt that it is Kaido when he was young. On the projection screen, the young Kaido stood on the canyon, holding a huge mace, turned his head and shouted behind him. And as his shout fell, several figures came out from behind the canyon. One is a middle-aged man holding a big sword, Tien Kanjiun. One is a young woman holding the emperor's sword. Everyone on the battlefield also recognized them at a glance. The two were the young Whitebeard and the young ant respectively. At this time, Whitebeard, the beard growing on his mouth was actually still golden, not the white beard as it is now. And the ant at this time is not a fat old woman like now, but a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Seeing the appearance of these three sea emperors when they were young, everyone on the battlefield in Malindo couldn't help but sigh. So Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido looked like this when they were young. So this video should be from decades ago, right? The 3-4 emperors are still together, which means that it should be when the Rocks pirates are still there. Plus there is a team of celestial dragons underneath. I think the scene in front of me should be the scene of the Battle of the Valley of Gods back then. Why did Rocks show us footage of the Valley of the Gods battle? Does he want us to see how he lost to Vice Admiral Garp? Now, after seeing the strength of Rocks, I have some doubts. Was it really Vice Admiral Garp who defeated Rocks all by himself? And there were so many strong men under Rocks at that time, could Vice Admiral Garp alone really defeat the Rocks pirates and protect the celestial dragons? Rocks will never show us this scene for no reason. Maybe there is something hidden about the battle in the Valley of Gods back then. Everyone on the Marineford battlefield guessed while looking at the picture above the sky. On the other side, the army of the underworld. Kaido and Big Mom are also staring at the picture above the sky. Looking at their young selves in the picture, the 2-4 emperors couldn't help but sigh. However, their focus now is not on lamenting their past selves. Having personally experienced the battle in the Valley of the Gods, they naturally knew what would happen next. Big Mom and Kaido will never forget the things that will happen next. And for a long time in the past, this was also a memory neither of them wanted to recall. Now that they saw these pictures appearing in front of them again, they would not run away from anything. Because even though the battle that year had hit them hard, it was hard for them to forget. But now, they already know that Captain Rocks is not dead. Even though they lost back then, it doesn't mean they will lose forever. The current Kaido and Ant are more emotional when they see the scene from that year again. I feel that if they had had such a strong strength back then, maybe they would not let the tragedy of the past repeat itself. And they probably already guessed what the purpose of Captain Rocks playing this scene was. They watched quietly like this, watching the picture continue to play. On the projection screen in the sky, the picture is still going on. When the young Kaido, Whitebeard and Big Mom appeared one after another, the celestial dragons and bodyguards below couldn't help but feel refreshed, as if they were facing a big enemy. And under their watchful eyes, another figure slowly walked out from behind Kaido and the others. Came to the forefront of them. It was Rocks. On the screen, the appearance of Rocks are not much different from what they are now. Except that he is not wearing the current black armor, everything else is basically the same. 36 years seem to have left no trace on Rocks. On the contrary, it made Rocks' aura and momentum even more unfathomable. When Rocks appeared, Kaido, Whitebeard and Big Mom all came behind him respectfully. It's just that a complicated expression seemed to flash across the young Whitebeard's face. Rocks stood on the top of the canyon, overlooking the team of celestial dragons below, and didn't say much. He just spoke softly. "Let's do it." The next moment, Kaido, Yinma, Whitebeard, and others started to move. The three of them rushed down from the canyon and quickly launched an attack towards the celestial dragons team below. Kaido smashes the celestial dragons with a giant mace. The ant slashed down with the Emperor's sword in her hand. And Whitebeard activated the ability of Shock Fruit, making the celestial dragons. And the burly bodyguards beside him couldn't even stand still. Rocks continued to stand on the canyon, watching all this coldly, and did not make a move. To deal with this celestial dragons team, there is no need for him to do it himself. Just when the attack of Kaido and others was about to fall on celestial dragons, a figure rushed over from a distance, blocking celestial dragons and the others just in front of Setsuna. The man was wearing a marine uniform and a marine's cloak of justice behind him, looking menacing. It was Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Garp came to Kaido first, and knocked Kaido's mace flying with one punch. The young Kaido was no match for the peak Garp at all, and he was helpless in the face of this blow. His huge body also flew out with the mace. Nanyo Zhao. Afterwards, Garp flashed, activated one of Marine 6-style shaves, and came in front of the ant again. With another punch, the Emperor's sword that ant slashed was also ruthlessly sent flying. Immediately afterwards, Garp stomped his feet on the ground, and armament haki surged out, neutralizing the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. With his own strength, Garp was under the siege of 3 young 4 emperors and temporarily resolved the crisis facing the celestial dragons. Although Whitebeard and others did not use their full strength in the attack just now. But being able to do this is amazing enough. When everyone on the Marineford battlefield saw this scene, they couldn't help but marvel at Garp's strength. But just when they thought that the next trend would be Garp fighting the Rocks pirates alone. On the projected screen, on the other side of the canyon, another group of people came out slowly. The leader looked at Garp and laughed loudly. "Garp, I never imagined that the two of us would join forces." The man was wearing a red cloak and had a black beard. Everyone present was no stranger to his face. It is One Piece Gold Luoji. And the group of people who appeared on the stage is the Luoji pirates. Chapter 114. When seeing the Luoji pirates coming out from the other side of the canyon, everyone on the Marineford battlefield was taken aback. What happened? Why is the Luoji pirates here too? Didn't it mean that only the Rocks pirates, Vice Admiral Garp, and Celestial Dragons participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? But the picture that is being broadcast right now is not the same as the records and legends of the Great War in the Valley of the Gods. Could it be that the Luoji pirates were also involved in the Battle of the Valley of Gods back then? Doesn't that mean that in addition to dealing with the Rocks pirates, Vice Admiral Garp also has to deal with the Luoji pirates? Impossible. No matter how strong Vice Admiral Garp was at the time, it was impossible to deal with the Rocks pirates and the Luoji pirates at the same time. Unless you can have as strong a strength as the current Rocks, 913 alone is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of these two pirate groups. But obviously, the strength of Vice Admiral Garp has not reached this level. If Vice Admiral Garp had such strength, we wouldn't be in the despair of being dominated by the underworld now. Then why did the Luoji pirates appear? What was the truth about the battle in the Valley of the Gods back then? Whether it's the Marines from Naval Headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates, or the fugitives from Impel Down. Everyone on this battlefield is now focusing on the picture played on the sky projection screen. Today, they no longer have any hope for the final result of this war. That being the case, they might as well hold the mentality of resignation and wait for the continuous development of the situation. After holding such an idea, everyone was not as anxious as before. Now they can concentrate all their attention on the projection screen. Everyone is also very curious, what happened in the Valley of Gods back then? Why did the Valley of the Gods disappear from the map? And why did the world government try its best to conceal the truth about the Valley of the Gods? These are what everyone wants to know. Especially after seeing the Luoji pirates appearing in the Valley of Gods, the doubts in everyone's hearts became a little more aggravated. Under the gaze of everyone on the battlefield, the picture on the sky projection screen is also continuing to play. Garp, I didn't expect that we would join hands one day. Luoji walked out slowly from the side of the canyon, holding the saber ace. Behind him are Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet and other members of the Luoji pirates. With a big grin on Luoji's mouth, he shouted to Garp who was guarding in front of the Celestial Dragons team. His voice was not lowered in the slightest, and it directly echoed throughout the canyon. Hearing Luoji's shout, the faces of young Kaido, Whitebeard and Ant suddenly sank. Damn it, have you been placed together? That guy Luoji will join forces with Marine. It seems that this Celestial Dragons team is completely a bait to lure us out. Kaido and others immediately figured out the current situation. And Rocks, who was located above the canyon, understood the plan of Garp, Luoji and others in an instant. It seems that the news, that drew Shiki, Akoku and others away was also a smoke bomb deliberately released by Marine. Shiki and the others should have been besieged by Sengoku and others right now. The world government really made a big decision this time, and was willing to release a team of Celestial Dragons as bait. However, if you think that this will wipe out our Rocks pirates, you are very wrong. Although he realized that he had fallen into the trap of the enemy, Rocks did not panic. Although Rocks 36 years ago did not activate the power of the Super Beast Pluton. But with the help of the system, his strength has already far surpassed other powerhouses in this sea. Rocks is confident, although there are only Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom on his side. But facing the coalition formed by Garp and Luoji pirates, they don't have much disadvantage. Just relying on himself alone is enough to deal with most of the opponent's strong men. As for the remaining guys, there is no problem with Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom. So after seeing the appearance of the Luoji pirates, Rocks didn't panic and remained calm. Below the canyon, several Celestial Dragons were already scared to death under the attack power of Kaido and others. Although they knew that Garp and others were ambushing nearby. But the timid Celestial Dragons cherish their lives like gold, and the attack that Kaido and others did not fall has scared them half to death. After seeing Garp, Luoji and others coming, several Celestial Dragons also ran away immediately. I can't wait to leave this land of right and wrong immediately. In just a few tens of seconds, only the opposing Rocks pirates and the Garp and Luoji coalition forces remained on the battlefield. Garp stood with a group of Luoji pirates. His expression was serious, and he changed from his usual laughing and joking appearance. Luoji, this time the opponent is the Sea Lord Rocks, don't underestimate the enemy. Garp turned his head slightly and said to Luoji in a deep voice. As Luoji's old enemy, Garp has a good understanding of Luoji. So before the battle officially started, he couldn't help but remind him aloud. After hearing Garp's words, Luoji still responded with a big grin on his face. Do not worry. I'm serious about dealing with rocks. Today no matter what, we must defeat Lux here. Saying that, the future One Piece took the lead in moving, holding the saber ace and rushed forward. Chapter 115. As Luoji rushed out first, Garp, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet and others followed suit. Rayleigh stopped Kaido and Big Mom alone. The deputy captain of the Luoji pirates, the right arm of the future One Piece, is now at the peak of his power. And this is when Kaido is just an intern on the Rocks pirates ship. Although his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary interns, there is still a big gap compared with the real top powerhouses. As for Big Mom, her strength at this time has not yet reached its peak. Neither of the two future four emperors has fully grown up yet. So Rayleigh alone is enough to stop Kaido and Big Mom. On the other side, standing in front of Whitebeard is Bullet, known as the heir of the devil. Compared with the young Kaido and Big Mom, Whitebeard's strength at this time is already close to the peak. In other words, Whitebeard now has the strength of the four emperors level. However, Bullet standing in front of him is not a kind person. Douglas Bullet, known as the heir of the devil, is extremely powerful. In the Luoji pirate group, his strength can even be said to be only weaker than the Captain Luoji. And Vice Captain Rayleigh can also be equally divided. With his strength, it is not difficult to stop Whitebeard. In this way, the Luoji pirates only dispatched Rayleigh and Bullet, and they dragged all three of Rock's men. The rest of the Luoji pirates followed the pace of Luoji and Garp, and all attacked Rocks. For a time, there were as many as a dozen strong men gathered around Rocks. Among them, there are also real top players like Luoji, Garp, and Jabba. A group of strong men surrounded Rocks and attacked him mercilessly. Rocks, who was under their siege, did not show any panic. He moved his footsteps seemingly randomly, and easily dodged these attacks. Those attacks that cannot be dodged are also easily caught. For a while, Rocks wasn't at a disadvantage. He could even find an opportunity to fight back against the strong men around him. Judging from this situation, it is difficult to tell the winner of this war in a short period of time. And the outcome of the battle is hard to predict. On the battlefield of Marineford, everyone raised their heads and stared intently at the battle scenes on the projection screen in the sky. A somewhat complicated expression appeared on their faces. It turns out that the Battle of the Valley of the Gods was not the Rocks pirates fought by Vice Admiral Garp alone. In addition to Vice Admiral Garp, it turns out that the Luoji pirates also participated in the battle against the Rocks pirates. I didn't expect that Vice Admiral Garp would join forces with the Luoji pirates. Aren't Marines and pirates hostile forces? It seems that the relationship between Vice Admiral Garp and Luoji seems to be good. No wonder Luoji asked Vice Admiral Garp to take care of his children in prison, and Vice Admiral Garp agreed so happily. So, hasn't Vice Admiral Garp been in collusion with the Luoji pirates all along? Could it be that those legends about Vice Admiral Garp driving the Luoji pirates to a dead end several times are also false? The so-called marine heroes are just created by the joint efforts of naval headquarters, world government, and Luoji pirates. Everyone on the battlefield commented while watching the battle in the Valley of Gods on the projection screen. After seeing the picture played on the projection screen, they also had a new understanding of the situation of the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Originally, they thought that the battle at the Valley of the Gods was really as it was rumored later. It was Garp who single-handedly defeated the entire Rocks pirates. But the picture in front of them told them very directly. The two sides participating in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods are not only Garp and the Rocks pirates. Dignified Marine Vice Admiral has joined forces with the Luoji pirates. And even so, under the siege of so many people, there was nothing Rocks could do. The strength of Rocks is powerful, which shows a Madara. At the same time, they became more curious. Even in the face of the siege of more than a dozen strong men, Rocks in the picture did not lose the wind at all. Even, faintly occupying some advantages. 0. Seeking flowers. As long as anyone with a discerning eye can see it, if Garp and his family just rely on this, they will not defeat Rocks at all. So, how was Rocks defeated? Why were the world government and Marines so sure that Rocks died in the Valley of the Gods battle? And why, 36 years later, this maritime overlord who should have died reappeared? And the strength is countless times more terrifying than back then? Countless questions surround everyone's minds. They raised their heads and continued to watch the battle scenes played on the projection screen in the sky. On the screen, the battle in the Valley of Gods is still going on. The guys who can participate in this war are extremely powerful. 0. Therefore, the battle scenes in the Valley of the Gods are also extremely intense. The earth trembles, the sky splits, the mountains collapse. The scene in front of me is like annihilation. But even though the battle was in full swing, there was no sign of defeat on Lux's side. This sea overlord, on the contrary, became more and more courageous as he fought. Faintly, he even suppressed a dozen strong men headed by Luoji and Garp with his own strength. Realizing this situation, Garp, Luoji, and others finally realized that they still underestimated Rock's strength too much. Originally they thought that they would be able to defeat the other party by drawing away the large force of the Rocks pirates, and with so many people besieging Rocks. However, until now, they finally realized that they were wrong. The man in front of him is a well-deserved overlord of the sea. If this continues, not only will the Rocks lose in the end, but they will most likely be themselves. Thinking of this, Luoji, Garp and others couldn't help but feel heavy. But in the face of such a situation, they have no countermeasures. This shot is already their best experience. However, at this moment, not far away, on the field where Whitebeard versus Bullet. But suddenly there was a change. Dry. Chapter 116. On the battlefield where Whitebeard and Bullet fought. Both of these two powerhouses have the strength of the four emperors level, so it can be said that they are evenly matched. At their level, it is basically impossible to tell the winner in a short while. Two admirals, Akainu and Aokiji, competed for the position of Marine Marshal, but fought on Punk Hazard Island for 10 days and 10 nights before deciding the winner. And that battle even permanently changed the climate and environment on Punk Hazard Island. For this fact, both Whitebeard and Bullet are actually very clear in their hearts. 03. Therefore, they did not intend to fight each other to the death. Their purpose is nothing more than holding each other back. But even so, the two of them showed no mercy. Whitebeard activates his shock fruit ability, and back and forth with Bullet's combined fruit ability. The powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are constantly colliding. The ground under their feet cracked, sand and rocks flew around, and trees fell and were destroyed. Such a battle scene is already very terrifying. However, if it is compared with the scene of Rocks alone fighting against Luoji, Garp and other strong men in the distance, it seems a little bit pale. Boom. After another punch bump, Bullet pulled away from Whitebeard a bit. The descendant of the devil looked at the future four emperors holding a sword in front of him, and said with a deep smile, "Newgate, your strength is indeed very strong. Why would a strong man like you submit to a guy like Rocks? Although the world calls me the heir of the devil, I think Lux is more like a devil than me. That guy is an out-and-out lunatic." Bullet looked at Whitebeard and spoke slowly. At this time, Edward Newgate has not yet won the title of Whitebeard. His beard is still golden, not white. So when Bullet addressed each other, he called Newgate instead of Whitebeard. Whitebeard paused visibly at what Bullet said. He shook the handle of Tian Konjiun's knife in his hand, his expression seemed to reveal a trace of hesitation. "I don't know what you said." For a moment, Whitebeard was actually distracted during the battle. "It's been a long time since I joined the Rocks Pirates." Even among the many crew members of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard can be regarded as the oldest one. The reason why he chose to join the Rocks Pirates was because he was impressed by the opponent's strength on the one hand. On the other hand, Whitebeard couldn't refuse Rocks' kind invitation. Thus, Whitebeard became a member of the Rocks Pirates. And with his own strong strength, he became a captain of the Rocks Pirates. The time in the Rocks Pirates was very happy at the beginning. Constantly adventuring in this sea with his partners, exploring different islands, once gave Whitebeard a great sense of belonging to the Rocks Pirates. But later, with the continuous growth of the Rocks Pirates, with the increasing number of members of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard began to feel that something had changed. Especially after Rocks became the overlord of the sea, and the Rocks Pirates became the most powerful pirates in this sea. Whitebeard gradually began to feel alienated from the pirate group. Fame and fortune are not what Whitebeard wants. Not a treasure. Not killing either. What he has always pursued. It's just two words, family. At the beginning, the Rocks Pirates were barely able to give him such a feeling. But later, the number of members on board continued to increase, and there were more and more struggles and disputes among the crew. Because Rocks never looks at the other party's character when recruiting crew members, as long as they are strong, as long as they are recognized by the other party, they are eligible to become members of the Rocks Pirates. %@ 1 carat. This also led to the Rocks Pirates becoming less and less like a whole. Although intimidated by Rocks' invincible strength, the members of the pirate group did not dare to resist the other party's orders. But because Rocks does not prohibit internal struggles among members, the Rocks Pirates also become more and more chaotic. Naturally, such a chaotic and aggressive group could no longer give Whitebeard the feeling of home he wanted. And, the Rocks Pirates have been scrambling for the heavenly gold turned over to the celestial dragons. Rocks has also told the crew more than once that his ultimate goal is to overthrow the rule of the world government. All this seems a bit too crazy to Whitebeard. As Bullet previously stated, Whitebeard also thinks that Rocks is a complete lunatic. At this time, Whitebeard did not learn about the final island of Raftel and the 100 years of blankness from Luoji as he did later. So the current Whitebeard doesn't have much aversion to the world government. He didn't understand why Rocks had to be so obsessed with overthrowing the world government. Although the world government does have great deficiencies and flaws in some matters. But most of the people in this sea are 3.4, because they are protected by the world government and the naval headquarters cultivated by it, so they can live in peace. If Rocks really overthrows the world government, perhaps many islands and countries in the world will fall into unprecedented chaos and disasters. like Whitebeard's home Sphinx. Therefore, Whitebeard disagrees with Rock's idea of overthrowing the world government. Thinking of these things in battle now, Whitebeard's determination gradually wavered. Chapter 117. Thinking of these, Whitebeard's heart was gradually shaken. Thinking about it this way, it seems that he has no reason to continue to stay in the Rock's Pirates. After all, it is impossible to find the family he wants in the Rock's Pirates. Moreover, Rox doesn't quite agree with the way that Rox wants to overthrow the world government. It can even be said that there are some conflicts and oppositions. Different road non-phase plan. Now that what they are pursuing and their goals are different, there is no meaning for him to stay in the Rock's Pirates. After thinking for a moment, Whitebeard slowly raised his head and looked at Bullet in front of him. What you said is not unreasonable. After this, I do intend to leave the Rock's Pirates. But for now, I'm still a member of the Rock's Pirates. 07. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, it is my task to stop you. Until this battle is over, I will not let you pass. Whitebeard said emphatically. Although his heart was indeed a little shaken, he had already moved the idea of leaving the Rock's Pirates. But with Whitebeard's personality, it is naturally impossible to betray his partners so easily. He held Ama Konjayun, one of the 12 great swords, and continued to block in front of Bullet, ready to continue fighting with each other. However, seeing his reaction, a playful smile appeared on Bullet's face. Newgate, you are pathetic. You may not know it, but among the many pirates who destroyed your hometown Sphinx Kingdom, there was Rox. Bullet looked at Whitebeard in a low voice and said. Hearing his words, Whitebeard's brows could not help but tighten instantly. His hometown, the Sphinx, is an allied country unable to join the world government because of poverty and unable to pay the heavenly gold. It is precisely because of this that the Sphinx will basically be reduced to an illegal island where pirates and human traffickers run rampant. After the country collapsed, more and more children became unfortunate orphans, and the young Whitebeard was one of them. It is precisely because of such misfortune as a child that makes Whitebeard yearn for his family all the more. When he heard Bullet say that Rox was actually one of the culprits who caused the destruction of the Sphinx Kingdom, his heart suddenly became heavy. However, he was not so naive as to believe what the other party said. Bullet, if you want to instigate me, don't use this kind of boring trick. Whitebeard said in a low and cold voice. However, in front of him, Bullet continued with a determined face. Newgate, you still underestimate me. I don't need to lie to you about this kind of thing at all, and it doesn't do me any good. Moreover, for what I said, I also have full evidence in my hand. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. As he spoke, Bullet actually took out a small phone bug from his bosom. This is what our pirate group got from a fallen royal family who claimed to be the Sphinx not long ago. In it, the whole process of the destruction of the Sphinx Kingdom was recorded in detail. Bullet flung the bug in his hand towards Whitebeard's position. Whitebeard took it with a serious face. With a skeptical attitude, he finally pressed the button on the phone bug. Afterwards, the RIME projection screen appeared in front of his eyes. This phone bug is called photo phone bug. It is a prop that can record and save images, and it is much rarer than ordinary video phone bugs. Looking at the screen projected by the photo phone bug, Whitebeard's expression darkened even more. In the picture, is a burning palace. Outside the palace, there are many pirates with weapons, destroying and killing mercilessly. Seeing a Sphinx royal family or people fall in a pool of blood, watching his hometown being ruthlessly destroyed, Whitebeard's eyes began to gradually become bloodshot. The original Whitebeard was still young, so he only had a vague impression of what happened back then. However, the scene in front of him was similar to the vague impression in his memory. The tragedy in his hometown was repeated in front of him once again, and Whitebeard's heart can be described as mixed. And the next moment, his expression was steep. Because he saw, among the pirates, a face he was very familiar with, Rox. In the picture, the young Rox punched the Sphinx's palace after slaughtering several guards. The palace in front of him immediately collapsed. Countless innocent guards, royals, or civilians were just buried in the ruins of the 520 palace. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's heart couldn't help being pulled. At this moment, he seemed to be dazzled by anger, his eyes were bloodshot. In the beginning, Whitebeard was actually skeptical about the pictures played by the phone bug. But the sight of his hometown being destroyed, by the day, Whitebeard lost his mind. In addition, his heart has been shaken before. Bullet has also been constantly bewitching him with words. For a moment, Whitebeard completely lost his mind. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Rox was actually one of the culprits who destroyed his hometown back then. When anger rushed to my heart, all reason was lost. The next moment, Whitebeard actually held Tian Konjayun in his hand and turned his head. He sprinted in Rox's direction. And Bullet, who saw this scene, quickly followed. A sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. Chapter 118. Watching Whitebeard, overwhelmed by rage, rush towards Rox's direction, Bullet's face showed a successful look. The picture phone bug he handed to Whitebeard earlier was not actually obtained from the fallen royal family of the Sphinx as he said. This picture phone bug was actually given by the Luoji pirates during their brief negotiation with Sengoku before they went to the Valley of the Gods. Sengoku also specially explained to Luoji and others that if Garp, Luoji, and others can't do anything to rocks, they can take out this photo phone bug and show it to Whitebeard. The projection content recorded in the photo phone bug is half true and half false. Really, it does record the scene of the destruction of the Sphinx Kingdom that year. This is what Marine got from a royal family who escaped from the Sphinx Kingdom. But now the content in this picture has been tampered with by Naval Headquarters ability users. The figure of rocks in that picture is actually fake. When the Sphinx Kingdom was destroyed, rocks was not there at all. The reason why Marine manipulated this video was to shake Whitebeard's loyalty to rocks at a critical moment, and maybe even take the opportunity to instigate him against him. In fact, with Whitebeard's personality, it is absolutely impossible for him to be so easily bewitched in normal times. But in such a big battle, the atmosphere is already very tense, and there is no room for people to think about it. In addition, Whitebeard already had the idea of leaving the Rocks pirates in his heart. Therefore, under such circumstances, Whitebeard was blinded by anger for a moment when he saw the screen played in the video phone bug. The destruction of his hometown Sphinx back then brought him a very painful blow. All his parents and brothers died in that war, and he has since become an orphan. For those culprits who destroyed his hometown back then, Whitebeard naturally held an incomparably huge hatred in his heart. Now dazzled by anger, he directly chose to turn against him before the battle, and the national leader Datian Kanjayun rushed towards rocks. And Bullet, who had succeeded in his strategy, did not sit still, and rushed directly behind Whitebeard towards the distant battlefield. "Rocks, you're dead now," Bullet said coldly in his heart. Although Rocks is extremely powerful, even in the face of the siege of more than a dozen powerhouses such as Garp, Luoji, and Jabba, he is not at all inferior, and even has a faint advantage. But that advantage is actually very weak. Bullet could see that as long as there were two more top players, it would be difficult for Rocks to stand up. So he can be sure that when he joins the battle against Rocks with the rebellious Whitebeard, the overlord of the sea will soon come to an end. On the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods, Big Mom and Kaido, who were fighting Rayleigh, were shocked when they noticed Whitebeard's actions. "Newgate, what is your daughter-in-law?" Kaido just yelled at Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard, who was so angry, couldn't hear his voice at all. Sishin Kanjayun he paused and continued to rush in the direction. Such a situation naturally made Kaido and Big Mom furious. They never imagined that their companions who lived together day and night would actually turn against each other in this life and death battle. It was precisely because of Whitebeard's actions that Auntie and Kaido were suddenly distracted. And Rayleigh, who had known for a long time that such a situation might happen, took advantage of this gap and directly blatantly shot and severely injured Kaido and Auntie. For a time, the battle here could almost be said to have been won or lost. And Bullet and Whitebeard have also rushed into the battlefield to siege Rocks. After Rocks saw the defected Whitebeard, he was also somewhat surprised. A bit of anger also appeared on his face. But he didn't say anything, just silently fighting with everyone in front of him. After Bullet and Whitebeard, two strong players with 4 Emperors level strength, joined. Even if it is as strong as Rocks, it will gradually start to struggle. According to this situation, Lux's defeat seems to be a foregone conclusion. On the battlefield of Marineford, after seeing this scene, everyone showed an expression of enlightenment. "I finally know how Rocks lost." It turns out that apart from Vice Admiral Garp and the Luoji pirates teaming up, even Whitebeard has mutinied. So many strong men besieged together to barely defeat Rocks. The strength of Rocks back then was quite terrifying. It's kind of weird that a guy like Whitebeard can take stock. It's no wonder that Kaido, Big Mom, Golden Lion and others didn't deal with Whitebeard, and they even kept looking for trouble with the Whitebeard pirates. It turns out that the truth of the battle in the Valley of the Gods was like this. This is completely different from the version circulated by the world government and naval headquarters later. Marine teamed up with the pirates and used such dirty means and tricks. No wonder they wanted to hide the truth of the year. Everyone on the battlefield talked about it. Through the pictures played on the sky screen, they finally understood the truth of the battle in the Valley of the Gods. After knowing the truth, they finally understood the reason why Marine and the world government tried their best to conceal the truth. Because this method is really too dirty. Even the pirates present felt disdainful for this method. It is hard to imagine that this is something that the naval headquarters and world government, which has always been supported by people, can do. Chapter 119. Above Marineford, Whitebeard, Garp, and Rayleigh, who were seriously injured and sluggish, looked at the scenes in the projection, and their expressions were extremely ugly. When the previous scenes reappeared in front of their eyes, they did not have the slightest nostalgia or emotion. The current situation is already dire for the few of them. 36 years ago, in order to defeat Rocks, they had already racked their brains and exhausted all means. And now, Rocks, who they thought was dead, is back again. And this time, Rocks' strength is even more terrifying than before. Now Rocks, in every sense, can afford the word invincible. This time, no matter how tricks they play and how they gather strength, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Rox. Moreover, Garp and the others knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for Rox to let them go so easily when he returned this time. Those who were the chief culprits of the Valley of the Gods war back then will definitely not be able to escape the fate of being reported to 003 by Rox. Facing their own situation, Garp, Rayleigh, and the others didn't even have the intention to resist. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, no amount of resistance and struggle is futile. As for Whitebeard, the guy known as the strongest man in the world, his eyes are a bit complicated at the moment. After reviewing the scene of the battle in the Valley of the Gods with his own eyes once again, he actually understood how stupid his actions were. Looking back at the past in a completely calm situation, Whitebeard can actually easily find that he was tricked by Bullet and others. If it were him now, it would be absolutely impossible for him to be fooled so easily. But at that time, under such circumstances, he inevitably fell into the enemy's trap after all, and made a decision that was enough to make him regret his whole life. If he hadn't rebelled during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, perhaps Rox would not have been defeated. At that time, he might still choose to leave the Rox pirates, but definitely not in this way. Hack. Even if he wants to leave the Rox pirates, he will definitely choose a peaceful way and will not make himself an enemy of Rox. In this way, he will not cause his Whitebeard pirates to fall into crisis because of what happened back then, and he will not be able to protect himself. Thinking of these, Whitebeard's heart was filled with regret. But he also knew that today's remorse has no effect. No matter what was the original reason for him to defect. But betrayal is betrayal after all. Whitebeard himself is also a person who hates betrayal very much. It wasn't too long ago that he'd experienced the feeling of being betrayed by Blackbeard. So Whitebeard understands that no matter what the reason is, a betrayer cannot be forgiven. For his own fate, he has no hope. Even if he died here today, he would not feel any accidents. If there is anything that Whitebeard can't let go of now, that is the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, their own sons. Because of my mistakes back then, my crew members may all be buried here with me today. Whenever he thought of this, Whitebeard's heart was filled with endless regret. If I had been able to wake up a little more during the battle in the Valley of the Gods. Whitebeard sighed silently inwardly. I don't know if it's because I'm so close to death. All sorts of past events began to appear in his mind. It's like a revolving lantern. And after recalling his past, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Perhaps it was because I betrayed the Rox pirates that I am now betrayed by Teach. And Teach's betrayal directly led to the current war. Maybe, this is the retribution that fate gave me. Whitebeard thought so. And while he was thinking this way in his heart, the picture on the projection screen had come to an end. What follows is obvious. Under the siege of Garp, Luoji, Whitebeard, Bullet, Jabba and other strong men, Rox finally couldn't hold back. Under the repeated bombardment by the crowd, Rox was gradually seriously injured, and his breath also weakened. Afterwards, under another round of joint attack by everyone, the Sea Overlord completely fell down, completely out of breath. Luoji and the others left after repeatedly confirming that Rox was really dead. They did nothing to Rox's body. This is their last respect for the Sea Overlord. But after Luo and the others said, Kaido and the ant who were seriously injured came to Luo Meng's body, and found a huge black coffin beside it at some time. With grief, the two put Rox's body into the black coffin wood and buried it solemnly. At this point, all the images on the projection screen have been played. When all the videos were played, the battlefield suddenly became silent. All eyes were on Rox above the sky. They are waiting for each other's next move. Now that the truth about the Valley of the Gods has been fully revealed. Then this Sea Overlord who returned after 36 years. What action to take again? What kind of earth-shaking changes will occur in this world because of the return of the other party? For a moment, everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. Chapter 120. High above the sky. When the picture on the projection screen is completely darkened, Rox waved slightly again. Immediately, the projection screen disappeared completely. The picture projected on the screen earlier was the complete process of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. At that time, it was precisely because of Garp and the Luoji pirates teaming up, coupled with Whitebeard's betrayal, that he was finally defeated with hatred. But just when he was about to die after being seriously injured, the system suddenly gave him protection. The system tells Rox that can save his life. And put it into a state of suspended animation, hiding it from everyone. After his suspended animation, as long as he enters the deep sleep in the coffin of mystery given by the system before, he will be able to wake up again in the near future. In this way, everyone thought that Rox died in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that year. As for Rox himself, he was sleeping in the coffin of the underworld, waiting for his awakening after 36 years. Withdrawing his mind, Rox once again set his sights on Whitebeard, Garp, and others in front of him. Looking at the complex expressions on the faces of these people, Lux was indifferent. He will not feel ashamed of showing the picture of his own defeat in front of the world. He believed that anyone with a discerning eye could see that even though he had lost the Battle of the Valley of the Gods back then, his loss was not a disgrace. On the contrary, it is Marine, World Government, and Luoji pirates. They used so many dirty and despicable tricks to defeat themselves. Even marine heroes in One Piece joined hands. Under such circumstances, Rocks can still do this to such an extent, which is enough to make everyone present admire him. Even many people present felt admiration for Rocks after watching the video played on the projection screen. Fighting against so many strong men alone, he didn't show any gaffe from the beginning to the end. Even when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the other party still maintained the indifference and courage that belonged only to the strong. The performance of Rocks in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods can be said to have attracted countless people present. Not only that, those people all over the world who are standing in front of the live broadcast screens, after seeing the images played on the projection screens, their impressions of Rocks began to change subtly. Originally, most of their impressions of Rocks were learned through rumors in other populations. According to others, Rocks is an out-and-out villain, one of the most dangerous criminals in the world. But these views are actually impossible to verify for most people. So they don't know the authenticity of these things. However, those previous videos are obvious to all of them. If we look at it purely from that video. In fact, what Garp and others are doing is more like a villain's style. Use celestial dragons as bait to lure Rocks to appear. Then a group of people joined forces to bully the few with the more. Even in this case they are still no match for Rocks. In the end, he used trickery to turn Whitebeard against him. Such a method, no matter how you look at it, seems to be unworthy of justice. After seeing these things, everyone gradually began to have doubts about marine and world government. But their perception of Rocks has changed little by little. Even so, they don't feel that Rocks is the party of justice. But at least, everyone felt that Rocks was not as terrifying and vicious as rumored. With this in mind, whether it is the people in front of the live broadcast screens around the world or the people on the battlefield in Marineford, they are silently waiting for Rocks' next move. Action. 0. Seeking Flowers 0. High above Marineford. After Rocks' eyes wandered around Whitebeard and the others, he finally spoke slowly. His voice was low, but unusually loud. Loud enough to carry throughout Marineford. Enough for everyone present to hear what he said clearly. My name is Rocks D. Zebek. The former captain of the Rocks Pirates, now the leader of the underworld, Pluton. 30 years ago, the Rocks pirate group I led was the most powerful pirate group on this sea. 0. However, unlike the many pirates who are excitedly smashing, looting, and burning to bring fear to the common people on this sea, the Rocks pirates have never endangered the safety of ordinary people. 31. For a long time, what the Rocks pirates have robbed is the heavenly gold that was handed over to the celestial dragons. The Rocks pirates have always had one goal, or rather, I have always had one goal. That is, to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, and to create a world of true freedom and peace, free from all oppression and exploitation for. Rocks' deep voice echoed throughout the Marineford field. At the same time, it was also broadcast to every corner of the world through this live broadcast. His words cheered everyone up. Those words fell on everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Overthrow the celestial dragons. Create a world that is truly free and peaceful, without any oppression and exploitation. After hearing these words, for a while, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Earth. Chapter 121. The world government of this world is the largest authority and organization composed of more than 170 member countries on this sea. Although the king of each joined country has the right to participate in and make decisions on world government decisions. But in fact, the real power of the world government is in the hands of the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They call themselves descendants of the Creator and are born superior to others. The celestial dragons all live in the sacred Marijois above the red line. They regard other races as their slaves, 047, and never look at other races seriously. He even wears a transparent glass cover on his head because he thinks highly of himself and disdains to breathe the same air as ordinary people. These pretentious guys hold the real supreme power of the world government. Whether it is the Cypherpulp organization directly under the world government, or the naval headquarters, the world's largest violent organization, they must obey the orders of the celestial dragons. For hundreds of years, celestial dragons have been collecting high amounts of heavenly gold from these member countries of the world government. Although it is called heavenly gold, it is actually collecting protection taxes from the member countries of the world government. Those countries that cannot pay the heavenly gold cannot get the asylum of the world government and naval headquarters. Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx, is for this reason, and the regiment will be destroyed by pirates. Therefore, in fact, the people of this world understand that the celestial dragons have never been on their side. The reason why celestial dragons is willing to protect them is only because of the profit from them. Once for the celestial dragons, their countries and civilians lose the value of using and profiting, then the fate they will face is to fend for themselves. In this chaotic era where pirates are rampant and wars are everywhere, self-destruction is actually not far from extinction. In this regard, major countries and people in the world have long complained. That high amount of heavenly gold is undoubtedly a huge burden for them. In order to be able to collect the heavenly gold that is handed over to the world government every year, many member countries have to live frugally and work hard to barely make up for it. This also made the people in these countries suffer from poverty. But even so, no matter how the kings of these allied countries complained to the celestial dragons for peace, the amount of heavenly gold to be paid every year has never been reduced by half. Even more and more. In this regard, the franchise countries and the people can only dare to be angry and dare not speak out. Nor did they dare to refuse to hand in the heavenly gold. After all, paying the heavenly gold may just mean labor and suffering for them. But if they don't pay the money from the sky, it will mean destruction for weak countries like them. Such a situation has caused many countries and people in the world to complain about the celestial dragon's rule. What's more, most of the huge amount of money handed in every year has not been used in the right way. Most of the heavenly gold was squandered by celestial dragons. Build luxurious palaces, indulge in luxury, buy all kinds of slaves, etc. The celestial dragons squandered the hard-earned money of the allied countries and common people, living a life of luxury and lust. Only a small part of the money was used by celestial dragons as military expenses for maintaining the daily operation of naval headquarters and other project research. The practice of celestial dragons made everyone even more angry. But even so, no one dared to say no to the celestial dragon's reign. Because once it is said, what greets them will only be the fate of being completely wiped out. It is precisely because of this world background. It is precisely because the hearts of the world are full of complaints against the celestial dragon's rule. So after hearing what Rox said earlier, it was as if a heavy hammer had hit their hearts hard. Such thoughts. In fact, many of them have thought. But no one has ever dared to say it. No one dared to do this. But now, Rox spoke out. And, say it in front of everyone. For a while. After hearing what Rox said. All owners. My God. Did I hear you right? Rox, he actually said, he wants to overthrow the celestial dragons. It turns out that the Rox pirates are different from the rumors. They have always robbed the gold in the sky. Although we have worked so hard to hand in the gold these days, it seems that it has nothing to do with us after it is handed in. The gold in the sky was robbed, and the only ones who suffered were the celestial dragons. In this way, the Rox pirates do not seem to have brought us any harm like other pirates who are doing evil everywhere. Since the underworld appeared until now, it has never attacked civilians or innocent countries. Perhaps, we do have reason to believe that Rox's goal is to overthrow the celestial dragons. Moreover, with the strength that Rox possesses and the power of the underworld, it is indeed possible to completely overthrow the celestial dragons. To overthrow the celestial dragons and create a world that is truly free and peaceful, free from all oppression and exploitation. This world may really be about to usher in an unprecedented change. Whether it is on the battlefield in Marineford or in front of the live broadcast screens around the world 2.1, countless people are talking about all this excitedly. They don't seem to be intimidated by Rox's claims that they want to overthrow the celestial dragons. Instead, looking forward to it. From long ago. They just hope that someone will end the endless oppression and exploitation of the celestial dragons. They look forward to the day when they can enjoy real freedom and peace. And now, this person. Right in front of them. Chapter 122. Perhaps because of the template of the great philosopher Pluton. Every word of Rox can incite the emotions of everyone present to a great extent. In fact, it is not the first time that many of them have heard what Rox said. Although the vast majority of people in this world dare not speak out against the celestial dragon's rule. But there are always those people who are not afraid of power and dare to resist. For example, the hero who climbed the red line 13 years ago with bare hands, wreaked havoc on the holy land of Marie Joyce, and finally liberated countless slaves, the original captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. For example, before the emergence of the underworld, it was defined by the world government as the most vicious organization in the world, and it has been secretly opposing the world government, the Revolutionary Army. In this world, it is not that there are no existences who dare to directly clamor and confront the world government. But for these people or organizations, people in the world actually still have some doubts and hesitation in their hearts. After all, even though the other party has resisted the world government, it can still bring some big and small troubles to the world government. However, they still haven't really threatened the celestial dragon's rule. Even a huge force like the Revolutionary Army can't really shake the celestial dragon's position so far. Therefore, although the world admires Fisher Tiger and the Revolutionary Army, they don't have much expectations for them. If only courage and faith can overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. Then this world will not be dominated by celestial dragons and world government for hundreds of years. However, after hearing Rox's speech, the thoughts in everyone's minds quietly changed. The main reason for this is the powerful strength displayed by the underworld and Rox. Even if the 5 elders and even the legendary Lord Im personally acted, they were still no match for the underworld and Rox. So, is there anyone else in the celestial dragons who can stop the underworld and Rox? The powerful strength of the underworld and Rox has brought unprecedented hope to everyone's hearts. Maybe, the underworld can really overthrow the celestial dragons. Of course, apart from this idea, there is a more important doubt in the hearts of everyone. That is, after overthrowing the rule of celestial dragons, can the underworld really bring true peace and freedom to this world? Looking at the long history of various kingdoms or the whole world, which uprising / righteous person did not speak very nicely before raising the pole / righteousness. However, when they really overthrew the rule of the previous dynasty, those who can fulfill the promises they made before the uprising? Very few. Or even say no. Such a situation is not difficult to understand. When a person really sits on the highest throne in the world, his mentality will definitely change more or less. The angle and way of seeing the world will naturally become different. In such a position, one's thought, those lofty ambitions that have been set, will be gradually erased by something called power. Therefore, although everyone believes that Rox and his underworld really have the ability to overthrow the rule of celestial dragons, but as to what will happen to the underworld after overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons, everyone actually has no idea. Above the sky of Marineford, Rox was silent for a while after saying this. He was observing the reactions of the people below. Even his observation haki under the blessing of powerful supernatural energy. At this moment, several islands around Marineford have been shrouded in it. The scope of such observation haki is no longer scary enough to describe. Rox can only do it with the blessing of powerful supernatural energy. With the supernatural energy of 6 black hole units. Even if Rox wants to use observation haki to cover the entire pirate world, it is not difficult. Regardless of his current strength or life level. It is no longer what the concept of this world can describe. Under his observation haki like a vast universe. Everyone's reactions at this moment were clearly observed by him. He can even use observation haki to read the thoughts of others. The world is in front of Rox today. There have been no secrets for a long time. Feel the reactions and emotions of the crowd. Rox wasn't surprised or dismayed by this. All of this was actually within his expectations. It is definitely impossible for the world to recognize the existence of the underworld and what the underworld will do next so quickly. But he wasn't in a hurry either. For Rox, he doesn't need to care what other people think. What he wants to do will naturally be carried out to the end. It will not be changed due to other factors and reasons. 273 This world has been decayed for too long. It's time for an unprecedented earth-shaking change in this world. Rox muttered to himself. Then his eyes fell on a certain place on the battlefield below. In his line of sight, there is a man with a red nose. It's Buggy the Clown. Feeling the gaze of Rox, Buggy's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he wants to silence me, a former intern of the Luoji pirates? Buggy thought, horrified in his mind. Apart from this, he seemed to be unable to think of any other reason. It's over, it seems that my uncle is going to die here today. I'm really not reconciled. Buggy thought to himself. And in his thoughts, Rox waved lightly to his position. STA. The live phone bug tightly held by Buggy flew towards the high altitude where Rox was. Chapter 123. What? Buggy looked at the live phone bug flying away from his hand with a look of surprise. It turns out that Rox's target is not my uncle. Scared to death. Although I don't know what Rox is trying to do by stealing the live phone bug. But at this moment, Buggy felt a kind of happiness for the rest of his life. Under his gaze, the little live phone bug flew higher and higher. In the end, it fell firmly into the hands of Rox. This scene was naturally seen by other people on the battlefield. Everyone is very curious about Rox's move. What happened? What is Rox trying to do? Why did he take the direct phone bug over there? Could it be that he and the underworld are going to make a big move next? But even so, there is no need to snatch the live phone bug over. After all, even if the live phone bug is not in Rox's hands, this unprecedented live broadcast is still being broadcast to the whole world. The reason why Rox wants to take away the live phone bug is that there are some special actions to be taken next. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, Rox held the live phone bug and spoke again in a deep voice. Next, please don't blink. Because the time of Celestial Dragon's destruction is coming. As he spoke, Rox stretched out a hand and made a circular motion in front of him. Then, a golden ring appeared in front of him out of thin air. Then, Lux took a light step. Directly stepped into the ring. And the next moment, his figure completely disappeared from the front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone surrounded in shock. Missing. Where's Rox? His figure disappeared after entering the golden circle. What the hell is this golden circle? By the way, don't you think this golden ring looks familiar? When the Underworld Army officially debuted, those spaceships seemed to fly out of this golden circle without warning. When you said that, I also remembered that the army of the Underworld really came out of this golden circle at that time. It's just that the battlefield situation at that time was too intense, and I didn't care about and think about what the golden ring was. Looking at it now, this golden ring seems to be a prop with the ability to transfer people or things through space. So, where did Rox go after entering this golden circle? He specially took away the live phone bug, probably to continue to live, broadcast his next actions to us, right? It always feels like something big is going to happen. Looking at the place where Rox disappeared, everyone's faces were full of surprise and curiosity. Everyone at this time is waiting for Rox's next move. And after Rox left, 5 elders, Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh and others are still trapped in the sky. Rox though gone. But his power has not disappeared. So even in Rox's absence, and 5 elders and others still can't make a name for themselves. They can only be like the people below, waiting helplessly for Rox's next move. And just as everyone nervously waited for what happened next, above the sky of Marineford, a huge projection screen appeared again. The figure of Rox, Howran, appeared in the picture of the projection screen. Look, a picture has appeared. It's Rox. Sure enough, Rox took the live phone bug just to show us what he's going to do next. So, where is Rox now? Judging from the screen, he seems to be still in the sky. And under him, there seems to be a high mountain or something, and there is a bustling city on it. Where is this? Why is Rox here? Everyone looked at the picture that appeared in the sky, and they were puzzled. And some people recognized what was under Rox the moment the picture appeared. Red line, Holy Land Marie-Joyce. 5 elders, Sengoku, Garp, and 3/Admiral, who are very familiar with Marie-Joyce, naturally recognized them at a glance. Under Rox is Marie-Joyce, the Holy Land above the red line. It is also where the celestial dragons live. Damn it, he went to Marie-Joyce all at once. What does he want to do with Marie-Joyce? Damn it, no one can stop him now. 5 elders and others looked at the picture on the screen, extremely anxious. Also had a gloomy and cold expression. Although they all know that Rox will definitely do something unfavorable, Qian Zhao, to Marie-Joyce and celestial dragons next. But today's them have absolutely no ability to prevent all this from happening. With great worry and anger, they continued to stare at the picture on the projection screen. And except for everyone in Marineford, people in front of live screens around the world, I also saw the appearance of Rox again through the live screen. Under all eyes, Rox in the picture slowly turns around and faces the camera. Next, is the first step in overthrowing the celestial dragons, Tiger. Destroy the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Chapter 124. Live screens around the world and projection screens over Marineford. Rox faced the camera and spoke slowly word by word. And his words immediately set off a wave of new waves all over the world. What? Did I hear you right? Rox said he was going to destroy the whole holy place of Marie-Joyce. That's where the celestial dragons race has always lived, and it can also be said to be the center of the highest power of the world government. If Marie-Joyce is really destroyed like this, the celestial dragons living in it will definitely not be able to survive, right? Is Rox really trying to kill the celestial dragons? I don't doubt whether Rox has the strength to completely destroy Marie-Joyce. What I worry about is, in Marie-Joyce, besides the celestial dragons, there are many innocent slaves and civilians, right? Could it be that Rox intends to drag these innocent people along with the celestial dragons? If that's the case, what's the difference between Rox and those celestial dragons who care about human life? After hearing what Rox said, everyone discussed emotionally. For the strength of Rox, they no longer have the slightest doubt now. They believed that the Holy Land Marie-Joyce could be destroyed easily if Rox wanted to. But the problem is, in the Holy Land Marie-Joyce, not only celestial dragons live there. In addition to celestial dragons, there are many servants, bodyguards, etc. who are responsible for serving celestial dragons on Marie-Joyce. Also, there are many slaves captured by the celestial dragons to ravage and play with. While celestial dragons may indeed be damned in the eyes of the crowd, but there are also many innocent people on the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce. If Rox directly destroys Marie-Joyce now, then those innocent people in Marie-Joyce must also be implicated. Such an approach would be too cruel. In order to destroy the celestial dragons, harm the innocent, and treat other lives as worthless, then the atrocities of Rox seem to be no better than the previous rule of celestial dragons. If the future of this world is entrusted to such a guy, it might as well just let the celestial dragons maintain their rule. Because at least, the celestial dragons are not as powerful as Rox and his underworld, so that people can't even have the idea of resisting. For a time, whether it was the people on the Marineford battlefield or the people in front of the live broadcast screens around the world, they all stared at the picture on the live screen with worried faces. Waiting to see what Rox does next. Is it really necessary to be so cruel and directly destroy the entire Marineford together with those innocent people without any regard for casualties? Or does he have other plans of his own? But under the worries of the people, Rox on the screen started the next action again. Over the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. After Rox said the previous sentence facing the camera, he turned around slowly, facing the bustling city below, inhabited by a race of celestial dragons. Here. It is the center of the highest power of the entire world government. It is also the only city built on the red line. Celestial dragons call themselves descendants of the Creator. Feel that their blood is superior to others. Therefore, I set my residence at this location on the top of the red line. At the same time, it is also the highest position, in the world. As a symbol of their identity. Besides, when celestial dragons came to settle here and build Marie Joyce more than 800 years ago, it also wiped out all the races that originally lived on the red line. The first of the 3 Kanban boards under Kaido, the Fire Embers. He is a member of the Lunaria tribe who originally lived on the red line. In order to be able to highlight their unique status, celestial dragons will be a lot of work. And their so-called superiority and uniqueness. In fact, it was built on the lives and blood of countless innocent people. The base camp of the celestial dragons - Holy Land Marie Joyce. Nature has already become a gathering place for crimes. Therefore, Rox had long thought of destroying it completely. In fact, as early as 30 years ago, when he was in command of the Rox pirates, he was already planning to destroy the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Unfortunately, this plan has not yet been implemented. The Valley of the Gods battle broke out. This plan has been delayed until now. And now, 36 years later, for Rox, the destruction of the holy site of Marie Joyce. It has already become easy. With the power of the 6 black hole units he possesses. Even if you want to destroy the entire pirate world, it is also an extremely easy thing. Rox just quietly looked at Marie Joyce below. As long as he has a thought, this city that was once regarded as a holy place by countless people will be completely destroyed in an instant. But he was in no hurry to do so. As everyone thinks. Rox also know. Those who dwell within this sanctuary Marie Joyce. In fact, celestial dragons are not the only race. There are also many innocent people among them. Rox is not cold-blooded. Though he was never merciful to his enemies. But this does not mean that he will kill innocent people indiscriminately. He will not let the innocent people who live in the Marie Joyce die. Thinking in my heart like this. Next moment. Rox moved. I saw him slightly raised his hand. Countless weak different energy burst out from his body. Flying rapidly towards the Marie Joyce below. Chapter 125. With the thought of Rox. Those countless weak different energies that burst out from his body. It flew down towards the town of Marie Joyce below. That ray of supernatural energy. Appears transparent and faintly inky. Countless Taoism energy falls. It was as if a black meteor shower had fallen over Marie Joyce. The people standing in front of the live broadcast screen all exclaimed when they saw this scene. Look, what's that? Those black energies, did they emanate from Rox? What does Rox want? Could it be that those black energies are the means he used to destroy Marie Joyce? In other words, he really doesn't intend to care about the lives of those innocent people who are still in Marie Joyce. Sure enough, all those who have mastered absolute strength don't care about the life and death of the weak at all. If that's the case, what difference does it make whether the world is ruled by the Rox or by the celestial dragons? Well, the so-called real peace and freedom are really just empty words. People all over the world couldn't help sighing a few times after seeing Rox's actions like this. Originally, after they listened to Rox Nathan's speech, I still have some expectations for the other party in my heart. They are expecting each other to really do what they say. Overthrow the celestial dragons. To create a truly free and peaceful world. However now, when thinking that Rox was going to indiscriminately kill innocent people in Marineford, the original expectations in everyone's hearts burst like bubbles. A guy who doesn't care about the lives of innocent people. Even if the rule of the celestial dragons is really overthrown, it is absolutely impossible to bring true peace and freedom to this world. To greet them, it will only be a new round of squeeze and exploitation. For the people of this sea. If this is the case, so whoever rules the world, neither seem to make much difference. Even Rox and the terrifying invincible power of the underworld. Even more frightening and frightening. Looking at the black energy falling rapidly towards Marie Joyce in the live broadcast screen. Everyone has prepared for the worst outcome in their hearts. Under everyone's slightly pessimistic gaze, an inky meteor shower has fallen over Marie Joyce. In the blink of an eye, all of them were submerged in the city below. Contrary to what people think, after those black energies fell into Marie Joyce, did not cause any harm. The city below remains intact. How is this going? Those dark energies don't seem to be aimed at destroying Marie Joyce. Then what is the purpose of Rox releasing these energies? The unimaginable scene in front of them made everyone in front of the live broadcast screen confused again. And in their doubts. On the big screen. At the beginning, many densely packed figures appeared. Countless figures flew out from Marie Joy buildings or the streets. Those figures were wrapped by the black energy that fell before. It is slowly flying towards the air. People surrounded by black energy. With a bit of doubt and surprise on his face. For what happened to me? They are full of puzzlement and worry. However, those people standing in front of the live broadcast screen. But finally saw the clues. Look, in that black energy package are the innocent people and slaves of Marie Joyce. Really, they all flew towards the sky above Marie Joyce under the black energy package. 0. Ask for her flowers. In other words, Rox has no intention of destroying these innocent lives along with Marie Joyce. It seems, we misunderstood Rox. After figuring out the purpose of Rox's actions, in the hearts of everyone, Chenin couldn't help feeling ashamed. Before they were still sad and angry because of Rox's actions. But the next moment, they realized that they had wrongly blamed each other. Those black energy released by Rox. Not to destroy Marie Joyce, but to save people. The innocent people and slaves in Marie Joyce. All left the city of Marie Joyce wrapped in black energy. 0. Fly over the red line. It's here. They would not have to worry about being affected by the subsequent destruction of Marie Joyce. After realizing these things, everyone in front of the live broadcast screen felt guilty for Rox. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. If it is like this, they still seem to be able to trust Rox. Believe that the other party can really do what he said. Create a truly peaceful and free world. Over Marie Joyce. After all the innocent people and slaves fly to a safe place under the package of supernatural energy. Rox manipulated these energies to hover in the air this time. With his powerful observation hacky and terrifying power. It is easy to coerce so many people out of Marie Joyce at the same time. After doing this, Rox's eyes once again fell on Marie Joyce below. After a slight pause, he muttered to himself in a deep voice. Okay, now, the rest of this holy place. All of them are damned. Of. Chapter 126. Okay, so now, the rest of this holy place Marie Joyce. All of them are damned. Looking at the bustling town below, Rox muttered to himself. Under his supernatural energy package, all the innocent people in Marie Joyce were lifted into the air. There, they will not be threatened or harmed in any way. After completely destroying Marie Joyce, and then using his teleportation ability, he can easily transfer these innocent people to the surrounding islands. That way, there's no need to worry about harming innocent people by destroying Marie Joyce. Then, let's start the actual performance of 890. It's time for the race of celestial dragons to completely disappear from this world. Rox muttered to himself. The next moment, under the eyes of everyone, he moved again. I saw him holding up his hands. An incomparably turbulent supernatural energy burst out from his body immediately. The supernatural energy that burst out this time. Compared with the power that Rox brought out the innocent people in Marie Joyce before. Regardless of power or strength. They are far from the same level. Previously, the innocent people in Marie Joyce were taken out by using supernatural energy. In order not to hurt these weak and fragile guys. Rox used only very weak psychic powers. Such supernatural energy. Under Rox's control. Can do just enough to bring everyone out. And there will be no rebellion because those innocent people are suddenly frightened without knowing it. Thereby injuring themselves. But now. But it is different. This time Rox releases a different energy. Not for our protection. But for our destruction. Therefore. This time the supernatural energy burst out from Rox. Filled with a strong smell of destruction. The Pluton template that Rox possesses. Pluton was originally a super beast warrior of the Wolf clan. The supernatural energy it possesses is also full of the breath and essence of killing. Therefore, the supernatural energy released by Rox now. It is its true face. The surging supernatural energy kept gushing out from Rox's body. Rox's body seemed to be transformed into an invincible whole. Those supernatural energies burst out continuously. But there is no sign of drying up at all. Those black supernatural energy. Gushing from inside Rox. Gathering on top of its head. Gradually condensed into a huge black phantom. If you look carefully. You will find that the Black Phantom is almost exactly the same as Rox when he was wearing the helmet. On the battlefield of Marineford. Through the projection screen above the sky, the crowd. Seeing this scene over Marie Joyce. They are all famous. Look, what is that? It seems that a huge phantom has appeared above Rox's head. That Black Phantom, it looks a lot like Rox when he's wearing the helmet. Is that a special ability? Even through the screen, I can feel the strong aura of destruction emanating from it. What is the black energy bursting out of Rox's body? It's like a bottomless pit with no end. It's been so long, yet there's still surging energy pouring out. Is this what Rox really is? It's horrible. I'm curious, how shocking is Rox's blow to destroy Marie Joyce? Everyone on the Marineford battlefield was discussing intensely. At this moment, they didn't even dare to blink their eyelids more. For fear of missing the next crucial scene because of blinking. They fully believe. What will happen next? It will definitely be the most shocking picture they have ever seen in their life. And in this world. Able to do this. In addition to Rox. And definitely no one else. Therefore, while the people discussed fiercely. He opened his eyes wide and waited for the next scene. The other side. Imprisoned in midair by Rox's supernatural energy, 5 elders and others have extremely ugly faces. Although Rox is no longer in Marineford. But his supernatural energy has not dissipated. Still imprisoning several people tightly. There is no chance of resistance at all. 5 elders and others had no choice but to stay in the air obediently. Look at the picture played on the projection screen. When Rox rescued all the innocent people in Marie Joyce. I'm and 5 elders and others have already felt bad. They know. I'm afraid that Rox is really going to carry out a devastating attack on the holy place of Marie Joyce. And now, after seeing the black phantom condensed above Rox's head, they became more certain of their thoughts. This moment, I'm, 5 elders and others have lost any hope in their hearts. The destruction of Marie Joyce. It has become a fact that no one can stop. The celestial dragons have maintained a rule of more than 800 years. I'm afraid it's really coming to an end. At the same time, Marine Ford Field, the location of the underworld army. Red Earl Latefield had withdrawn from the state of Cloud Bat God at this time. He stood in front of the Cloud Bat army, looking up at the picture above the sky screen. Looking at the black phantom condensed above Rox's head in the picture. There was a bit of fanaticism on Redfield's face, a look of 0.8. Is this, a nebula body? Master Pluton's strength has indeed reached a level that no one can surpass. Redfield was talking to himself, his voice trembling. In his tone, there is a reverence and fanaticism that cannot be concealed. As the leader who accepted the Cloud Bat army, able to summon the Super Beast fighters of the Super Beast God Yunbat God, Redfield knew better than anyone present. What is that black phantom condensed above Rox's head? That is the realm that can only be set foot after the supernatural energy value exceeds 5 black hole units, the nebula body. Chapter 127. As the leader who accepted the Cloud Bat army, able to summon the Super Beast fighters of the Super Beast God Yunbat God, Redfield knew better than anyone present. What is that black phantom condensed above Rox's head? That is the realm that can only be entered after the supernatural energy value exceeds 5 black hole units, the nebula body. The nebula. I didn't expect Master Pluton to have really stepped into that realm. Redfield said to himself in a tone almost fanatical and extremely reverent. The Golden Lion, Kaido, and others on the side heard what he said. They all turned their heads in confusion and asked. What do you mean by nebular body, Redfield? Could it be that you know what the captain's strength is? Hearing this, Defield nodded. That's right, in fact, this so-called nebula body is exactly the same as the new power that Lord Pluton bestowed on me. The source of this ability is a kind of ability called supernatural power. You should have an impression of the Super Beast God I summoned with the help of the Cloud Bat army before. Redfield explained patiently. Golden Lion, Kaido, and others nodded. Super Beast God, are you talking about the giant bat-like thing that defeated the 5 elders in one blow? Kaido said. Redfield was non-committal. Yes, that is my Super Beast God Yun Bat God. If you want to summon a Super Beast God, you need extremely strong supernatural energy. Even now, I can only barely summon the Cloud Bat God with the combined help of the Cloud Bat Legion. As for the power of the Cloud Bat God, you have seen it when you come. Even the combined stunts of the 5 elders are vulnerable to the Cloud Bat God. I can say without exaggeration that even I will never be my match for the Cloud Bat God. Redfield said in a deep voice. While speaking, his eyes flashed still fixedly on the projection screen above the sky. In the picture on the projection screen, the black phantom above Rox's head has basically condensed into shape. The terrifying power emanating from it. Even across the screen, Redfield felt it all too clearly. He continued to explain to the Golden Lion and Kaido beside him. It can be said that being able to unleash the power of Super Beast gods with supernatural energy is enough to be invincible in this world. And the nebula body is a more powerful ability that surpasses the Super Beast god. If you want to summon a nebula body, you need far more supernatural energy than summoning a Super Beast god. The Super Beast god can only be regarded as a small witch in front of the nebula body. I had expected Lord Pluton's strength to be terrifyingly strong. But I didn't expect. I could really see Master Pluton displaying the nebula body. This is undoubtedly a supreme honor for me. Redfield's tone became more and more fanatical. And after listening to his narration, Golden Lion, Kaido, Damat and others also roughly understood the concept of nebula. This is actually the first time they have learned just how terrifying Rox's strength is after his return. Before that, although they all know in their hearts, Rox, who has returned after a lapse of 36 years, must have reached the pinnacle of the world. But they also haven't seen the real strength of Rox. Now described by Redfield. They finally got a general idea. This also made them more excited. Although Luo is big, it is a good thing for them. To see the returned Rox so powerful. Golden Lion, Kaido and others are also very happy for each other from the bottom of their hearts. And the admiration for Rox in my heart is getting deeper and deeper. Over Marie Joyce. As a steady stream of supernatural energy burst out from Rox's body. The huge black phantom has also been completely condensed and formed. This black phantom, as Redfield puts it, it is a nebular body that needs more than 5 black hole units of supernatural energy to be summoned. And this nebular body summoned by Rox. It is the nebula body owned by Pluton in the Super Beast armor. It's called the Xianming Nebula. After the unlocking progress of the Pluton template reaches 60%, Rox has the supernatural energy of up to 6 black hole units. This also allows him to truly possess the ability to summon nebula bodies. Actually, want to destroy this holy place below Marie Joyce? There is no need to summon Xian 417 Pluto Nebula. Even the normal rocks. It only needs to mobilize a little power to destroy it. Rocks summoned the Nebula at this time. In fact, in front of the whole world. Fully demonstrate their own strength. In this way, with the powerful means of Xianming Nebula, absolutely able to calm the people of the whole world. This will provide great convenience for creating a truly free and peaceful world, as I said later. In the future, the management of this world in the underworld will also become much easier. That's why rocks took the trouble and summoned the nebula. After today, this holy place Marie Joyce, which represents feudal / established autocracy and endless oppression and exploitation, will cease to exist. After muttering to myself, Rocks slowly manipulated the nebula above his head. Lifting a huge palm made of terrifying supernatural energy, he slapped down on Marie Joyce below him. Chapter 128. Over the holy land of Marie Joyce. Rocks controls the summoned nebula. Lifting the giant black hand condensed from vast different energy towards the bustling town at the top of the red line below. He slapped down hard. This palm, with an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction, blot out the sun. Bitter but still, where the giant black hand passed, it seems that even the space has been compressed. Those people and slaves floating in the air wrapped in supernatural energy. After seeing the giant black hand that slapped Marie Joyce, they all felt a sense of oppression and suffocation coming to their faces. These ordinary people and slaves. I don't know much about Rock's strength. They didn't even know who Rocks was. The war that shook the world at Marineford before. However, it does not play synchronously in Marie Joyce. Because for those celestial dragons who hold themselves high and pretentious, they have no interest in paying attention to the battle between marine and pirates at all. Before Rocks came, those celestial dragons in Marie Joyce are still enjoying themselves with impunity. They are completely ignorant of what is happening outside. So, these can be said to be the commoners and slaves imprisoned in Marie Joyce by the celestial dragons. He is also ignorant of what is happening outside. They didn't know who the mysterious man who suddenly appeared above Marie Joyce was. I don't know why the other party got them all out of Marie Joyce. Looking at the scene in front of me like annihilation. The hearts of these innocent civilians and slaves are full of horror. And at the same time, interior of the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Because of the mutation that happened before, the celestial dragons in Marie Joyce were also all alarmed. The celestial dragons who were still having fun. Suddenly seeing the slaves and servants around him surrounded by a mass of black energy. It flew out of the house and into the sky. This sudden change naturally made the cowardly celestial dragons turn pale with fright. They want their thugs to stop the civilians and slaves floating towards the sky. Yet no matter how they attack or block, neither can break through the defense of black energy. Although Rocks didn't want to harm the civilians and slaves inside the energy shield, only a small amount of supernatural energy was used. But even this weak supernatural energy, it is not something that other people can compete with. The celestial dragons could only helplessly watch these civilians and slaves fly to the sky, completely out of their control. In addition to being afraid of sudden changes, celestial dragons also felt unprecedented anger. They are descendants of the Creator. It is the most supreme race in the world. Who dares to do such a thing in Marie Joyce? Obviously they don't pay attention to these celestial dragons. Which BD did it? Abducted all our servants and slaves. Dare to make trouble in Marie Joyce, don't you want to live? When the instigator behind this is caught, I will definitely torture him. I want this troublemaker to know that the majesty of celestial dragons cannot be touched. Inside some of the mansions and palaces of the Marie Joyce, there was the sound of celestial dragons cursing. They also immediately came to the open space of Marie Joyce. Looked up into the sky. Want to see who is so bold. How dare they make such a fuss in the holy land of Marie Joyce? Since Fisher Tiger made a fuss about Marie Joyce more than 10 years ago, it has been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant. Even the revolutionary army that has been fighting against the world government, Marie Joyce hadn't had an idea so far either. So these celestial dragons are very curious. Who in the end is so reckless? And when they raised their heads to look into the sky, I was almost scared to death by the sight in front of me. This group of celestial dragons wearing glass air shields and looking like fat pigs saw. Over Marie Joyce, a huge black phantom is suspended. The black phantom looks humanoid. An incomparably terrifying destructive power and aura emanated from it. Just looking at it like this, many timid celestial dragons were already slumped to the ground in fright. And when they saw that huge black phantom slowly raised a giant hand, while they were shooting hard towards their position, everyone was scared out of their wits. Help, what is this? What is that huge black phantom? It looks really scary. Look, under that huge black phantom, there is a guy in black armor floating in the air. Who is he? I don't think I've seen him before. Should he be the one who made these famous things? Get all the civilians and slaves in Marie Joyce into the air, what is he trying to do? The palm shot by the huge black phantom looks terrifyingly powerful. Could it be that he wants to destroy Marie Joyce? Damn it, dare to do such a thing in Marie Joyce, is this completely disregarding the dignity of our celestial dragons? Where's the CPO? Let them go and shoot this BD down. The celestial dragons were terrified in the face of the huge power palm, Li Wang's, that fell from the sky. But even so, their mouths are still showing off their strength. They want to call in the CPO, the highest intelligence organization directly under the world government and the highest force under celestial dragons. But these celestial dragons shouted for a long time. There is still no sign of any CPO member. What they don't know is, the CPO members at this time already fell on the battlefield of Marineford, lost in the hands of the army of the underworld. These celestial dragons in Marie Joyce. At this time, like a turtle in an urn, I could only watch helplessly as Xianming Nebula's huge palm took a picture. There is no possibility of escape and resistance. Chapter 129. Damn it, where did the CP0 guys go? At such a critical moment, you can't even see a single person. If the huge palm falls, it will be troublesome. What about the other guards? Hurry up and find a way to block this attack. Where are the 5 elders? What happened to Marie Joyce and they don't show up? If you don't stop this attack, Marie Joyce will probably be razed to the ground. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I don't want to die in such a vague way. We celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator, a race of gods, how could we just die in the hands of an unknown person? Looking at the huge black hands falling from the sky, the desperate celestial dragons began to scream hysterically. And those guard dogs sent by them can only helplessly obey the orders of the celestial dragons. Bite the bullet and rush into the air, trying to stop the falling 923 huge palm. As the highest power center of the world government, Marie Joyce. Naturally, there are many strong people guarding it. These dog-legged guards of the celestial dragons. The strength is not weak. If placed on the sea, it is also enough to become a well-known strong man. These guards are under the hands of the celestial dragons. On weekdays, it can be said that it is a pawn for a tiger, a fox pretends to be a tiger. He did a lot of things that hurt nature and reason. So Rox didn't move the guards out of Marie Joyce along with the innocent civilians and slaves. According to Rox, these guards are the same as the celestial dragons. He has long been a heinous and damned person. After seeing these guards rushing towards the palm that he had patted on the Xianming Nebula, Rox didn't hold back or pause at all. The big hand formed by the condensed majestic and terrifying supernatural energy continued to slap down fiercely. And the figures of those guards, not even close to the palm of the hand taken by Xianming Nebula. It was crushed into a puddle of blood foam by the powerful supernatural energy and the violent wind pressure generated when it was slapped by a huge palm. The nebula body that can only be summoned by the supernatural energy of more than 5 black hole units. How can these little people be able to stop and bear it? The blood foam of those guards who were crushed dripped from the air, turned into a shower of blood, drenched on the group of celestial dragons below. Pause time. There were terrified screams from the Marie Joyce clearing. As the noblest race in the world, the oxygen glass that celestial dragons use to breathe. Where have you ever been treated like this? When the disgusting foam of blood fell on them. These celestial dragons are just insane. And their last psychological line of defense was also completely breached. Looking at the huge black palm that keeps falling. Faced with the situation that no one came to rescue them for a long time. This group of celestial dragons finally understood the situation they were in now. They might actually be dying. I'm afraid, no one can save them. After acknowledging this reality, many fragile celestial dragons were the first to be overwhelmed. He slumped and sat on the ground with a slap, his eyes lost sight. There are also celestial dragons who burst into tears. He kept yelling words like I don't want to die yet. And the celestial dragons kneel on the ground. With the last glimmer of hope. It seems to be praying for a god to save them. However, anyone with a little brain knows that this is absolutely impossible. The race of celestial dragons. Today is really the end. At the same time, in front of live screens around the world. After seeing the reaction of the celestial dragons in Marie Joyce through the live broadcast, the public. I don't have any sympathy or intolerance for the other party's current experience in my heart. They just thought it was a bad breath. Indescribably happy. Look at the appearance of these celestial dragons crying for their father and mother, never imagined that they will have such a day. The celestial dragons, who used to be aloof, are now in such a mess. How can they look like descendants of the Creator? Hehe, when these hateful celestial dragons snatched my fiancé to be a slave, I was even more desperate and angry than they are now. These pompous, filthy celestial dragons are the worms of this world. Now that they have ended up like this, it can only be said that they deserve it. This move by Rox really helped me out a lot. Judging from our current impression of Rox, it doesn't seem like a bad thing for him to manage the order of the world in the future. Under the deterrence of his powerful strength, I believe those pirates and villains dare not come out to make trouble again. Maybe the era of great pirates started by Luo Ji will come to an end. This world may really be able to usher in unprecedented peace and freedom. The people standing in front of the live broadcast screens around the world are discussing with great interest. And over the field of Marineford, 5 elders and others were ashen-faced. See here. They also already knew the outcome of the matter. The celestial dragons have maintained a rule of more than 800 years. It is really going to be destroyed today. The race of celestial dragons. It will also disappear on this sea from now on. And all this. All because of one man, Rox D. Zebek. 36 years ago. They were afraid that Rox would pose a threat to the celestial dragon's rule. It took so many designs to barely kill it. Unexpectedly, 36 years later, the opponent returned with a stronger and more invincible posture. With ease. It will destroy the celestial dragon's 800 years of rule. This moment, and 5 elders and others deeply felt the horror of Rox. With the future in mind, I no longer have any hope. Chapter 130. Amidst the howls and cries of the celestial dragons. In the eyes of people all over the world with great expectation. In the desperate mood of 5 elders and others. Over Marie Joyce. The dark nebula summoned by Rox. Slap hard. This palm. Nothing fancy. There are no tricks. Just absolute power. It is a power far beyond this world level. Clap this palm. It fell hard on the holy Marie Joyce below. Nothing shocking moving. Without any earth-shattering vibrations. Under one palm. The once prosperous town directly turned into nothingness. Along with the celestial dragons in Marie Joyce. They also disappeared from everyone's sight. And after the whole Marie Joyce was turned into nothingness, Xianming Nebula's palm was also slowly raised back. In addition to destroying Marie Joyce and those celestial dragons and celestial dragons' lackeys, the palm of Xianming Nebula did not cause other damage to Red Line, where the town of Marie Joyce originally stood. It has now been replaced by a bare vacant lot. Rox didn't destroy the Red Line. Because he knows. Inside the Red Line, there are still many unknown secrets hidden, including 100 years of blank history, as well as the origin of this world. That's why celestial dragons built Marie Joyce on the Red Line. In addition to being the highest peak in the entire world, there is another most important reason. That is celestial dragons to guard the secret buried in the Red Line. It cannot be made known to the world. And this also Rox after just destroying Marie Joyce. There's no reason to continue wreaking havoc on the Red Line. At the same time, in front of live screens around the world, everyone saw that Xianming Nebula's nearly destructive palm could only raise Marie Joyce to the ground, after not causing any other damage to the Red Line. 0. Seeking flowers. A look of doubt appeared on everyone's face again. What happened? The palm that Rox just slapped looked terrifying. I thought his slap would collapse the entire Red Line. The result doesn't seem to have done much other than raising Marie Joyce to the ground. Could it be that we overestimated the power of this palm? But even so, being able to raise Marie Joyce to the ground with one palm is quite terrifying. That's right, in this world, Rox is probably the only one who can do this kind of thing. Everyone in front of the live broadcast screen was talking. But at this moment, someone suddenly said a word weakly. Actually, don't you think the palm that just leveled Marie Joyce without destroying the rest is the scariest thing? As soon as he said this, everyone in the audience fell silent. After a while, there was a sound of gasping for air. Think carefully. 100 million. Chapter 131. After hearing what the previous man said, the people in front of the live broadcast screen suddenly fell silent. They thought about it carefully. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't help but gasp. What the man said earlier. Let them start thinking about the possibility of May 43. You mean, all this was actually done on purpose by Rox? Only destroying Marie Joyce and celestial dragons, but not destroying the Red Line at all, is it actually the result of Rox control? Being able to control the power of such a terrifying palm within such a fine range, Rox's control of power has definitely reached the pinnacle of perfection. This kind of strength is far more terrifying than Konjo's powerful destructive power. Sure enough, we still underestimated the horror of Rox. With such an invincible strong man, this sea will definitely be much more peaceful than before. After realizing that they underestimated the strength of Rox, the people standing in front of the live broadcast screen excitedly discussed again. They didn't panic that Rox was stronger than they thought. Or, it's no use even if they panic. Even with Rox's strength. Really only to the extent that it can just destroy the whole of Marie Joyce. That's not something they can compete with. So for everyone, Rox's strength is far stronger than imagined. There does not seem to be any greater threat to them. The opposite of the more powerful Rox is. For those pirates and villains who have been making waves on this sea before, it has a stronger deterrent force. In this way, those pirates and gangsters will restrain themselves a lot in the future because they are afraid of Rox's strength. For ordinary people, this undoubtedly a good thing. After realizing these, everyone became more and more excited and joyful. And just when ordinary people were delighted by this discovery, the sky over Naval Headquarters Marineford, and 5 elders, who are bound by the supernatural energy. The expression on his face became more and more difficult to look at. Naturally, they also saw the palm of rocks just now. In fact, it was deliberately kept. The opponent deliberately destroyed only Marie Joyce. But it didn't hurt Red Line one bit. Obviously. The other party must have plots against Red Line. And as the highest authority in the world government, of course and the 5 elders et al. Know. Inside that Red Line, what kind of secret is hidden? It is for this reason that their faces are so ugly at this moment. If you can. The door would rather that Rock's previous palm would directly destroy the Red Line under Marie Joyce. If that's the case, at least that secret will be permanently buried in the depths of the sea. 5.4 Instead of the current. The truth that the celestial dragons are trying to hide. It is likely that Rocks will soon be broadcast live. Make it public. For and 5 elders etal. This is without a doubt the worst case scenario. Chapter 132. Over Marineford. and 5 elders and others were most trapped by Rock's ability. Floating in midair unable to move. They looked up at the huge projection screen above the sky. Looking at the raised Marie Joyce. The expression on his face can be said to be uglier than eating she. Damn it, that Rock's guy must have deliberately ruined Marie Joyce and not the Red Line. He did this, and his purpose is already obvious. It seems, he knows that the secret inside the Red Line exists. It would be terrible if that secret was made public. Rather than this, it would be better to let the Red Line also be destroyed in the hands of Rocks earlier. The 07 secret that has been hidden for 800 years is finally going to be known by the world. From now on, the world will really change. 5 elders and others lamented helplessly in their hearts. Things have come to this point. Even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 unwillingness in their hearts, the exposure of that secret is already an unstoppable fact. In the face of Locke's powerful strength, they are like tiny bugs. There is no room for resistance and struggle. Even if Rocks wanted to, they would be crushed to death like bugs in an instant. But now they still live here. Can only explain one thing. That's what Rocks wanted and the 5 elders to see for themselves. Witness with your own eyes the moment when the secret was revealed to the world. At that time, 5 elders and others will surely feel unprecedented despair. The other side. Over Marie Joyce. After completely raising Marie Joyce to the ground, Rocks took back the summoned Nebula. The huge black phantom slowly dissipated. Turned into turbulent supernatural energy, it returned to Rock's body. He believed in his previous palm. It has already had the effect of shocking the world. As long as it's a slightly smarter guy, everyone can see how terrifying their own strength is. Thus, the purpose of shocking the world has also been achieved. Then next, it's time to make that secret public. The celestial dragons have tried their best to conceal the truth for 800 years, and it must be revealed in front of the world after all. Only in this way can this world usher in a real dawn. Rocks looked down at Marie Joyce, who had been raised to the ground, and muttered to himself. Subsequently, his observation haki diffuses. It shrouded the barren land below. After some simple investigation, Rocks quickly spotted the clues. I saw him waving his hand lightly. A mighty supernatural energy burst out from his body again, shooting towards a certain location in the barren land below. Next moment, the majestic supernatural energy landed hard on Rock's target. With a loud bang. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose from the ground. And when the smoke cleared, over there on the ground, Howran revealed a huge bottomless pothole. In that pit is endless darkness. There is obviously something hidden inside. This move by Rocks. Naturally, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The people standing in front of the live broadcast screen suddenly exclaimed. Look, there's a bottomless pothole. It turns out that under Marie Joyce, there is still a hole in the sky. Is that why the Rocks didn't destroy the Red Line before? Could it be that in that cave, 630 still hides some unknown secret? It seems that Rocks wants all of us to spy on the situation in the cave together. What the hell will be in there? The people in front of the live screen suddenly stretched their necks and widened their eyes. Stare at the picture on the live screen. Looking forward to what kind of secrets there are in that pothole. But in their attention, Rocks, who was above Marie Joyce, began to plummet. Fly towards the location of the pothole rapidly. And the live phone bug that was originally floating in the air, also under the coercion of different energy, follow closely behind Rocks. The secret hidden inside the Red Line. Coming soon. Chapter 133. Under all eyes. Rocks' figure plummeted from the air. Speed towards the ruins of Marie Joyce, which has been razed to the ground. On the ruins. With a pothole. The pit is bottomless. It seems to imply a huge space. Rocks was flying towards the pothole at this moment. And behind him, under the coercion of supernatural energy, the live phone bug also followed closely behind Rox, to ensure that the images on the live screen are always moving with the movement of Rox. Everyone saw Rox move. They also began to look forward to it. Look, Rox is flying towards that pothole. The live phone bug seems to be following him closely. It seems that Rox wants all of us to witness the situation in the pothole together. I don't know what kind of secrets are hidden in that pothole. Look at the expressions of I'm and 5 elders, it's hard to see ultimate. Obviously, those who were once the highest power do not want us to know what is going on in that pit. But the more this happens, the more curious I am about the secrets in that pit. Everyone fixed their eyes on the picture on the live screen, looking forward to it. Waiting for the secrets inside that pothole to be revealed. Soon. Rox's figure had already reached the mouth of the pothole. Looking into the cave from the entrance. It's pitch black inside. But nothing can be seen with the naked eye. But Rox's observation Haki can clearly perceive its uniqueness. Inside the red line. With a huge independent space. Its area. Even bigger than Marie Joy's on the red line. After staying in the cave for a while. Rox didn't have any hesitation. Continue to fly towards the hole. And when Rox's figure flew into the cave. The originally pitch black space in the cave suddenly became brighter. But before the people in front of the live broadcast screen can confidently observe the situation inside the cave. Several piercing sounds suddenly sounded. On the stone walls around the entrance of the cave. A few cold lights shot out. Attacked fiercely towards the position where Rox was. Those are some extremely sharp arrows. But the position of the arrow is not made of iron or other metals. It's a blue-black rock. Rox recognized it immediately. The blue-black rock. It is the same material as those stone tablets engraved with the text of history. This rock. Claiming to be invincible. No matter how strong the strong. It cannot be destroyed either. It is for this reason that those historical texts that record countless historical mysteries have been handed down to this day. Only those who can decipher the words on the text of history. Now there is only Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates left in this world. They are willing to spend so much effort to make arrows out of this kind of rock, and set up traps to prevent people from breaking in. It seems that celestial dragons really don't want this secret to be known by others. Rox muttered to himself. Although these rocks claim to be indestructible. But that is actually only for the previous power system in this world. And the strength of Rox, promised, has already surpassed the level of this world. This so-called indestructible rock. Naturally, he is extremely vulnerable in front of Rox. When those arrows flew fast. Rox didn't even have any action buys. It's just the powerful supernatural energy surrounding it. It is to instantly crush those sharp arrows into fine powder. Chapter 134. When several arrows were directly crushed into powder by the majestic supernatural energy surrounding Rox. His previous muttering to himself was also transmitted to everyone's ears through the live phone bug. People who don't even know what's going on. After hearing what Rox said, they were all surprised. Did you hear what Rox said? The arrowhead of that arrow is actually made of the same material as the historical text steel. This kind of rock is used as an arrow, and the arrow is absolutely indestructible. Even the most powerful armament Haki can't defend against such an attack, right? 517 celestial dragons actually set up such a trap at the entrance of the cave. It seems that they really don't want anyone else to enter the interior of the red line. However, they certainly didn't expect that these methods were like child's play in front of Rox, completely without any effect or threat. Looks like soon, the secret hidden inside the red line will be revealed to the public. Everyone was full of anticipation and looked at the live broadcast screen. And before their eyes. Everything inside the red line was slowly emerging before their eyes. Inside the red line. After Rox shattered the incoming arrows. Move on without stopping. Along the way, he encountered many obstacles from the authorities. But those agencies that are enough to kill many strong people. But there is no threat to Rox at all. Unimpeded all the way. Soon. Rox came to the top of a huge transparent glass cover. Looking from above into the interior of the transparent glass. Can be seen in the shroud of transparent glass. There is a huge tree standing upright. The tree is tall. High enough to look down from Rox's position. If you just observe with the naked eye. It is impossible to see where the roots of this tree are. Inside the red line. Bottomless. It seems to go straight to the bottom of the endless darkness. And the giant tree in front of me. It was as if it grew directly from the depths of the sea. However. What makes people feel a little surprised is that, this huge giant tree. The leaves growing on it are not lush green. It was a withered yellow that looked almost withered and lifeless. On that stout and gigantic trunk. There are many unique patterns. The first moment I saw those patterns. Not only Rox. Even the people in front of the live broadcast screen recognized it all at once. Those peculiar patterns. It is almost exactly the same as the peculiar texture on devil fruit. Obviously. This huge tree that looks like it's about to die. It has a very close relationship with devil fruit. For a while, a thought popped up in everyone's mind. Possibility among dogs as well. Could it be that the giant tree in front of the red line? Is it the legendary devil fruit tree? When this thought pops up, everyone was taken aback by this guess. Could it be that the tree of devil fruit has been held in the hands of the celestial dragons? But there are still some puzzling places in this. That is, although this giant tree has the same pattern as devil fruit, but on that branch. But I didn't see any devil fruit. What on earth is it? At this moment, everyone's hearts are filled with doubts. Chapter 135. Inside the red line. Above the huge glass cover. Rock's figure floating in the air. Looking down at the withered giant tree in the glass cover below. He can be quite sure. In front of this giant tree that is about to die. It is the legendary devil fruit tree. Devil fruit that endows the capable with various powerful abilities. Those devil fruits called secret treasures of the sea. It is from this giant tree that grows out. Only, I don't know why. The devil fruit tree has now become like this. Not only can't see any shadow of devil fruit on it. Even the whole tree is dying. Perhaps the secret is hidden in the deepest bottom. Rox muttered something to himself. Then continued to fly towards the deepest part of the red line. Although blocked by a glass cover. But Rox did not shoot to smash it. Instead, use it directly to open a magic portal. Fly to that deeper place with the live phone bug. With continuous deepening. The space below actually began to become wider and wider. At the speed of Rox. He soon reached the deepest part of the red line. And the deepest scene of the red line. Then it was displayed in front of everyone through the live phone bug. All the people standing in front of the live broadcast screen saw. At the very bottom of that red line. Surrounded by solid laterite rocks. Below is soft, moist red soil. And at the very center of the bottom. There is a huge circular lake. And the root of the devil fruit tree. It spread into the lake. Said lake. But what is contained in it? It's actually sea water. The devil fruit tree draws energy continuously from the sea. Only then can those devil fruits with powerful abilities be grown. Beside the round lake. There is also a gigantic cubic stele. There are many strangely shaped characters engraved on the stone tablet. When I saw that stone tablet, many people standing in front of the live broadcast screen recognized what it was. Look, that's the main text of history. I didn't expect that in the deepest part of the red line, there is actually a piece of historical text. And the color of this history text seems to be different from the general history text. The color of this historical text stele is actually as dark blue as the sea. 0. Seeking flowers. What kind of secrets will be recorded in the historical text hidden in such a place? It's a pity. The only O'Hara clan who can interpret the text of history has been wiped out decades ago. In this world, I am afraid that no one can decipher what is recorded on this historical text. I heard that the last survivor of the O'Hara family is Nico Robin of Straw Hat Crew, but she doesn't know where she is now, and I'm afraid we won't be able to find her anytime soon. 0.00. It seems that we are destined to have no secrets recorded in that special historical text today. The people in front of the live broadcast screen talked a lot, and they all felt sorry for it. However, amidst the lamentation of the crowd, in the screen of the live broadcast screen, Rox raised his hand slowly. A circular golden magic portal slowly appeared in front of him. And from within the magic portal, a slender black-haired woman walked out slowly. It is the last survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin. Husband. Chapter 136. When Nico Robin walked out of the golden circular magic portal, everyone standing in front of the live broadcast screen suddenly gasped. Then it boiled again. It's Nico Robin. How did Nico Robin from Straw Hat Crew end up here on April 17? Could it be that she has joined the underworld? But isn't Nico Robin from the Straw Hat Pirates? Why did he join the underworld? I heard that Nico Robin is the son of the devil and is very good at betrayal. The forces she joined before did not end well. Perhaps this time, Nico Robin saw the power of the underworld, so he chose to betray again. Tisk tisk tisk, it's really amazing. But since Rox has even taken over Nico Robin, it seems that it is not difficult to interpret this special historical article. It seems that soon, the secret recorded in the historical text will be revealed to the public. I'm curious about what is recorded in this unique historical text buried in the deepest part of the red line next to the devil fruit tree. www. Everyone in front of the live broadcast screen was talking a lot, and it was hard to look forward to the upcoming reveal session. While on the other side, on the battlefield of Marineford, Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, who has been brought down and controlled by a strong underworld. After seeing Nico Robin appear on the live screen, emotions became extremely excited in an instant. Robin. Why is Robin there? Straw Hat Luffy stared at the projection screen above the sky with wide eyes. Struggling to break free. The expression on his face was also extremely eager. Luffy can't figure it out. Why Robin appeared in front of Rox? Obviously they were in Sabayati Archipelago a few days ago. They were shot by Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Could it be that Bin is just the site of the underworld? Then he was arrested by the people of the underworld? Thinking of this, Luffy couldn't help feeling a little anxious. He was a little worried about Robin's safety. As for the other people talking about Robin's betrayal, Luffy simply ignored it. Even before the events of Water 7 Capitals and Ice Lobby, Luffy never doubted that Robin would betray him. Not to mention now that after the Ice Lobby battle, Luffy can be sure. In any case, Robin will not betray their group of friends. The reason why Robin appeared in front of Rocks now, it must be because of something that happened. Made her have to do it. Looking at the figure of Robin on the projection screen in the sky, Luffy's heart was filled with anxiety. No, Robin must be rescued. He secretly made up his mind in his heart. At the same time, my hands and body are also struggling hard, wanting to break free from the shackles of the strong man in the underworld who controlled him. However, after the current Luffy has experienced the Impel Down battle and the previous Marineford battle, already at the end of the battle, seriously injured. Physical strength is also running low. 4.2 In this state, he, no matter how hard you try, still can't break free from the shackles of the underworld powerhouse. In the end, he had no choice but to continue to look helplessly at what was about to happen on the projection screen above the sky. Chapter 137. In the deepest part of the Red Line, by the withered devil fruit tree, Nico Robin slowly walked out of the magic portal with a dignified expression. For the present situation, she doesn't seem to struggle and resist too much. Obviously, he has already accepted his situation. As early as a day ago, when the underworld is making a fuss Impel Down, after rescuing Red Earl Redfield, Rocks is using the newly acquired magic portal function 07, leading the army of the underworld to the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue. Nico Robin, who was photographed by Bartholomew Kuma in Sabayati Archipelago not long ago. It was the kingdom on the bridge in East Blue that was photographed flying. Bridge Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of Laborers. This is a country built on bridges. All the people in the kingdom are captured laborers. Some of them are criminals captured by the world government. Some are people who refuse to join the world government countries. These people have been imprisoned on this giant bridge for generations. This gigantic sea bridge was built day and night. The construction of the giant bridge began more than 700 years ago. Those who commanded it were none other than the celestial dragons. After 700 years of construction, the completion of the bridge is still far away. Nico Robin was shot to such a place by Bartholomew Kuma. And in order to protect the little girl who helped her, Nico Robin finally chose to be caught surrounded by the guards guarding the laborers. Locked up. And like other laborers, they began to work hard on the bridge. And when the underworld army arrived here, it was to deal with the running dogs of the celestial dragons guarding the kingdom on the bridge at a speed like wind and clouds. Those laborers who had been imprisoned and squeezed for an unknown period of time were finally liberated. And the underworld also found Nico Robin. He stated his intentions to it. That is, let Robin be responsible for deciphering the content of the historical text for the underworld. For such requirements, Robin naturally refused very firmly at first. But in the underworld moved out Luffy. After threatening Luffy's life, in the end, the other party had no choice but to compromise. In fact, from the beginning of the Summit War, Nico Robin has been imprisoned on the sky. Watched the entirety of Summit War through one live screen. And this also made Robin deeply feel the horror of the underworld. She understands. With their strength, in front of the underworld, there is no chance or ability to resist at all. Therefore, after much thought, to save Luffy's life, Robin eventually compromised. Slowly walk out from the magic portal. Robin came to Rocks. In silence, Rocks 360 slightly raised his finger and pointed to the historical text stele beside him. Shen Sheng said, "Let's start, let's announce the history recorded on it to the whole world." Wen Yan. Nico Robin didn't hesitate. He nodded heavily. Then slowly walked to the blue historical text stele. His eyes fell on the complex characters carved in it. The mysteries written in it. The past and history that the celestial dragons and the world government tried their best to hide. It will be announced in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 138. Deepest part of the Red Line. Robin stood beside the huge historical stone tablet with a dignified face. He is interpreting the ancient characters engraved on it very seriously. In today's world, able to interpret historical texts, she is the only one who is the orphan of O'Hara. This is why the world government has always wanted to arrest Nico Robin so much. As long as Robin completely disappears from this world, then no one in this world will be able to decipher the blank 100 years past. Even if some powerful overthrows the rule of the celestial dragons in the future, the history of that blank 100 years will not be known. Unfortunately, however, even though the world government is trying so hard to arrest Nico Robin, but it still failed after all these years. And now, Rocks and the emergence of the underworld. All hope for 5 elders et al. Has been completely destroyed. By now, 5 elders and I'm also know. That blank 100 years of history. I'm afraid I can't hide it. For the worst outcome for celestial dragons. It's finally here. When Robin's eyes fell on the words engraved on the stone tablet of the main text of history, her whole mind was completely attracted to it. Although the current situation, interpreting the historical text can be said to be forced and helpless, to protect the lives of their companions. But with Robin's obsession with that blank 100-year history, from the moment she opened Shikai to read this historical text, her whole mind was immersed in it. For a while, Robin seems to have forgotten everything outside. Concentrate and meticulously stare at the historical text in front of you. And her expression, it also becomes more dignified and serious with continuous interpretation. Even to the end, Robin's eyes showed a bit of unconcealable horror. As if it is the secret recorded in the historical text. It's just too shocking. In the process of Robin's interpretation of the historical text, Rox just stood there quietly. He is not in a hurry. Nor is it worried that Robin will deceive himself after deciphering the historical text. Because he believed, as long as Robin is a smart guy, never dare to lie to yourself. Unless she wanted to watch Luffy die in front of her eyes. During this time when Robin deciphered the historical text, the interior of the red line fell into silence. Only occasionally could I hear Robin's voice that was not swallowing because he was too frightened. In front of live screens around the world, it was difficult for everyone. They stared intently at the live screen. Everyone's emotions became tense along with Robin's. They are all looking forward to this piece being hidden in the deepest part of the red line. Standing on the text of history by the tree of withered devil fruit. What kind of shocking secret is recorded in the end? The 100-year blank history that the celestial dragons and the world government are trying to bury. And what unknown past? Under everyone's expectations. In the live broadcast on the big screen, Nico Robin, who had been standing in front of the historical text stele for a long time, let out a long sigh. Afterwards, her gaze finally moved away from the historical text stele. Turn around and face Rox. See. Rox smiled slightly. Shen Sheng said. It looks like you've read everything, right? Then, tell me everything you just knew. Chapter 139. Hear Rox's words. Robin nodded slightly. Then speak slowly. Under the spotlight, it began to describe all the content recorded in this historical text. 900 years ago. That is, see circle calendar 720 years. The sea at that time was far more chaotic than it is now. Between islands. Between kingdoms and kingdoms. Frictions and wars, large and small, often erupt. 653 The people of the sea at that time. It can be said that the people are in dire straits. All of them live in dire straits. Later, a mighty warrior rises from the sea. He possesses the ability to listen to the voice of all things. With this ability, the warrior ended the turmoil on the sea with unrivaled power. Became the king of Tartarus, the most powerful country on the sea at that time. He was also the king of the world at the time. His name is Adam. And later people. It also has another name. Joypo. Under the leadership of Adam's world government, Aha. The sea has entered a period of unprecedented peace. Later, Adam met Thetis, the goddess of the sea. And marry each other. Raised 3 children. The 3 children, named Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto respectively. The child conceived by the strongest human being and the goddess of the sea, Thetis. Born with great potential. They even have the power to destroy the world. One day, the sea demon found Adam. And brought it to a huge towering tree. On this big tree, it is covered with various fruits with peculiar patterns. The sea demon told Adam. This giant tree is called the devil fruit tree. The fruit on it. It is devil fruit. Just eat the devil fruit. Gain powerful abilities. Even, eternal life. Facing the temptation of the sea devil, the righteous Adam resolutely refused. What he didn't expect, however, was that his conversation with the demon of the sea. But it was all overheard by his servants. Adam can resist the temptation of devil fruit. But this servant was completely bewitched. He took advantage of the dark and windy night of the month. Came to the devil fruit tree. And personally picked the first devil fruit from the top of the devil fruit tree. This devil fruit possesses all other devil fruit abilities. And it can also give the capable person eternal life. The servant who ate this devil fruit instantly possessed incomparable strength. And such power. It also caused the servant's ambition to continue to expand. He was no longer content to be just a servant of Adam. He wanted to overthrow Adam's rule. Become the new king of the world. Then, the war has begun. This servant utilizes devil fruit. Bewitched many strong men who wanted to gain power. Give them devil fruit and powerful abilities. Soon a force strong enough to confront Adam's kingdom of Tartarus was formed. 20 of the most powerful men became the servant's henchmen. These 20 strong men. It was the 20 veterans who later founded the world government. And the servant with all the devil fruit abilities and eternal life. Named. I'm. Chapter 140. When Robin finishes this paragraph. Suddenly stopped. Did not go on immediately. It seems to want to give the audience who are watching the live broadcast a little time to react and think. And for her pause. Rox didn't stop either. After Robin pauses. All around the world. The people in front of the live broadcast screen. Dare to take a big gulp and start breathing this time dash. When Robin recounted that blank 100-year history earlier. Everyone didn't even dare to take a breath. Don't dare to have any distraction or other actions. I am afraid that I will miss important information because of this. And everything Robin said. It did not disappoint them. Or. They were totally blown away. Just what Robin said earlier. It has severely subverted everyone's worldview and cognition. It was shocking and unbelievable. Hiss, my God. What did I hear? Adam, Joy, the king of the world 800 or 900 years ago. The goddess of the sea and the demon of the sea, do they really exist? Have you ever noticed what the names of the 3 children Joy Boy and Lamar had? It seems to be called Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto. Isn't this the name of the legendary ancient weapon, Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton, who possessed the power to destroy the world? Could it be that the 3 ancient weapons are actually the children of Joy Boy and the goddess of the sea? Hey, this news is really exciting. I don't know what Uranus and Poseidon are, but isn't Pluton said to be a huge warship? How did it become a person? Is the intelligence I heard wrong, or is Robin actually lying to us? While being shocked, some people who had some information had doubts about Chuan Bin's words. However, their doubts were quickly dispelled by the people around them. I think what Nico Robin said should be true. Things have gotten to the point where neither Nico Robin nor Rox seems to need to lie to us about this kind of thing. The 100-year blank history that the world government and celestial dragons want to hide must be information that poses a great threat and is extremely unfavorable to the celestial dragons' rule. The Rox and their purpose is to overthrow the celestial dragons' rule, so there is no need for them to conceal the real historical details of this blank 100 years. As for the information about the ancient weapon Pluton we heard before, there is actually no definite basis. Maybe our information is actually wrong. After being refuted by the people around them, those who raised doubts earlier also nodded, expressing their acceptance of this point of view and dispelling their doubts. 0. Seeking flowers. Then, they focused on other important information they had heard earlier. It turns out that the devil fruit tree was brought to this world by the sea devil. This seems to be able to explain why devil fruit has so many powerful abilities, and the eater will be cursed by the sea. The devil of the sea wants to trick Joy Boy into eating the devil fruit, probably in order to cause chaos on the sea. Fortunately, Joy Boy was determined and was not bewitched by it. However, what I never expected is that I'm was actually Joy Boy's servant hundreds of years ago. It turns out that I'm can have such great power and live for hundreds of years because he ate the first devil fruit from the top of the devil fruit tree. The celestial dragons who first established the world government turned out to be a group of rebels. This also seems to explain why the celestial dragons are trying so hard to hide the truth that has been blank for 100 years. In front of the screens all over the world, everyone was discussing enthusiastically. After hearing about that dark past, people are filled with righteous indignation and indignation. Son. Chapter 141. Part of what Robin said about the 100-year blank history. It has shocked people all over the world. Unexpectedly, celestial dragons and world government today. It turned out that it was actually formed by rebels hundreds of years ago. And Lord I'm who is above everyone. It turned out that he was just a servant of Joy Boy. Because 053 was tempted by the sea demon. Gained mighty power and boundless ambition. Hence the rebellion that started hundreds of years ago. But after learning all this, world government and the status of celestial dragons, in the hearts of everyone, it plummeted instantly. They were already dissatisfied with the celestial dragons' rule. Now after knowing what the other party has done in the past, everyone felt contemptuous and disdainful about it. Let such a treacherous race lead them. It is simply an extremely humiliating thing. Fortunately, today's celestial dragons have all died at the hands of Rox. Celestial dragons, this dirty and despicable race. It will no longer exist in the future. For a while. And people feel a little thankful for that. Glad to have someone as strong as Rox stand up. Overthrew the celestial dragons. At the same time. Naval Headquarters Marineford. In mid-air. I'm and 5 elders, who were bound by Rox with supernatural energy, are still floating in mid-air. Now their faces are ashen. Very ugly. Especially I'm. What I have done is now known to all. Especially now that everyone knows that he was once just a servant of 3 Joy Boy. This made I'm extremely ugly and angry. However, there was nothing he could do about it. In the face of Rox's powerful strength, he can't do anything. They could only curse one after another. Damn Rox! The other side. On the grounds of Marineford. Marine Admiral Sengoku looked at the screen above the sky with a solemn face. He also had a panoramic view of the reactions of the people around him. Oh, after all, paper can't hold fire anymore. Sengoku sighed helplessly. As Marine Marshal, he actually knew roughly about that blank 100 years of history. Although he is righteous, he also feels very disgusted with the behavior of and celestial dragons. But he has no way to resist the celestial dragons. Maintaining the development of naval headquarters requires a lot of military spending. And this military expenditure is drawn out by celestial dragons and world government. For the violent institutions of the world, the naval headquarters are no match for the celestial dragons. And even if Sengoku wants to rebel, there is no absolute certainty. Not to mention, if he does resist, not only cannot overthrow the rule of celestial dragons in a short period of time, it will even cause further chaos in this sea. Because if there is a war with the celestial dragons, then Marine will definitely have no time to take care of the pirates who are doing evil in this sea. Without the constraints and management of Marine, these pirates will only become more arrogant. The world will also fall into an even more terrifying chaos. In order to maintain the stability of the world. Therefore, even if Sengoku knows the history of blank for 100 years, still reluctantly chose to continue to obey the command and orders of celestial dragons. But in fact, Sengoku still hopes in his heart that one day he can overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. At this point, his old friend Garp agrees with him. Garp is precisely because he is unwilling to obey the orders of the celestial dragons. That's why he has only been a vice admiral for so many years and has not been promoted to admiral. I don't know what will become of this sea in the future. 2.6. Sengoku looked at the projection screen above the sky and thought silently in his heart. And just as he was thinking about it, on the projection screen, Nico Robin paused for a moment. He opened his mouth slowly again. That which was not finished before. The remaining blank 100 years of history. More will be revealed soon. Chapter 142. After a moment's pause. After giving the people watching the live broadcast in front of the live screen a little reaction time, Nico Robin took a deep breath. Start to continue talking about the content recorded on the historical text. The history mentioned earlier. In fact, it is only a part of the blank 100 years of history recorded in the main text of history. As mentioned earlier, Joy Boy's servant Im overheard the conversation between Joy Boy and the sea demon. Did not hold on to the mind. Bewitched by the demon of the sea. 078 the first devil fruit at the top of the devil fruit tree. As a result, he gained unprecedented powerful abilities and almost eternal life. And such a powerful ability. Naturally, Im lost himself. He gradually began to be dissatisfied with just being a servant. His ambition began to breed and grow continuously in his heart. Im inside began to be gradually eroded by darkness. Later on, he even directly began to openly rebel against the rule of Joy Boy. And using the powerful power of devil fruit as bait, bewitched more guys who yearn for power like him. These people formed an unprecedentedly powerful rebel army. Everyone inside ate a devil fruit. Possesses extremely powerful power. And the 20 strongest fighters among them. He even became Im's confidant. This rebel army soon opened up against the kingdom ruled by Joy Boy. Stage. Although Joy Boy is also very strong. And with the help of the goddess of the sea. But after this group got the power of devil fruit. Under the offensive of the almost crazy rebels. Even Joy Boy was starting to feel bad. The kingdoms and armies it ruled also began to be at a disadvantage in this war. Joy Boy understands. If this continues, the kingdom of Tartarus must surely perish. And the kingdom of Tartarus fell. It also means that Im and those guys who have been completely bewitched by power and lost themselves will rule the world. And Im and the group of people also hold the devil fruit tree that can continuously provide them with terrifying abilities. Under this powerful force, even in the distant future, I'm afraid no one can compete with it. This sea may not see any future in the future. In order to prevent the world from falling into such a dark future. After some careful consideration, Joy Boy did 3 things that will completely change the pattern of future generations. As the personification of justice, it is naturally impossible for Joy Boy to watch all this happen. He understands. His own defeat and death are inevitable. But he doesn't want to see the future of this sea is still dark. In this situation, Joy Boy knows. I should do something. Win a glimmer of hope for the future of this sea. Then, he made an earth-shattering decision. Sacrificed his life. With the help of the goddess of the sea. Added a curse to devil fruit. That is the ability user who ate devil fruit. Cursed by the sea forever. Become a landlubber who cannot swim. Though it may seem like an insignificant curse. But in a world where 90% of the area is ocean. Such a curse for demon fruit power. It can still play a very restrictive role. Besides, Joy Boy sacrificed his life. 2 things were also accomplished that would affect the development of later generations. One is to unleash the terrifying power that has not yet grown up in his 3 children Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton, Pluto. Somehow it was teleported into the distant future. One day after 800 years. There will be 3 newcomers who have inherited these 3 powers capable of destroying the world. They will inherit the will of ancient weapon, overthrow the celestial dragons and world government, and restore peace and freedom to this sea. And as for another thing that Joy Boy accomplished before his death, it directly changed the pattern of the future world. That is, with the power of the devil fruit tree located in the deepest part of the red line and guarded by Im and others, transferred to this sea, on an island that no one has ever reached. Precisely because of this, the devil fruit tree inside the red line is in a dying state. Devil fruit can no longer grow. And on the island where the power of the devil fruit tree was transferred, originally an ordinary tree, it gradually becomes a new devil fruit tree. 777 On this devil fruit tree, start to grow new devil fruit continuously. Ripe devil fruit falls from the tree, fell into the sea, surrounded by the rushing waters, scattered all over the world. In this way, the power of devil fruit is no longer monopolized by Im and his gang. More and more people have gained the power of devil fruit, also began to have the strength to fight against Im and his group. Joy Boy's move. Undoubtedly, it greatly promoted the rise and strength of the power against celestial dragons in later generations. For the originally dark future without any hope, bringing a ray of light and a ray of life. And the tree where the new devil fruit grows. The mysterious island where no one knows its exact location. Named. The final island, Raftel. Chapter 143. Joy Boy sacrificed his life as a price. With the help of his wife, the goddess of the sea. 3 important measures have been taken to affect the pattern of the sea in later generations. And it is these 3 actions of Joy Boy. Such a pattern will be formed on the sea hundreds of years later. Although the war more than 800 years ago, the end result was the death of Joy Boy and the end of the kingdom of Tartarus. But Joy Boy is the seed of hope. Into the sea. Waiting for some day in the future. A new force can appear on this sea. Completely overthrow the rule of Im and the celestial dragons. Bring peace and quiet to this sea once again. When everyone heard this, everyone is amazed and admired by what Joy Boy has done. It turns out that demon fruit power will be cursed by the sea because of Joy Boy. The 3 legendary ancient weapons turned out to be human beings with the power of Joy Boy's 3 children. I just don't know, the above mentioned one day in the future, 3 human beings with the power of ancient weapon will awaken. When will it be? Is the giant tree in the deepest part of the red line really the devil fruit tree? It turned out that the reason why it was about to die was because Joy Boy transferred the power of the devil fruit tree to other places. Is that why devil fruit is scattered all over the world? Unexpectedly, the island where the new devil fruit tree grows is the ultimate island Raftel. Then, could it be that the One Piece mentioned by One Piece Gordy is the tree of devil fruit? It's very possible. After all, if you can get the devil fruit tree, it means you can get a lot of devil fruit. This is an extremely terrifying force. It turns out that all the secrets are like this. Everyone standing in front of the live broadcast screen suddenly became excited. This live broadcast to the world. Let them all know the secrets that were unknown hundreds of years ago. Knowing exactly how Im and the celestial dragons ruled the world. Knowing the origin of devil fruit and ancient weapon. Also learned the secret about Raftel, the final island. A short live broadcast. The amount of information brought to everyone is incomparably huge. For a while, everyone feels that their minds are a little messed up. It takes a long time to slowly digest the information in it. On the live screen, Nico Robin's narration is also coming to an end. The latter content is relatively simple. After Joy Boy's death, the formerly prosperous kingdom of Tartarus also died together. Subsequently, Im led his 20 cronies, established the world government, and called their own race called Celestial Dragons, descendants of the Creator. Use this to take control of the world. As for those who originally belonged to Joy Boy's faction, all of them were killed by Im. All those who knew the truth about this matter were all silenced. Since then, the sea is completely under the control of Imji's celestial dragons. Zhao Lihao, before dying, the remnants of the kingdom of Tartarus, exhausted his last strength to engrave 100 years of blank history on this indestructible stone tablet. Waiting for this great secret. It will be made public one day. And now, this much anticipated moment. Apparently it has arrived. Chapter 144. So far, the content of the blank 100-year history recorded on the stele of the main text of the history. It's almost over. Nico Robin also stopped after saying this. Standing quietly behind rocks. Her expression. It can't be calm for a long time. Apparently this blank 100 years of history. It also gave her a great shock. All the time. Nico Robin's biggest dream is to decipher the real history. And now, this dream of hers has been successfully realized. Although the current situation does not seem to be a good thing for her 897. But reading the excitement and shock brought by the historical text, it still made Nico Robin feel unspeakably excited. The other side. After Rox finished telling the truth recorded in the historical text by Robin. But he didn't speak in a hurry. He just stood there quietly. Standing in front of the camera of the live phone bug. Stand in the sight of all the viewers around the world who are watching this live broadcast. Although he did nothing. Didn't say anything either. But for some reason. To all those who are watching the live broadcast right now. They all felt a strong coercion coming. It was as if a mountain suddenly fell from the top of his head. For a while. All the people who were excited and discussed enthusiastically because of the announcement of the 100-year history of the blank. All of a sudden all quiet down. Faintly. There is a premonition in everyone's heart. Rox next. I'm afraid there is going to be a big move. The pattern of the sea. I am afraid that it will be rewritten in the future. Thinking of this. It is inevitable that everyone's hearts will become a little excited. Such an important moment. Everyone kept quiet like never before. Don't even dare to breathe too loudly. Marineford. Mid-air. I'm bound by Rox's supernatural energy, 5 elders, and others. At this moment, his expression has sunk to the bottom. Their current mood. It can be described by more than just anger. Oft, especially I'm. What I did more than 800 years ago. It's disgraceful anyway. Now everything I have done has been exposed in front of the world. Let him be the betrayer who has been the king of the world for 800 years. There was really a bit of embarrassment on his face. But now. Under such circumstances. Apart from anger in Im's heart. More of an emotion called despair. Because he knows. I don't have any ability to resist in front of Rox. Even if the other party reveals all his past that he tried to conceal. He can't do anything at all. Only to be bound here. He stared helplessly. And he knows. What he will meet next. Definitely not a good result. Now the 100-year history of blank has been fully revealed. Then Rox naturally has no reason to keep I'm and 5 elders and others. Waiting for there. Only death is the end. But when I'm was thinking this way. Sudden. The supernatural energy that bound it suddenly became agitated. Immediately afterwards. Next moment. Im's body exploded directly under the squeeze of the violent supernatural energy. Same as. There are also 5 elders and others on the side. Only Setsuna. 5 elders and I'm are all dead. Chapter 145. With a riot of supernatural energy around I'm and others. The bodies of I'm, 5 elders and others are directly squeezed by powerful supernatural energy. Was pinched and exploded. High above Marineford in an instant exploded. Turned into a rain of blood. That scene. It can be described as extremely bloody and violent. Even on the Marineford battlefield. Those battle-hardened pirates and marine soldiers. Seeing this scene can't help but feel sick. Don't even think they know. The deaths of I'm and the 5 elders were definitely at the hands of Rox. It's just that they didn't expect that. At this moment Rox is still far in the deepest part of the red line. There is a very long distance from Marineford. And the other party was actually able to be at such a long distance. Kill I'm, 5 elders and others without a sound. This method undoubtedly made everyone present feel the fear and power of Rox once again. For a while. There were several exclamations in the silent Marineford square. I'm and the 5 elders, just died. The supreme person in power of the world government has just fallen. The death of I'm and the 5 elders means that the race of celestial dragons has completely disappeared from this world. It's good that such a race that rose up by betrayal is wiped out. That's right. I've always thought celestial dragons were the real moths in this world. It's a pity that celestial dragons had the most powerful force in the world before. Even though we were very dissatisfied with it, we didn't dare to do anything about it, so we could only obediently submit to it. Clothes. Now, the celestial dragons are completely wiped out, which is undoubtedly a good thing for the sea. I have to say, Rox is really too strong. He is clearly still in the deepest part of the red line, yet he was able to kill such a powerful I'm and the 5 elders so easily from such a long distance. The world from now on will be ruled by Rox, right? I don't know what the world will look like under Rox's hands. In the square of Marineford, because of the deaths of I'm and 5 elders, there were whispers. I'm and the death of the 5 elders. That would mean the complete demise of the celestial dragons. The ruler who once ruled the world government and the sea. There will be a replacement soon. Regarding the earth-shaking changes that will take place next. 0. Seeking flowers. Everyone is still looking forward to it. They are expecting. Looking forward to the world being under Rox's administration. How will it be different from before? Looking forward to the sea. Whether it can restore the peace that everyone yearns for. At the same time. In fact, everyone still has some worries in their hearts. After all until now. They're still not sure if Rox is on the side of peace. After Rox took over the world. Is the sea restored to peace? Or plunge into a new round of chaos? For this. There is no one accurate answer in everyone's mind. They can only continue to wait. Waiting for Rox's next move. Now that both I'm and the 5 elders have been killed by Rox. Then explain. The opponent's next big move. Coming too. But when everyone thinks like this, in the projection screen above the sky, Rox, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth slowly. Chapter 146. The deepest part of the red line. Rox stood in front of the live phone bug with his hands behind his back, facing the screen. After a long silence, he was finally under the expectation of everyone. Speak slowly. Everyone who is watching this live broadcast right now, 250 hello. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Rox D. Zebek. Many of you may be a little unfamiliar with my name. This is also normal, after all, it was 30 or 40 years ago when my name sailed across the ocean. 30 or 40 years ago, I was known as the Overlord of the Sea and the Captain of the Rox Pirates. Although they are pirates, the Rox Pirates have never harmed ordinary people. The enemies of the Rox Pirates have always been the other pirates who have been doing evil in this sea, and celestial dragons. That's right, you heard me right. As early as the establishment of the Rox Pirates, I have set the goal of the Rox Pirates to destroy the celestial dragons and overthrow the celestial dragons' rule. The Rox Pirates have robbed the heavenly gold paid to celestial dragons several times, and several celestial dragons have died in our hands. It is because of our behavior that the celestial dragons fear us. So, 36 years ago, celestial dragons teamed up with Marine and Luoji pirates to set up an ambush against us in the Valley of the Gods. This is the projection screen you have seen before. Those of you who want to watch the video already know the result of the battle in the Valley of the Gods. In that battle, the Rox Pirates did lose. Fortunately, everyone thought that I must die, but I did not die. After 36 years, I, Rox D. Zebek, are back again. And this time, I have thoroughly accomplished what the Rox Pirates failed to accomplish more than 30 years ago. Just now, the former rulers of the world government, 5 elders, and I have been killed by me. The evil race of celestial dragons has also been eradicated by me. On this sea in the future, there will be no more oppression and restraints brought down by the celestial dragons before. The sea in the future will be a sea of true freedom and peace. Although the Rox Pirates disbanded after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago. But now, the new force I lead, the underworld, will continue to complete unfinished things. In the future, the underworld will replace the celestial dragons. A whole new level of management and oversight over the world. The ultimate goal of the underworld is to create a world free from all exploitation and oppression. It is to create a world where everyone is equal and full of peace. And such a world will also be in the hands of the underworld. Really come. Rox at this moment, like a stick possessed by a god. He said a lot of impassioned and passionate remarks that people couldn't help but listen to. I don't know if it is affected by the Pluton template. When Rox said these words, it doesn't even require any thought at all. These set of brainwashing remarks are blurted out. When he had finished speaking, stopped again, standing silently with hands folded. An irresistible majestic momentum burst out from his body. Rox at this moment, 1.0. It's like a king who controls the whole world. 36 years. Former Sea Lord. Now it has changed. Became the new world king of this world. King's Return. Chapter 147. Rox made an impassioned speech. Undoubtedly, it has given everyone who is watching this live broadcast another round of shock. When Rox's speech was over, in front of live screens around the world, everyone fell into a death-like silence at first. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and surprise. Lock 07's remarks. Obviously, it had a great impact on them. And after a brief silence, without exception, in front of all live screens around the world, in an instant, unprecedented heated discussions and cheers erupted. My God! Did I hear you right? Rox, he said, to create a world of true peace and freedom. Is such a world really possible? Let's not talk about whether such a world can be achieved in the end, but at least, the celestial dragons are really dead now. Just now Rox seems to say that I'm and the 5 elders have also been killed by him. Is it true or not? Because the live phone bug was brought by Rox from Marineford to the Red Line. So the situation in Naval Headquarters Marineford. Except for those who were already on the Marineford battlefield. Others had no idea what was going on in Marineford. Now hearing Rox say that I'm and the 5 elders have all been killed by him. Everyone was naturally extremely excited. Back when Rox first came to the Red Line, it directly destroyed the celestial dragons and the Holy Land Marie Joyce. At that time, the remaining celestial dragons in this world, only I'm, 5 elders and others were left trapped in Marineford. Now after hearing what Rox said, everyone will understand. From now on, celestial dragons, a sinful race, it really doesn't exist anymore. Although they didn't know what Rox said, whether it is possible to create a world of true peace and freedom. But at least, the elimination of the celestial dragons race means. Since then, this world has lost a cancer. And it is the biggest cancer that has been endangering the world and the happiness of the people before. Just this news. It was enough to make everyone extremely excited. But the excitement brought by Rox's speech just now But it is much more than that. Before live screens around the world, the excited discussions continued. Hey, did you hear what Rox just said? It turns out that as early as 30 or 40 years ago, the Rox pirates were already on the road to overthrowing the Celestial Dragon's rule. Did the Rox pirates never attack civilians? If what Rox said is true, then the current Rox and the Underworld 617 he leads seem to be trustworthy. I think what Rox said should be true. With his current strength and the power of the Underworld under his hands, there is no one on this sea who is his opponent, and he has no need to be involved in this kind of thing to deceive us. And, judging from the fact that Celestial Dragons did not hesitate to join hands with Luoji pirates to deal with Rox pirates 36 years ago, what Rox said is absolutely true. In this way, today's Rox and the Underworld may really be able to lead us to the so-called new world of true peace and freedom. Chapter 148. Conversation Room. The excitement in everyone's hearts was hard to hide. After listening to Rox's earlier impassioned and inspiring speech, all the people yearning for peace and freedom both chose to believe what Rox said unconditionally. After all, as they discussed earlier, regardless of the strength of Rox, or judging from the huge power of the Underworld led by Rox, there is no need for the other party to lie to them. After all, with the strength and power of Rox, even if you want to completely overthrow this world, there is no difficulty at all. Over this sea, no one can stop Rox and the Underworld at all. No matter what Rox wants to do next to this world or to the people on this sea, they all know that they have no right to resist. And precisely because of this, everyone can be sure. In this situation, there's no need for Rox to tell a meaningless lie about his next move. This is not in line with Rox's style and force. After thinking about this, everyone chose to believe every word Rox said without hesitation. This world is like this. When you possess absolute strength, no matter what you say, everyone will believe it. Rox's words. Undoubtedly, it has brought unprecedented shock to everyone who is watching this live broadcast. At the same time, Grand Line. Baltigo, the island of white clay. This seemingly uninhabited island. In fact, it is the secret base of the revolutionary/army, the organization most feared by the world government/government. At this time on the island of white soil. In the base area of the revolution/Ming/army. Revolution/army leader Monkey D. Darag is leading a group of cotters watching this grand live broadcast to the whole world. After hearing what Rox had to say, Darag and all the revolutionary/army cotters were greatly shocked. Isn't this what Rox said, a truly free and peaceful world, what we've been striving for? But due to the fact that Celestial Dragons and the world government are too powerful, it has been difficult for our plan to make substantial progress. Originally, I planned to wait and see the progress of this summit war, and see if I could take the opportunity to develop the forces of /views/army. Who would have thought that this live broadcast directly allowed us to witness the destruction of Celestial Dragons and the world government? If what Rox does later is really the same as what he said before, then a world of true peace and freedom may not be impossible. If there is such a day, then the ultimate goal of our revolutionary/army will be achieved. In a sense, Rox and the underworld he leads seem to be our comrades in arms standing on the united front. Watching the live broadcast in front of me, the cotters of the revolution/army were happily discussing. But, while they were discussing, the leader of the revolution/order/army, Monkey Ge was unusually silent. This man in a dark green cloak and with a long tattoo on his face stared straight at the screen. Staring at Rox's face on the screen, he remained silent. Seeing the leader's reaction, the revolutionary/military cotters, who were belatedly aware of it, also gradually quieted down. After a burst of excitement, everyone also realized a problem. That's Good Zhao, the marine hero Monkey D. Garp, who was severely punished by Rox earlier. It was their leader, Darag's own father. And the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy who was captured by the underworld powerhouse on the Marineford battlefield. It's Drago's own son. The cotters of the revolution/army know that. At this moment, Drago must have been caught in an unprecedented struggle. Chapter 149. In the meeting room of the Revolutionary Army base. In front of the live screen. After the cotters of the Revolutionary Army experienced the excitement just now, they all gradually calmed down. Everyone turned their heads to look at Drago, who was at the front with a cloudy expression. The cotters of the Revolutionary Army understand that. At this moment, Darag's mood must be very complicated. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, eliminate the Celestial Dragons, overthrow the rule of the world government. It has always been Darag's ideal and goal. Over the years, Drago is also working hard for this goal. And now, the goal it pursues, already in the hands of Rox, is about to be completed. With the strength of Rox and the power of the underworld, If the other party really wants to overthrow the rule of the world government, if we reorganize this chaotic sea, definitely not a difficult task. All revolutionary army cadres can be sure. As long as Rox and Nether really take action, the pattern of the sea will truly be completely changed. A world of true peace and freedom, Audi, as Rox previously said. I believe it will really come soon. Such a thing. For Durag, who is the leader of the revolutionary army, it should have been a good thing. However, in addition to being the leader of the revolutionary army, Durag, the identity is still somewhat special. He is also the biological son of marine hero Monkey D. Garp. He is also the father of Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. And now, these two close relatives of Durag, now in the field of Marineford, all fell into the hands of the underworld and Rox. And Garp joined Luoji in the Valley of the Gods to deal with Rox 36 years ago. In the character of Rox, it must be impossible to let the other party go so easily. Maybe Garp will be like I'm and 5 elders and others. Ended up with a dead end. As Garp's only son, naturally, it was impossible for Drago to just watch his father die like this. It is for this reason that the leader of the revolutionary army will be caught in such a dilemma at this moment. In the meeting room of the revolutionary army base, all the revolutionary army cadres were silent, quietly waiting for Drago's reaction. After a long time, in the extremely silent meeting room, Durag sighed heavily. Ugh. I hope that Rox can really bring true peace and freedom to the sea, as he said. At the same time, inside the red line, next to the giant withered devil fruit tree, Rox waved his hand. The magic portal appeared in front of him again. Next moment, Rox took Robin with him. Walk slowly. Stepped into the magic portal. On the other side of the magic portal, leads to. It is the battlefield of Naval Headquarters Marineford. Rox stepped out. An aura of disdain for the world burst out from his body. He faces the world who are watching this live broadcast. At the same time, he whispered to himself softly. The cleansing of the world begins. Chapter 150. The cleansing of the world has begun. In the deepest part of the red line, Rox stepped out. Stepped into the magic portal directly under the eyes of everyone. Next moment, Rox disappeared without a trace, along with Nico Robin and the live phone bug. The other side. Above Naval Headquarters Marineford, a golden circular portal suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Rox and Nico Robin appeared above the sky. And the appearance of Rox. It was also in an instant that another great commotion was caused on the battlefield of Marineford. Look! It's Rox! Rox is back! This time, Rox returned to Marineford from within the red line. What actions will he take next? Rox seemed to say something just now. The world cleansing has begun. Could it be that Rox is about to launch a large-scale operation now? Whether on the battlefield of Marineford, or in front of live screens all over the world. After seeing Rox reappear in Marineford, they all became curious about Rox's next actions. But in the anticipation of everyone, appearing high above Marineford, Rox was on the move again. I saw him without any hesitation. Raise your hand slowly. Aimed at where Garp and Whitebeard were imprisoned in the air. Since this performance to the whole world is about to end, there is no need for you two old fellows to be kept. High above Marineford, Rox's cold voice sounded. The people who heard his words were all shocked in their hearts. From what Rox said, it is not difficult for everyone to guess what Rox will do next. After killing I'm and the 5 elders. Is it finally time for Garp and Whitebeard? Actually think about it carefully. It was inevitable that Rox would go after Garp and Whitebeard. After all the previous. Everyone already knows. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. It is precisely because of the cooperation between Garp and the Luoji pirates. Plus Whitebeard's treachery. It will lead to the defeat of the Rox pirates that year. Therefore, Rox naturally has no reason to let the other party go. Now the world cleansing that the other party said is about to begin. Take Garp and Whitebeard, the two most famous people, to take the knife first. Nature is the most appropriate thing. Only. Although everyone understands this truth. But not everyone can accept this fact. 0. Ask for flowers. Marineford's field. The pirates of the child pirate group shouted loudly, Daddy! Many marine soldiers in naval headquarters are also extremely anxious. Vice Admiral Garp. Despite Rox's exposure, Garp has lost prestige in the hearts of many marine soldiers. But there are still many soldiers who were Garp's loyal followers, and they don't want to just watch the former marine hero Vice Admiral Garp die. On the battlefield of Naval Headquarters Marineford, there were bursts of anxious and desperate shouts. However, even if they are so anxious and unwilling, in the face of Rox's powerful strength, but it can't play a blocking role at all. I saw Rox raised his hand slightly. A surging and turbulent supernatural energy gushes out. In an instant, the bodies of Garp and Whitebeard were wrapped. Subsequently, under all eyes, 2 legends of old times. Marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The bodies of the two were squeezed by powerful supernatural energy. Burst in an instant. It turned into two groups of blood mist. Garp and Whitebeard, two legends of the old days. Just so in full view. Complete death. Long. Chapter 151. Marineford's Field. With the bodies of Garp and Whitebeard bursting into two groups of blood mist under the squeeze of Locke's supernatural energy, the battlefield suddenly fell into an unprecedented dead silence. Everyone stared up at the two clouds of blood mist in the sky dumbfounded. The eyes of May 4-3 were full of disbelief. Marine hero Monkey D. Garp. And 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. That's it. Dead? For a while. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. From the beginning of this summit war until now, they really experienced too many things that subverted their imagination. Original. Everyone thought it was just an event for the whole world. The public execution of Potter Cass D. Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. People thought. This war. At most it's a war between naval headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the outbreak of war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the naval headquarters is no small matter. But at least this is still within everyone's expectations and within the control of all forces. However, with the gradual development of Summit War, with the emergence of the forces of the underworld and the appearance of rocks, everything in this war started with an uncontrollable rampage. The defeat of the 5 elders. Im's defeat. Celestial dragons and the destruction of the Holy Land Marie Joyce. There is still a gap in the disclosure of the truth of the century-old history. All in all, they are constantly subverting everyone's perception of the world. And now, even Garp and Whitebeard both died at the hands of rocks. The emotions of everyone on the Marineford battlefield at the moment. It has already reached a situation that is difficult to describe. Looking at the two bursts of blood mist above the sky. Looking at the figure of Haki who looks down on the world and no one can beat him. Everyone fell into silence. But they fell into silence. But rocks didn't stop there. I saw him slowly raise his hand again. And this time, the direction of alignment. It's where Sengoku and Ace are on the Marineford battlefield. The surging supernatural energy spurted out again. The bodies of Marshal Sengoku and Ace, the son of One Piece, are the same as those of Garp and Whitebeard. It turned into two groups of blood mist and exploded. The culprit of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. In addition to Garp and Luoji pirates, Sengoku's name Marine the resourceful general can also be said to be indispensable. Although Sengoku did not directly participate in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but the plan of the Valley of the Gods to jointly attack the Rocks pirates. But a large part is planned by Sengoku. At that time, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and most of the main force of the Rocks pirates were drawn away. These are strategies that benefited from Sengoku. Therefore, Rocks naturally had no reason to let go of the Marine Marshal. Although Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, has done a good job in maintaining the peace of the sea. But for Rocks, he doesn't need Sengoku to help him keep the sea peaceful. After killing the opponent, my own underworld will naturally accept the previous work of naval headquarters. And will do better. So Rocks raised his hand. There is no mercy at all. 5.6. The reason for killing Ace is actually very simple. Father's debt. Now that Luoji is dead, then the sins he committed. It is to be repaid by his own son. Chapter 152. Death of Sengoku and Ace. Undoubtedly once again set off a stormy sea on the battlefield of Marineford. Marshal Sengoku. Marshal. Brother Ace. Ace. A roar sounded again on the battlefield, deafening. Especially the soldiers of naval headquarters. They did not expect that after the death of Vice Admiral Garp, even Marshal Sengoku died at the hands of Rocks. Thus, naval headquarters can be said to be really leaderless. 07. But shipwreck. In the face of the powerful strength of Rocks and the underworld, they simply do not have any means and opportunities to resist. On the battlefield, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy detained by the underworld powerhouse, was even hoarse. Watching Ace die in front of his eyes helplessly. He can't do anything. To save Ace, he set out from Daughter's Island. Go all the way to the 6th floor of Impel Down. And then here again. The dedication and hard work along the way. But at this moment, all turned into bubbles on the Sabayati archipelago. The blast dissipated. Grandpa Garp and Big Brother Ace died successively. Luffy at this moment plunged into unprecedented despair. Even his expression began to become dazed. Certainly. On this battlefield, in the midst of such chaos, not many people noticed Luffy's reaction at all. Luffy at the moment, it is incomparably small. Can't make any waves or even waves. After Sengoku and Ace died, Rock's actions didn't end there. Rocks, who was floating in the sky, slowly turned his head to look at the location of the army of the underworld. Open your mouth in a deep voice. Army of the underworld, let's move. The voice fell. The underworld army headed by Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, and Redfield quickly moved into action. Their first goal. It is to kill all the pirates on this battlefield. Whether it's the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, also a member of the Red Hair pirates, or those criminals who escaped from Impel Down. All of them were killed by the mighty underworld army. Even as strong as the red-haired Shanks and Beckman are no exception. In front of these underworld powerhouses such as Ladefield, not even Shanks could resist for long. Soon, the pirates on this battlefield were all killed by the army of the underworld with an unrivaled posture. For this, Rox didn't show any mercy. To end the era of great pirates, one must not be merciful when dealing with these pirates. Rox is not some good-natured fool. So kill all the pirates on this battlefield. For him, there is no hesitation or psychological pressure. At this time, the live phone bug, still under the wrapping of Rox's supernatural energy, float high above Marineford. 000. So what is happening on the battlefield at Marineford at this moment? All of them were broadcast live all over the world intact. In front of live screens around the world. Everyone looked at the unprecedented massacre / killing against pirates in front of them. I didn't feel scared or uncomfortable because of it. 2. There is a bit of excitement. Because they know. Rox was right. The underworld really kicked into action. From this point of view, in this era of great pirates that have endangered world peace for a long time, I'm afraid it won't be long before it will be completely terminated. Chapter 153. The fighting on the Marineford field didn't last long. Under the incomparable powerful offensive of the army of the underworld, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, and the fugitives from Impel Down, all were killed one by one. So far, the 4 Emperor's pirates, who originally ruled the New World, the Big Mom pirates and Kaido's Beasts pirates have all surrendered to the underworld. The Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates are completely dead. That is to say, from now on, there will be no more 4 Emperors on this sea. This result, for the current era of great pirates, undoubtedly a major blow. Those pirates who are still galloping in the sea and making waves, or those who have dreamed of going out to sea to find One Piece and want to become pirates. After such drastic changes, thinking about it, I would obediently give up the idea of continuing to be a pirate. Even if there are still some brave people who want to continue doing evil in this sea. And what awaits them next? It is also the ruthless pursuit and beheading of the underworld powerhouse. On the Marineford field where the fighting is over. Rox's figure floating in the sky, condescendingly looking down at the battlefield below. Except for the army of the underworld, the only remaining marine soldiers, said in a deep voice. You marine soldiers, are you willing to join the underworld and continue to contribute to maintaining the peace of the sea? Rox's voice is not loud, but it fell very clearly in the ears of every marine soldier. Like the sound of thunder. The marine soldiers below were startled. For a while, marine soldiers are caught in a dilemma. Marine's attitude towards Rox, it can be said to be the most difficult. Because the other party killed 5 elders, Garp and Sengoku successively. Such behavior, if it were put in the past, it can be said that it is a heinous crime. But in the present situation, what Rox did, it seems to be the one who is really on the side of justice. The marine soldiers know in their hearts. They became the original heart of marine. Just want to destroy the pirates. Maintain peace on this sea. And now, although both Garp and Sengoku died at the hands of Rox, but those pirates who endanger the peace of the sea, it was also completely wiped out by Rox and the underworld. What Rox did for marine soldiers, in a sense it's actually a good thing. Into what Rox said, the marine soldiers were suddenly caught in a dilemma. Is to continue fighting Rox and the underworld, finally ended up being wiped out by the group? Or give up the position of marine? Join the underworld? Continue to contribute to the maintenance of peace in this sea in the future? Faced with such a choice, it was difficult for everyone to make a decision, Li Wang's, all at once. And just when the marine soldiers were embarrassed by this, a deep voice sounded on the battlefield. I am willing to join the underworld, continue to hunt down pirates in the future, and maintain the peace of this sea. The person who made the sound was actually Akainu, one of the Marine 3/Admiral Sakazuki. Chapter 154. Just when the marine soldiers were embarrassed by this, a deep voice sounded on the battlefield. I am willing to join the underworld, continue to fight against pirates in the future, and maintain the peace of this sea. The person who made the sound was Akainu, one of the Marine 3/Admiral Sakazuki. As an admiral who insists on extreme justice, Akainu appreciates how the underworld wiped out the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates. Unlike before when Sengoku was martial, it is too conservative and pedantic. In many cases, they are not even willing to tear their skins off with pirates. For Akainu, as long as I can continue to kill pirates in the future. So whether you join the marine or join the underworld, they are all the same. Therefore, after a short thought, Akainu readily responded first. And with Admiral taking the lead, those marine soldiers who were still fighting also stood up and said, I am willing to join the underworld. In the future, we will continue to fight against pirates. To maintain the future peace of this sea. Even Kizaru and Aokiji too, Admiral. After careful consideration again. In the end, he chose to join the forces of the underworld. That's it. Original naval headquarters troops. Basically most of them are swallowed up by the underworld. As for the remaining marine soldiers who are unwilling to add 150 to the underworld. Rox did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He let go of those marine soldiers who had no intention of fighting against the underworld. It's just beheading the group of people who still harbor rebellious intentions. And as most of naval headquarters forces were swallowed up by the underworld. Became part of the forces of the underworld. This is for the whole world. Unprecedented and vast summit war. It's finally come to an end. Certainly. Although the summit war has come to an end. But the cleansing of this world by Rox and the underworld. Still going on and on. Always the underworld now has an invincible force in the world. But if you want to give this world a complete cleansing and reformation. It still takes a while. After all, the world has been under the rule of celestial dragons and world government for more than 800 years. Some things cannot be completely changed and reversed in a short period of time. These things will take time to resolve. 2 years later. Since the unprecedented summit war at the time. 2 full years have passed. During these 2 years. The underworld has completely replaced the status and functions of the original world government and naval headquarters. An unprecedented large-scale arrest operation against pirates has been launched on this sea. Whether it is the Grand Line, the New World or the Four Seas in the southeast, northwest. No pirate in any sea area can escape the pursuit of the underworld. But in the face of the incomparable power of the underworld. These pirates also have no chance of resisting or escaping. 2 years passed. The pirates in this sea have basically been wiped out. Even if there are so few fish that slip through the net. I will never dare to appear in front of the world again. Can only hide in the shadows. Can no longer continue to do evil. In the era of great pirates that Luoji started with his life. As Rox puts it. Under the governance of the underworld, it was completely terminated. In addition to the threat posed by pirates. In the past 2 years, the underworld has also dealt with many large and small turmoil within or between kingdoms. Without any exaggeration. Under the rule of the underworld. Although only 2 years have passed now. But the appearance above the sea. But earth-shaking changes have already taken place. From the real peace and freedom that Rox said. There is no difference. Just give the underworld some more time. Then a world of true peace and freedom. It will truly come true. Everything. All are on track. For 2 years. Rox had to be responsible for coordinating and supervising the members and operations of the underworld at the beginning. But when everything is on track. He has completely become a hands-off shopkeeper. Don't worry about anything. With Kaido, Golden Lion and other subordinates who are absolutely loyal to him watching. Even if other people have other thoughts. There were no waves at all. Then. After Rox, he completely stopped intervening and managing the affairs of the underworld. A person left the base camp of the underworld alone. Alone, a boat began to travel this endless ocean world. Period. He's even been to Raftel, the final island. 2 years. With Rox's strength. Enough to travel all over the sea, Asib. He also easily arrested many fugitive pirates. It can be said. For Rox in the past 2 years. It's been quite fulfilling. For this pirate world. He also has no regrets. And recently. Rox also had a premonition in his heart. I'm afraid it won't be long. He is leaving this world. Someday. On a remote sea in the East Blue. Rox, leaning on the boat, is lazily enjoying the warm sunshine and comfortable sea breeze. Sudden. A long-lost cold mechanical sound rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully completing all the journeys in One Piece world. Next, the Dimensional World channel will open again. Host can choose whether to go to the next dimension to start a new journey. Hearing this long-lost system announcement. A smile curled up on Rox's lips. A new world? It's finally here. I've been waiting for this moment, but I've been waiting for a long time. Without any hesitation, Rox responded to the system in his heart. Start to the next dimension world. For One Piece world, Rox has no regrets. And even if you leave by yourself, the underworld will continue to operate stably as before. So there is nothing to worry about. Therefore, he chose to go to the next dimension world without hesitation. And as Rox made his decision, the system also responded immediately. Received. Opening the Dimensional World channel. The host will be sent to the next dimension world soon. With the sound of the system falling, Rox only felt that his whole body was surrounded by a wonderful energy. His consciousness also gradually became blurred. I don't know what kind of journey will be waiting for me in the next dimension world. Thinking of this in his heart, Rox's thoughts gradually fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, on the sea boat, next to Rox's body, A pitch-black circular black hole slowly appeared. And Rock's body. It was also sucked into it at the next moment. Disappeared without a trace. Rock's journey to the world of One Piece has come to an end. But another new journey has just begun. P.S. Hi, it's over. The story of the pirates has come to an end here. Thank you readers for your support all the time. Although the subscriptions for this book have basically been dropped in the future, I am still very grateful to the readers and friends who can persist in reading this book. Without your support, the little author might have been a eunuch a long time ago. The story of this book basically ends here. In fact, I still have some regrets, because the results of this book are not very good, so many things I wanted to write were not written. However, these regrets should be made up for in the next book. The next One Piece Digin will be released soon. If you are interested readers, you can continue to pay attention to the author's new book. Well, enough nonsense here. Mountains and rivers meet each other, dear readers, let's see you in the next book. Chapter 1 New World, Witness the Shocking Secret. Rox didn't expect that when he opened his eyes, he came to a new world. In fact, he is not very familiar with this world, and now he is in a place surrounded by mountains. He looked around and found a cave beside him. Rox's current physical state seems to be fixed in this place, waiting for some sacred ceremony, the same. He knows it's a side effect of being sent to this space. He actually has a powerful ability in his body now, but it is impossible for him to act immediately. Although it is said to be a powerful ability in one's own body, it will take a while to mobilize this ability. While waiting, Rox took a look at the surrounding environment. Fortunately, the system didn't treat him badly, and the place he was sent to was not bad. Next to him is actually a cave, and he is right next to the cave. If no one looked at him carefully, he would not be seen. The environment here is still good, the air is fresh, and the surrounding mountains let him know that he is still some distance away from this bustling city. Fortunately, the system didn't treat me badly. If the system sends me to the sea or throws me into the mountain stream, then I have to bear it. It's not bad that there is a cave in this place. Now that he has seen the surrounding environment clearly, he feels that this place is not bad, and he also accepts the current environment. Just when he calmly accepted the situation in front of him, suddenly a light in the sky rushed towards this place. What is that? Rox hadn't expected that there would be something from another system in this place. Since there is light appearing, it means that this is another system that sent other people here. What kind of system is this? Who sent it? Rox wanted to move his body away from the hole, but he still couldn't mobilize the energy in his body. He braced his body to get a little farther away from the entrance of the cave. He didn't know what it was that the light came straight here, so now he wanted to stay away from the entrance of the cave. Boom! With a loud noise, the light directly hit the platform at the entrance of the cave, which was a spaceship. Not long after the spaceship landed, there was movement in the spaceship. The door of the spaceship opened not long after the spaceship fell, and two people came out of it. They were actually holding a baby in their arms. Rox didn't know who this person was, but there was movement in the cave. 0, seeking flowers. Rox felt a kick in the cave. The sound of stepping out. This may be because someone in the cave heard the sound of the spaceship landing and came out to check. My little master, our planet Vegeta is now experiencing frequent civil wars. Someone wants to kill you, so I can only send you here. Little master, you hope to leave a seed for us Syans in this place, and the Syans will return to planet Vegeta in the future. The people on and off the spaceship put the baby directly in front of the hole, then boarded the spaceship and left. Rox witnessed all this, did not expect that he would witness the birth of a new life. Who is it? Who came outside and why is there no movement? A traveler in the middle of his life came to the entrance of the cave. He inspected the surroundings, but found no baby on the ground. Since the baby on the ground was placed in a small pit, he only heard the sound and found nothing unusual. Big. Chapter 2. The walker stood at the entrance of the cave and found nothing wrong. Rox turned around to avoid the walker's gaze, because he was worried that the walker would see him. With such a loud voice, no one will come here. What happened? Why is there no one at 7:30? Standing at the entrance of the cave and looking around, he found nothing unusual around him, so he didn't give up, so he walked to both sides of the cave to check. After not seeing anything on the side opposite Rox, he slowly walked towards Rox. Locke is actually carrying his heart, he doesn't want to be exposed in front of this walker. I said no one will appear here, why are you hiding from me now? I can't eat you. Zinch was a middle-aged man, but his attire was relatively simple. He wore a monk's robe, a string of beads hung around his neck, and his hair was short and unshaven. For Rox is not afraid of him. Instead, I feel that I am not ready yet, and I have no plans to appear in front of this person. I'm not afraid that you will eat me, but I feel a little embarrassed to disturb you. Now that you have seen me, please drag me up. It seems that it is inconvenient for me to move now. Now that he was discovered, Rox went with the flow and asked the walker to drag him out with a very thick skin. In fact, he can't move by himself now. If this walker gave him a little strength and asked him to use the strength of this walker, he would soon stand up. As long as he can stand up and move around, the strength in his body will naturally awaken. It turns out that there is so much difference. I can't stand up, and there is such a loud voice outside. You should be a very capable person. What's the matter with me now? In fact, in Rock's mind, this walker can already guess who he is. Now he guessed that this traveler should be Sun Wukong, the master of Monkey King. Rox was thinking about the details about Monkey King in the Dragon Ball in his mind. This Monkey King may have taught Sun Wukong a certain ability. In the end, when Sun Wukong became demonic, he trampled Sun Wukong to death. Later, Sun Wukong always misses and thinks of Sun Wukong. Dare to ask Xingzhe's name. My name is Rox, and I am disturbing you by appearing here. Rox introduced himself solemnly. This is a respectable walker. Sun Wukong thought of this person many times in the Dragon Ball. Although this person's ability is actually not that strong compared to Monkey King, but among the walkers, Sun Wukong's ability should not be underestimated. My humble servant is the owner of Sun Wukong's cave. Why can't you do anything here? Sun Gohan stretched out his hand to Rox kindly, trying to pull Rox up. When Rox put his hand on Sun Gohan's hand, he felt that this was a powerful person with strong arms. I don't know why I suddenly appeared here. Thank you. I don't have any intention to come here. I just want to see the surroundings. Rox didn't know how to tell Sun Wukong about his origin. He couldn't say that he came through the system. He covered up the way he came here. Chapter 3. How can I not know how I got here? Couldn't it be you who made such a big commotion outside just now? Sun Wukong frowned, watching Rox pat the dust off his body in front of him. Rox was actually trying to divert Sun Wukong's attention. He really doesn't know the purpose of the system sending him to this place. This is the world of Dragon Ball. Since he joined the world of Dragon Ball, he doesn't know if this world will change because of his joining in 07. I didn't make that movement, I saw it too. Oh no, I heard that movement, but when I saw it, I saw a child being put there. Rox straightened up and gave up cleaning the dust on his body. There was not much dust on his body at all, and Monkey King felt that his current actions were unnecessary. In order to divert the attention of the walker in front of him, Rox decided to tell Sun Wukong that there is a child there. In fact, Rox knew in his heart that the child in the pit should be Monkey King. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't I see a child there? Sun Wukong turned his head to the direction indicated by Rox. He thought for a while, there is actually a low-lying pit. These people really will cover it up, and actually put the child there. But the child is too young. If no one cares about it in the pit, what kind of situation might happen? So for Sun Wukong, he felt that these people were too cruel. He walked a few steps to the place he was familiar with. In fact, the surrounding environment was very familiar to Sun Wukong. How can these people look like this? Didn't you bring this child? Sun Wukong felt that this was not such a coincidence. Rox came here, and this child also came here. Could it be that the two children who came together were put here by Rox? Otherwise, how could the two of them appear in this place at the same time? Sun Wukong stared at the child in front of him. The child was sleeping quite peacefully. Rox doubts about Sun Wukong. In fact, he thinks it is normal. If it were him, then he would think the same way. It's not me. I appeared here a little earlier than him. I was unable to move my body before. When I could move, I saw him come here. Rox tried to explain that he and the kid didn't actually appear here together. He himself knows this well. He doesn't even know where planet Vegeta is. Those people said that the child in front of them is from planet Vegeta. For Rox, he really doesn't know much about planet Vegeta. But he knows Dragon Ball. He knows that there are Monkey King and Monkey King in the world of Dragon Ball, and there will be many, many people in the future, but this is when Monkey King just came to the earth. If you say no, then it's not, but this child is really too young, and it may take some effort to raise him. Since you and him are so destined, then you will be responsible for raising him. What Sun Wukong said is a matter of course. Rox didn't think that this Monkey King would actually hand over Monkey King to him to raise him. Then how will the name of Monkey King be chosen in the future? If he raises this Monkey King, then what is this Monkey King? Chapter 4. Rox was full of doubts, and he didn't know how to talk about his thoughts with the walker in front of him. But since it is this Xingzhe, if he is going to raise the child now, then he can actually help Xingzhe raise the child. If it is true that he is responsible for raising the children, then he feels that he is still worse. Rox took a few more steps forward and came to Sun Wukong's side. Seeing that the child in the pit was really too small, his eyes were closed, and he was sleeping soundly. For Rox, such a small child, in fact, he has no patience to raise, and he can assist in this line of work. Xingzhe, don't push this matter to me. I don't have the patience to raise such a small child. Besides, I didn't bring it here. If you want me to raise it, you can actually let me raise it. I help you with things, no matter what you do, just don't let me take care of the children. Rox's statement made Sun Wukong ignore Rox, because since he decided this matter, he must let Rox perform his duties. Now he bent down and picked up the child, and the child seemed to be moving his eyelids as Sun Wukong stretched out his hand. And when Sun Wukong held the child in his arms, the child opened his eyes, and just opened his eyes and looked at this walker, neither crying nor laughing at lunch, as if he was very curious. You see, this child still likes you. If it were me, then it is impossible for this child not to cry. And this child seems to be quite curious about you, and he accepts you. Rox took a few steps back when he said this. He didn't intend to have any connection with this Monkey King. This is actually a monkey kid. If it is placed by his side, he feels that he himself cannot teach it. If it is placed in the 3 years of Monkey King will definitely teach it seriously, and it will not change the trajectory of Monkey King's life much. Sun Wukong will become a relatively famous character in this interstellar in the future, and it is good that Rox can grow up with him. Yeah, it's a bit of fate. I didn't realize that this kid really likes me. The moment Sun Wukong opened his eyes and looked at him, Sun Wukong's eyes became much gentler immediately. It's not that Rox didn't see that he knew that Monkey King, the walker, actually had a warm heart for children. If it was him, he might not want to talk to this kid, but Sun Gohan is different. Therefore, Rox would rather let the food take care of the child, and he would not interfere too much. He can grow up with Monkey King and work hard in this world together, but he can't do it now with Monkey King. Since there is fate, then you are responsible for teaching him, and I will be responsible for finding food for you three. Since he has chosen to live in the world of Dragon Ball, it is impossible for Rox to say that he will not do anything. What's more, Monkey King can be in the same world with him, so Rox must help Monkey King to support Monkey King to make Monkey, good, Kong stronger. Then they can dominate the world only in this world, and Sun Wukong actually becomes the biggest powerhouse in this world in the end. Come on, let's go in. Holding a child is like owning the whole world, said Sun Gohan. Chapter 5. Sun Wukong's behavior made Rox feel funny. This kid will hurt Sun Wukong in the future. But now it seems that the food delivery doesn't feel the child's threat to him at all. On the contrary, it is actually better for the child. Since you are going to find food for us, go as soon as possible. Now that the child is so young, you have to find some soft and rotten food for him to eat. When Sun Wukong was walking in front with the child in his arms, Rox also planned to follow Sun Wukong into the cave to see the situation in the cave. But I didn't expect that he hadn't entered the cave yet. 520 was dismissed by Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong didn't intend to let him go in now, and he used what Rox said earlier. Sent Rox away. What are some soft and rotten things? I haven't fed my children, and I don't know what to do. Now Rox actually feels a little dumbfounded. With such a strong ability, he was actually instructed by Sun Wukong to find food for the child in front of him. And he has to look for soft and rotten things. He doesn't know what this child eats. But for him, since he is cooperating with this Monkey King and wants to raise Monkey King, then he should coexist peacefully, with Monkey King. What's more, he has a powerful ability in his body. Since he was ordered by others, he can do whatever he should. But before going out to look for things, he also has to ask what can and cannot be eaten. Survival in the wild. In fact, Rox has not tried it yet. Things like sweet potato or taro can be boiled and ground into a paste for him to eat. If you can catch animals with milk and give them milk, it's good. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the cave. Rox stood there a little confused. There was a lot of food. But he doesn't know what that child can eat. He will be the most powerful person in the interstellar world in the future. He follows Monkey King, and he can lead Monkey King to become the most powerful combination in the world. This is actually clear to Rox, but he is still at a loss as to how to support Monkey King. Rox, who has never raised a child, does not know how to raise a child. For him, if he wants to cooperate with this Monkey King to raise Monkey King, then he still has a lot to learn. Lots of things to do. It seems that I have to find the things and give them to Zinj. I hope he can make some food for the children. What kind of animals have milk? The cave that Rox said to himself is actually not far from the ground. There is a step walker in front of him, and it may be his step down. But for Locke, he didn't think the steps were of much use. He stood on the edge of the flat ground in front of the cave, then looked down and found a relatively flat place, then he ran directly to that flat place, and jumped down to the ground. When standing on the ground, Rox has a sense of down-to-earth, and now he doesn't know where to go to find suitable food for this child. Finding food for the children is actually not a difficult task for Rox. The difficulty is whether the things he finds are edible or not. Chapter 6. This forest is quite big, let's look for it first. If there is something to eat in the forest, then bring it back to the children. Even if the children don't want to eat it, I still have to eat it. Rox stood on the flat ground and took a look. The surroundings were actually forests, and a little further away were actually mountains. No matter what kind of place it is, for him, the most important thing for him now is to find food for the child, and the most important thing is to let the child have something to eat. Even if the child doesn't eat, he can understand that he has to eat. Now he is much calmer than before. Just came to this world. In fact, Rox has not yet adapted, and met the main character in the world of Dragon Ball, Monkey King. Although Sun Wukong is said to be a baby in his infancy, the protagonist has actually appeared to him, and he doesn't know what his duty is. Since he came here, he will do as much as he can to help this world to the best of his ability. In the world of Monkey King, in Rock's view, there may be many intersections between him and Monkey King. Since he and Monkey King came to this place, the intersection between them is indispensable. Are there any mammals here? If there are, the best of these mammals should actually be goats, but if there are goats in this forest, that's impossible. Rox thinks about it. If it is said that there are not many mammals that can breastfeed their children, since they want to find a long-term meal for Monkey King, then it is actually more convenient to find a mammal. It is enough for them to get enough food for Monkey King from mammals every day, then he has to find a way to find some suitable mammals in this world, and then screen them and bring them back to make food for Monkey King. Locke used his ability to run quickly in the forest for a while, because there might not be any decent animals around the cave. But walking into the middle of the woods, he might meet some suitable animals, which is good for him. For Rox, among the animals in the forest, he only needs to find one that can breastfeed Monkey King. There is no place to find broken iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get them. Isn't there a deer here? There is also a young deer next to it, which shows that this deer can actually bring some food to Monkey King. How can I take this deer away? The deer take the small ones first and then the big ones follow. 0. Ask for flowers. Rox didn't expect that after walking around in the woods, he first found a breastfeeding deer with a baby deer next to it. If this deer is brought to their side, and a little milk is given to Sun Wukong every day, this doe should be willing. But he had to find a way to control the fawn before he could take the doe away. Don't blame me for taking you away because there is no way. There are people waiting to eat your milk. We won't hurt you. Rox grabbed the fawn, led the doe to follow him, and walked to the entrance of the cave. As for what he ate, Rox hadn't thought of it yet. Since you want to support Monkey King, let's focus on Monkey King first. He fed Monkey King first and then went to feed him and the Monkey King to find food for the rest of the time. The doe was actually very angry with Rox. He watched Rox walk in with his child and followed Rox. Up. Chapter 7. Rox brought the doe to the side of the cave. He didn't expect that one day his ability would be used to bully the weak. But there is no way, if it is not to find food for Monkey King, it will be very 703 difficult for Monkey King to survive. He didn't know what Sun Wukong relied on to survive, but he just asked the doe to provide Sun Wukong with some milk for Sun Wukong to survive. They are slowly figuring out the rest of the matter. Let's pass this pass first. Zingch, I'm back, let's see if this doe is suitable, and if so, let him give. Have you named this child yet? Rox didn't know how to call the child. What was the child's name? He actually knew that the child was called Sun Wukong, but it was impossible for him to overwhelm the present and let himself name the child casually. Since Sun Wukong was able to bring up his children, he actually felt that he could not deprive Sun Wukong of his rights. Now holding the child after eating, he actually didn't expect the child to be so trouble-free. When Rox didn't like the child, he thought that Rox had something to say about the child. But now it seems that Rox is not obvious. In fact, he doesn't know much about this child, which actually makes him rather strange. The two people who appeared at his place at the same time did not know each other, and looking at Rox's appearance, they really didn't know the child's name. When Sun Gohan didn't name the child at the beginning, it wasn't that he didn't want to name the child, but that he didn't think that the child had a real name and that it had nothing to do with Rox. You really don't know his name, do you have nothing to do with him? I thought you were lying to me. Sun Wukong is actually more interested in this person in front of him. Since Rox can appear outside his cave, he must be destined to him. He didn't expect this child to be destined to be on the same day. He looked at the child in his arms who was staring at Rox without crying. In fact, he felt that there was a close connection between this child and Rox. I really don't know how I can lie to you. I actually don't know why he is here, and I don't know why he is here, but I don't know why I am here. Rox chooses to tell the truth. Indeed, he does not know why he came here. But since he came here, he would choose to settle down as he came. For Rox, he is actually not the kind of unconscious person. It seems that you didn't lie to me. Since you want to name this child, what do you think is a better name for him? Do you have any suitable suggestions? The sudden appearance of these two people in front of him was actually rather unexpected to Sun Wukong. In fact, everyone who appears here may have more or less fate. Since he is a cultivator, he can actually accept all the people who appear here. The child with 2.8 in his arms just stared at Rox like that for a moment, which actually made Sun Wukong quite curious. I think since he has such a deep relationship with you, if you call him Sun Wufan, then call him Sun Wukong. Chapter 8. Rox didn't hide himself, and planned to name the child Monkey King. This Monkey King may not know the origin of Monkey King, but Rox knows it well. Rox is actually quite curious about Monkey King. After all, he and Sun Wufan actually met each other once. After meeting, Sun Wufan actually sent him to find food with a big heart, and it was to find food for this child. For Rox, he was actually I didn't think of it. #07 Good name, but is it a little unfair? Do you want to raise him here with me? Raise him with me? If that's the case, then it seems a bit inappropriate to call it that way. Nakagohan knew what Rock's name was, but it was obvious that the name Rox gave to the child in front of him was related to him and had nothing to do with Rox at all. This made Sun Wukong feel a little embarrassed. In fact, the surrounding sky is slowly getting dark, and with the change of the sky, Sun Wukong knows that the child should be hungry soon. But now the child is staring at Rox without crying or fussing, which actually surprised him, so he felt that the name Rox chose actually made him feel embarrassed. There's nothing inappropriate. This name is similar to yours. That's because you were the first to pick him up. The fate between you will be deeper. Rox didn't hide his thoughts. In fact, for the appearance of Sun Wukong, Rox didn't feel the slightest discomfort in his heart. Because this Monkey King is selfless. The people raised by Monkey King, Ching Kong's future abilities actually have some shadows of Monkey King. At the same time, this Monkey King has actually made selfless contributions to Monkey King. For Rox, Rox does not intend to deprive Monkey King of his rights just like this. Since that's the case, let's leave like this. The child may be hungry soon. The deer you brought is actually quite timely. It seems that your ability is not ordinary. Sun Wukong can actually see that Rox has a certain ability, and in fact, Rox's ability should not be low in Sun Wukong's opinion. So now actually for Sun Wukong, he is actually looking forward to Rox being able to cooperate with him to raise this child now. Now their life may be just beginning. For this walker, he actually prefers his current life. That's right, I actually don't know what kind of animal is suitable for breastfeeding him, but I think since we want to breastfeed him, then we should actually find a safer one, because he is too small now. What Rox said is actually very easy, but in fact, the investment in the process of finding it should not be so simple and easy. Sun Wukong should actually understand, so now he actually said this to Rox, and he also understands what Rox means. In fact, for them, the most important thing is that they can help this Monkey King to grow up now. Come on, when Wukong's food is here, you can have milk. Sun Gohan chooses to cooperate with Rox. In fact, he thinks it is wise for him, because Rox should have a strong ability. Chapter 9. Rox, you came here, do you really plan to live like this here? If you want to live in this place, don't you think it's too lonely and monotonous here? In fact, this cave here is just a place for Sun Wukong to practice temporarily, and he has another home. But for him now, he doesn't know if Rox can bear this kind of lonely life. Because as a practitioner, he would not choose a place that is too lively when he is practicing. He likes the quiet life in this cave. The reason why he can live in this cave is because he likes it here, so he chose it here, but he doesn't know if Rox likes it too. Rox actually didn't care about Sun Wukong's problem. In fact, for him, since he came to this place, he chose to live in this place. In fact, he is very regretful that he did not appear in front of Monkey King when he already had the ability. In that way, he can actually be invincible with Monkey King in this universe. But now that he can witness the growth of Monkey King with Monkey King, in fact, for Rox, this is something that makes him feel rather curious. No, it's okay if it comes. Since I have encountered this incident, I actually think it's quite good, and this child is actually extraordinary at first glance. I actually felt it when he appeared. Shock. Think of the radiant spaceship suddenly landing here in this hole. In fact, for Rox, he did not expect it. Think again that Rox did not appear in front of the spaceship at that time, and the people from planet Vegeta put him directly in this cave here. In fact, for Rox, he actually felt that he was a little too timid at the time. Rox lured the deer to Sun Wukong again, and the deer was actually looking at Rox nervously. Because Rox is holding his child in his arms now, if Rox says he won't put down the fawn, then he actually doesn't know how to face Rox. Now tell you something, if you feed this child, I can give you your child, and you come here every day, I will ensure your safety and your food. Rox chose to negotiate directly with the deer. If he can hear what he said this way, he must be more interested in what he is doing now. The current Rox actually thinks that it is good to cultivate one's morality in this place, saying goodbye to the rotten rights that everyone is fighting for. In fact, for Rox, he thinks this is also a good thing. In fact, there are corrupt regimes everywhere, but Rox feels that with the joint efforts of Sun Wukong and him, it is actually too difficult for the corrupt regime to control them. Can he, Wang Zhao's, understand what you are saying? Now look at mine. Sun Wukong looked at Rox doing something abnormal. He just wanted to have a good talk with the deer, but he didn't expect that the deer actually came towards him. Chapter 10. This was unexpected for Sun Wukong. He didn't expect Rox's words to make this deer actually come to his side, and looked seriously at the child in his arms. The deer probably understood what he meant, and what the doe did was actually unexpected to both Rox and Sun Gohan. Even the Monkey King in Sun Wufan's arms is actually more interested in looking at this doe now. Do you know, little guy? He will provide you with milk at the first stage, so that you can grow up smoothly. If you can grow up quickly in 080, it will actually save us a lot of effort. Sun Wukong looked at the little deer and was about to fall to the ground with his hands outstretched. This was something Rox and Sun Wukong didn't expect. Yes, you can kill two birds with one stone by saying that. In fact, they can play happily together and grow up happily. However, it is impossible for the government to stop providing milk for him in a short time. Whether the child eats food, it can be. Monkey King made an excuse for himself to put Monkey King on the ground, but in fact he is not good at serving children. But Sun Wukong simply ignored this matter. In fact, there is everything in this world. The speed at which children grow up like this actually doesn't matter to Sun Wukong. Rox has never raised a child at all, and although Sun Wukong said that he will be Megatron in the future, he is now a toddler. Since it is the female, deer and fawn that Monkey King likes more, it would be better for him to let Monkey King have natural contact with the fawn and female deer. See, this child is actually more interested in the doe and the fawn. Let them play together. It can not only provide him with some food, but also allow him to have playmates. But for him, since he has chosen to raise this child now, he actually thinks it is better to let nature take its course. Sun Wufan happily watched the entanglement between Sun Wukong and Lin Xilu. Monkey King directly grabbed Xilu's tail and wanted to climb onto Xilu's body. See, this kid is actually more interested in that little deer. This is actually a good thing. If they can get along peacefully, they will actually get along for a while in the future. This is actually for the two of Sun Wukong and Lok Siguo. Neither of them actually thought that this is Wukong, and he is so barbaric. When Sun Wukong said this, he actually put the child on the ground. The child seems to be growing up slowly now. See, this kid is actually braver than we thought, and he wants to tame this little deer right now. When the mother and son were reunited, it was actually very warm to watch the scene. Let's let nature take its course. If it is said that he is not able to provide milk for him at the first stage of breast milk, we will find a way. For Rox, in fact, he really doesn't know how to raise this child, which is actually a challenge for him. Since this sow is so obedient, there is absolutely no need for Rox to hold on to other people's babies. After he put the fawn on vacation, the fawn came to the doe's side. Chapter 11. When the three of them are together, Sun Gohan is always the one who talks the most, and Rox will never make a sound when there is no problem. Watching Sun Wukong grow up day by day, in fact, for Sun Wukong, he thinks he has achieved something. But for Rox, in fact, he thinks it is still a bit slower. Rox knows that the current Monkey King actually does not know where he has gone. In fact, this forest is very familiar to Sun Wukong. Although it is said to be a child, but this child is actually very naughty. Although it is easy, this is really a monkey child. Where did Xingsh, Wukong go? Why can't he stay around this cave safely? There are actually some ferocious beasts in the forest around here, doesn't he know? Today's Rox hunted prey from outside, and Monkey King was not at home when he came back, which is already a habit for Rox. Sun Wukong is now a 3-year-old child, he no longer drinks milk, and now he can eat some meat and some sweet potatoes. For Rox, in fact, when he knew that Monkey King could eat the same food as them, he was actually quite happy. Because when the doe had no milk at the beginning, Sun Wukong actually had a hard time. Because there is no milk to eat, he seems to be not used to it, but after a few days, he can actually eat the same food as Rox and Monkey King. Sometimes Rox would take pity on Sun Wukong, and now he is abandoned by his family, and no one cares about his age when he should be with his parents on other planets. But now that they are here with them, they actually feel a little uncomfortable, but no one can resist Monkey King's naughtiness. He doesn't know anything, he knows everything, but he won't get rid of this problem, because he has actually explored the surrounding woods, and don't look at him, he is actually better at avoiding danger than you and me, even stronger. Nakagohan sat in front of the cave with a smile and meditated seriously. This is the 3rd year he has practiced here. Originally, he was actually planning to take Rox and Monkey King back to his residence in the city. 0, seeking flowers. But after Sun Wukong left, his house could actually be demolished, there was no way for him to return to this place. The child actually has a plan in his heart, and I observed that he seems to be unable to control his temper sometimes, and it is a good thing for him to suffer setbacks outside. When Sun Wukong usually takes Sun Wukong with him, there are more Rox and most of them play the role of hunting for them. The current Rox has actually observed what Sun Wufan said to Sun Wufan. In fact, he also knows that if it is a bad word, Sun Wufan will die at the hands of Sun Wukong. For him, this is actually clear in his heart, and he actually doesn't want such a thing to happen. But he also concealed that there was no way to control Rox, and now he actually understood Monkey King's temper. His temper really has to find a way to make him change. Chapter 12. After Rox listened to Sun Wukong's words, he was also thinking about how to prevent the previous tragedy from happening again. But for him, he didn't know how to control Monkey King's temper. 563 is for him from now on, although he said that he is a little worried about the ending of Monkey King and Monkey King. But in fact, for him, he is just worried about him now, and he doesn't know when Sun Wukong will really explode his temper, because the current Monkey King is still young. The child is still young, Just let nature take its course, there is no need to force some things, everything is actually a cause and effect. Sun Wukong's statement made Rox take another look. He didn't know if the walker in front of him really knew his ending. Although it is said that this child's action speed is very fast, he is still a little worried. In fact, it is easy for them to control it. Sun Wukong let Sun Wukong cultivate his body and mind through practice. But Rox actually knows that Sun Wukong will really turn upside down one day in the future, and he is not from this planet. So after Sun Wukong finished speaking, he went around to look for Monkey King to go to 1.2, and he had to find this child. Don't worry about it now, just bring him enough food every day, and leave the matter of cultivation to me. I don't believe that he will turn upside down. If you control his temper, then in fact, what kind of situation may arise in the future, so try to guide him and let him practice more. Otherwise, he will have more problems. 17. In fact, for Rox and Sun Gohan, both of them actually think this is a good thing. Rox didn't intend to speak clearly, because Sun Wukong might not understand this matter. This is inevitable. He is only 3 years old now. After a certain period of time, he really has to practice with me. Otherwise, no matter how late his cultivation is, his temper may really be out of control. Sun Gohan told Rox confidently that it would be good to let Rox be responsible for hunting, and he would actually take care of things like cultivation. But for him, since he knows that Monkey King is not from this planet, there is no need for him to make it too clear. Although Sun Wukong is still young, for Rox and Sun Wukong, they still have to let Sun Wukong practice as soon as possible. If Sun Wukong could follow Sun Wufan to meditate, there might be better results. Rox chose to let Sun Wukong think clearly. In fact, for them, they must let Sun Wukong practice with them now. All of this, in fact, for Rox, he didn't know what the ending would be. Although it is said that they live together, Sun Wukong seldom speaks clearly. Maybe this has something to do with the identity of this practitioner. If he really knew his own ending, this traveler would never say that. But he wondered whether the traveler was clear about what happened to him. Rox directly acquiesced to what Sun Wukong said. Since Sun Wukong is willing to lead Sun Wukong to practice, it is better to leave this matter to Sun Wukong. Chapter 13. Haha, uncle, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. The tone of Sun Wukong's speech is actually very pleasant to Rox. I don't know what Monkey King will look like when he grows up, but the Monkey King in front of him is actually quite cute to him. And since he was with Monkey King, he discovered that this child is not what he worried about, but he can remember the past. 07. Sun Wukong is actually very happy now, climbing up and down in this woods. Sun Wukong, who just came down from the tree when he saw Rox, he was actually very tall. Rox didn't even know if this kid could understand what he said. The current Monkey King was really too young. But now he really doesn't know how to tell this child about this matter. In fact, this child seems to be ignorant of many things. Rox chooses to seduce the Monkey King. He knows that the Monkey King actually yearns for freedom, but the freedom in this small world is not actually freedom. Now the surrounding area of the forest has actually been explored almost by the Monkey King. Rox looked at the Monkey King climbing up and down, but he was actually quite moved. It turned out that the Monkey King looked like this when he was young. This is just the beginning of understanding, but in fact, Sun Wukong has already shown his personal talent. Rox thought that this talent is definitely not fake. He has actually heard the story of Monkey King, and he also knows that Monkey King has certain abilities, so now he looks at such Monkey King. In fact, he can't stop feeling a little bit emotional. Rox is actually more interested in Monkey King's talent. If it was the past, he would not think that Monkey King's talent would be a big deal. It's useless to be free. If you say you choose free, then you will be useless in the future. Have you encountered any danger today? In fact, there is no problem in your small area now, but if you go further, then no one will actually spoil you. If it is older, he actually believes that this child can understand what he said, which is actually very important to him. So now he is actually very familiar with this place, even though he is small, but he is really more familiar with the surroundings than many people. Even the penniless. In fact, this Monkey King died in the hands of Monkey King. It may be an unintentional mistake. You are so naughty and don't practice with Master Gohan. What do you want to do? But now that Rox is with them, he actually wants to stop it. Cultivate well, and we will be able to fight the world together when we grow up. If you don't practice, how can we fight the world together in the future? Now Monkey King has no idea what kind of things he will achieve in the future, but there is not much support for this naughty trick. But now he actually feels that Sun Wukong's talent actually makes him envious for no reason. Cultivation is not as comfortable as it is now, it is still so comfortable. Chapter 14. In such a small space, Rox actually feels that the freedom here is actually relative. But if they want more, then they are actually going out to face a bigger and broader sky, which will actually bring them more freedom. You mean you can take me out and let me see more? Not stupid at all, he actually heard what Rox meant from what Rox said. Rox wants to take him out, which is actually the most important thing for him. If it is said that they can go out and see more, then he is actually looking forward to it, and it is actually a good thing for him to be able to go out. I'm capable. If Sun Wukong was standing in this place, he would never let him do this. Yes, if you practice hard, one day we will go out in the future. In fact, for you and me, that is a wider world, and that wider world will actually bring us more. Envy is envy, but he must let Sun Wukong practice well and have a strong ability, so that the two of them can fight the world together. If that's the case, in fact, for him, he also quite likes that scene. Rox chooses to let nature take its course, but he also has to make Sun Wukong stronger, which is a good thing for them. Sun Wukong's character is actually innate. Since he has such an ability, he is actually quite envious of Rox. Saying this, Monkey King pulled up a small tree next to him from the ground. In fact, the small tree was not very big, as thick as a little finger. Now, in this situation, he is actually looking forward to going out with Rox to see the outside world. If, Leader Zhao, said that Sun Wukong's ability is not strong enough, in fact, for him, they have no influence when they are practicing. But they will encounter certain problems when they enter the world in the future, because they may leave this place in the future. So Sun Wukong actually knows about this matter now. If he wants to go out, he actually has to listen to Rox and practice hard. The current Monkey King is not by their side, so for Rox, he uses this kind of freedom to seduce Monkey King with the novel world outside, but he actually doesn't feel any guilt at all. When Rox saw Monkey King's behavior, he knew that Monkey King was a bit rebellious. This was actually exactly the same as Monkey King's original character, and he didn't want to correct it. But in fact, it is already very remarkable for Sun Wukong at his age. What we have seen in this small place is actually nothing. We will have more fun when we go out. Now Sun Wukong is actually pretty good. In another 3 or 2 years, the two of them will actually be able to go outside to see the outside world. That's actually the most important thing for them. Cultivation is actually not a difficult task. If you are willing, then I can practice with you and follow Master Gohan, and you can give full play to your abilities. Chapter 15. You have to be capable. If you say you don't have the ability, how can we go out? We will go to bigger places in the future and see more things. Rox thought to himself, when we have the ability to go out in the future, you will not think like this now. A child is a child after all, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, he is still a child now, so for Rox, he can see this side of Sun Wukong, and he also finds it more interesting. He actually didn't expect it to be like this before, but seeing Sun Wukong's ability, in fact, for him, he was happier than 030. In the past, he actually did not have this kind of growth experience, let alone now he has seen the growth of Monkey King. In fact, he feels that his own part is actually in it. Of course I'm going out, I'll lead you out with Gohan uncle. In fact, Monkey King is more dependent on Monkey King than Rox, and Rox actually does not usually eat, drink and live with Monkey King. He would always keep Sun Wukong at arm's length. After all, he is a capable person, not to mention that Sun Wukong was actually quite naughty when he was young. He doesn't have that patience. Sun Wukong is actually more patient than him. Usually Sun Wukong explores the surroundings and changes his voice, but he can't just let it go. But in fact, Sun Wukong does a better job at ordinary times, so Rox is actually not jealous of this matter now. Since he didn't pay that much, he actually didn't want to get more here. Yeah, you have to learn a lot of big skills, and then you can take us to see the outside world of the world, which is actually much bigger than you imagined. Rox seduced Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong fell into deep thought after hearing this. In fact, he didn't know where he would go in the future. But now actually for him, he now feels that this world is enough for him to understand. So now he stood up and wobbled and put the tree back. This was Sun Wufan's teaching, and Sun Wufan didn't allow him to destroy the surroundings. It seems that you are quite clear. If you don't take it back, will your Gohan uncle clean you up? Destroying the surrounding environment and destroying the life and creatures here, in fact, Sun Wufan will definitely not be happy. This Sun Wukong has learned a lot. In fact, Rox has also experienced Sun Wukong's ability, so now actually for him, he has the same idea as Monkey King. In fact, for him, he felt that he had learned a lot from being with Sun Wukong. In fact, this trip was not in vain. If he hadn't met these people, he would not have experienced so many things. After experiencing so many things, in fact, for him, he now feels that he has gained a lot. In fact, Sun Wukong and Rox have the same emotion. Come on, let's go back. Have you seen the deer now? Has the deer you grew up with returned? Since the doe left with her fawn a year ago, she has never returned to this place, and Rox sometimes wonders where they went. Chapter 16. No, let's go back. I'm actually looking for them too, but if they don't come back, it's useless for me to look for them. Sun Wukong chose to tell the truth. He actually wanted to meet the doe and the fawn. After all, they actually grew up together. But I didn't expect that the little deer has never come back since it grew up, and I don't know what kind of place it went to. In fact, for Monkey King, he has a lot of emotion. The deer may have grown up now, and he may become a father, so he didn't come back. You can go to him when you grow up and you can go farther. Rox and Sun Wukong chatted all the way and walked back to their cave. Sun Wukong sat on Rox's shoulders. In fact, Rox was quite happy with such an atmosphere. Sun Wukong's growth rate is actually much faster than he imagined. The 3-year-old child can actually chat with him. In fact, he is quite at ease. Since Sun Wukong is not crooked and has such a strong ability, Rox is still looking forward to the future. In such an environment, this atmosphere lasted for about 5 years, and a lot of things actually happened during this period. Rox actually witnessed Monkey King's temper explosion when he was stimulated. That was actually when Sun Wukong was about 7 years old, that is, the year before now. In fact, Sun Wukong was stimulated to a certain extent, he almost didn't go crazy at all. At that time, Sun Wukong was scared and Rox was also scared. Fortunately, Rox and Sun Wukong controlled Sun Wukong. Whoever killed that deer, I'm going to kill him. This matter actually has to start with the doe, because the doe has never seen Monkey King since she separated from them. When she was a freshman, she actually explored around. At that time, Sun Wukong was the doe who found the doe and the fawn, but it was actually getting old. In fact, the deer has grown into an adult and is quite huge. It is actually quite popular at first glance. In the ethnic group, these two roads are no longer as lonely as before, but Rox actually knows that this kind of life will not last very long, and something really went wrong in the end. 0. Ask for flowers. Who would have thought that they would be harmed? This should actually be done by the hunters around, then we don't know who did it, after all there are so many hunters around. Seeing Sun Wukong's emotional outburst, Sun Wukong comforted Sun Wukong. Rox was beside him, but actually he was very worried seeing Sun Wukong's temper like this. Because this year was actually the year when Monkey King accidentally hurt Monkey King. So now actually for him, he is quite worried about this happening. For him he actually doesn't like this kind of situation, all this may be because Sun Wukong doesn't feel it. But in fact, for Rox, he was quite worried about this matter, and eventually went to everything. In fact, for Rox, he didn't want to become like this. So now actually for Sun Wukong, he is quite touched by this matter now, and he doesn't want this matter to continue to happen. Long. Chapter 17. But this day still came and exploded, because the doe was killed again after meeting Monkey King. This is actually a huge blow to Monkey King. Rox, thinking about it, actually feels that there is no way to control the 623 incident. But if there is no other way, he has to find a way to control him. It is impossible for Monkey King to regret it in the future. The deer was actually killed by someone. If we knew it, we would definitely allow such a thing to happen. So now that it happened to him, we can only accept it. If it is said that this matter continues, it will really be fatal. In fact, for Monkey King, he may not be able to control his emotions. Rox doesn't want the matter of 5.7 to continue to deteriorate. He knows Monkey King's ability, and he must let Monkey King stop pursuing this matter. If I can't accept it, I can't accept it. I have to investigate this matter to the end, and I have to go and take revenge on the person who killed the doe. Listen to what Gohan uncle said, let's stop this matter, let's bury that doe properly. Even if we have tracked down this matter, can you still kill him? Sun Wukong is now 7 years old, and he has powerful abilities. In fact, no one can see his abilities in normal times. After Rox finished speaking, he stared at Monkey King. It's just that Monkey King can't control himself when his ability explodes, so they dare not let Monkey King really seek revenge. So now actually for him, he now feels that for them, they can no longer accept this matter to continue to develop. Rox also followed Sun Wufan to comfort Sun Wukong. In fact, for him, he doesn't want this matter to continue to deteriorate. He actually wants to stop this matter like this now, but he also knows that it is not that simple to stop this matter here. But in fact, for Rox and Sun Wukong, they have actually seen it before. The appearance of Wukong when his ability exploded is actually something that they are worried about for the two of them. Sun Wukong actually has to find a way to communicate with Sun Wukong, he doesn't want this matter to continue to deteriorate. But for Sun Wukong and Rox, the two of them must guide Monkey King to let Monkey King know about this matter, which is not as simple as he thought. If it is said that this matter continues to deteriorate, it will actually be difficult for him to solve this matter. Although the deer said it was a pity to die, they would never let Sun Wukong hurt other people. This matter is actually not something they can control, because there are too many people around, and they are not the only people in this place. Since the matter has already happened, then we will find a way to solve this matter. There is no need to do something to others now. Besides, since we can control this matter for us, we should find a way to control it. Rox actually understands what Sun Wukong means, and also understands what Sun Wukong means. Chapter 18. Sun Wukong actually disagreed with what Rox said, and he felt that this matter could not be ended like this. If it were to end like this, it would actually be unbearable for him. How can it end like this? I have to let those people know that this matter cannot be ended so easily. If it is said to end so easily, it is impossible, so don't persuade me now. Sun Wukong's statement surprised both Sun Wukong and Rox. They didn't expect that the current Monkey King of 07 is actually not good at anything. No matter how they persuade them, it is actually useless. In fact, for them, they hope that this matter can persuade Monkey King. He didn't think that Sun Wukong's body was getting bigger and bigger because of his emotional loss of control. Now Monkey King is by Monkey King's side. If it is said that Monkey King made a big move, Monkey King will definitely be brought down or trampled to death by Monkey King all at once. Because the movement is too big, it will actually have a certain impact on them, but I didn't expect that Sun Wukong could not control his temper now because of the injury and death of the doe. But Rox has been paying attention to 703 to observe the situation here, and he has always been worried that such a situation will happen. Sun Wukong talked more and more vigorously, and actually escalated this matter to the point of hatred. Rox and Sun Wukong were actually very frightened. The two of them stayed with Sun Wukong for so long, they actually knew how big Sun Wukong's temper was, and they were able to appease Sun Wukong's big temper before. For Sun Wukong, he didn't feel it, because he actually stood in front of Sun Wukong and didn't look at Sun Wukong's appearance. Rox and Sun Wukong each took another step forward, trying to appease Monkey King. This kind of emotional outburst brought about a big move, because they actually didn't want it to be too big. If it is said that things are getting bigger and bigger, it will actually hurt many people with Sun Wukong's ability. If it is said that his emotions explode, no one can actually control them. After all, he had been suckled by the doe. But I didn't expect that Monkey King is getting more and more angry now. As Monkey King's temper is getting bigger and bigger, his body seems to be growing rapidly. So it's actually very tense for Rox right now. They looked at Monkey King in horror, they didn't expect Monkey King to be like this. Rox actually wants Sun Wukong to leave now, but Sun Wukong actually wants to go forward and continue to persuade Sun Wukong. Wukong, let's stop this matter here, we will talk about it later when we have a chance, let's bury this doe first. Monkey King wanted to go up to touch Monkey King, and wanted to appease Monkey King. If they can't be persuaded, then there will actually be more things happening, so for them now, they don't want this matter to become bigger. Don't any of you persuade me. Whoever persuades me is with the people who killed the deer. I have been looking for him for so many years, and finally found him. He didn't stay with me for long. Was killed unexpectedly, I have to avenge this revenge. Chapter 19. Wukong, don't be too nervous now, do you know what you look like now? You probably don't know. This incident finally happened. Rox didn't even think of it. At that time, Rox was actually a little scared. He didn't expect that Sun Wukong could become so big. Actually, he was a little surprised by this matter now. But in addition to being surprised, he also pulled Sun Wufan who was next to him. He was afraid that Monkey King would be hurt by Monkey King. You are still standing next to him, you don't see how huge he has become now, you should leave this place now, don't be touched by him. Seeing Sun Wukong become so powerful in front of them, both Rox and Sun Wukong were very surprised, in fact, he was so vigilant before. But now that he finally saw this thing happen in front of them, he was actually quite surprised, but he was still able to control his thoughts. In fact, for him, he saw that Monkey King became so powerful now, in fact, he realized how intense the pain in Monkey King's heart was at that time. In fact, for them, they think that Sao is nothing, but for Monkey King, it may be more important to see that doe. How did this kid become like this? How did he become so huge all of a sudden, what should we do? Sun Wukong didn't expect it to be like this, so now he looked at Sun Wukong and he was very surprised. He was actually very grateful to Rox. If there is no Rox, he actually doesn't know how to solve this matter. Because of Rox, he was actually able to keep his own life. Monkey King was so excited at that time, in fact, if it is said that Monkey King is by Sun Wukong's side, Monkey King might actually attack Monkey King, because at that time the bookseller was still there chattering to dissuade Monkey King. Don't worry, leave this matter to me to solve, I have a way to deal with him, you go back to the cave now, don't provoke him so easily now. I'm with him, and you can rest assured that I will take care of this matter, he is actually sad for the death of the doe. You may feel that it is just an animal between you and me, but from his point of view, he may think that it is his companion, that is a relative that he cannot abandon. Now that his relative is killed, then he actually wants to revenge is a very normal thing. But the two of us probably didn't understand it. We actually wanted to dissuade him. That angered him. So we have to be more careful about this matter now. Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong are usually close, but today's incident actually surprised Sun Wukong. He didn't expect that martial arts would suddenly become so powerful this time, and now it has become so huge that he couldn't accept it. Li Xiaohao, the current Monkey King actually competes with the tree next to him, and a slight poke from his huge big foot is actually unbearable for them. What's more, he was a little anxious then and now, and he would move his body from time to time. Chapter 20. Sun Wukong moved his huge big feet back and forth anxiously. For them, this meeting is actually quite a challenge. In fact, for Rocks knows this matter for them, and they are now thinking about how to face it. But this matter is actually for them. If they want to help CNC now, then they still have a lot of ideas. How can you deal with him? The way he is now is actually something the two of us have never seen before. If you say you can deal with it, it is impossible. So now you don't want to provoke him easily. I understand what you said. Now he treats others as relatives. If it is said that he has been hurt, then he was actually quite painful. The reason why Sun Wukong was able to cultivate in this place was not that he was not smart, but that he had never expected that Sun Wukong would have such a powerful change in such a short period of time. So now it is actually a phenomenon for him. After seeing the powerful changes of Monkey King, he actually has a lot of helplessness and thoughts in his heart. Since this is the case, there is no need for him to force Sun Wukong anymore. Sun Wukong should be in great pain now. If it were the past, he would actually try to comfort Monkey King. But now he doesn't dare to go there, because he knows this matter. In fact, for him, he doesn't have the ability now. If it is said that he wants to comfort Monkey King, then he actually has to get close to Monkey King, but the current Monkey King is actually beyond their control. Yet, if we say that we want to help him now, it may not be so easy. If we say that we want to do this matter, we still have to think about it ourselves. So now we just watch him, and we don't want to get too involved in other things. It won't take long for him to wake up on his own. Rocks knew that Sun Wukong could not go on like this all the time, because in fact, for Sun Wukong might not be able to bear it in his heart now, and this, pressure might be a little sad. But it won't take long. In fact, Sun Wukong will wake up. Now that he has rescued Sun Wukong may still not know it. But in fact, for Rocks, he feels that he has actually done quite well in this matter today. The rest of the matter was actually theirs. He looked at Sun Wukong like this, and he also knew that Sun Wukong was quite painful in his heart. In the past, they might not understand. But although the relationship between Rocks and Monkey King is not as close as that between Monkey King and Monkey King, he and Monkey King have also experienced some things together, not to mention they have been together for so many years, they accompany each other. Understand? Rocks is quite familiar with Sun Wukong. I didn't expect him to be so stimulated. If we knew this, then we would actually keep the dough by his side all the time. Sun Wufan is next to him. He actually blames himself a bit. He wants to go forward to help Monkey King, but now Monkey King is actually out of control. Chapter 21. Now Sun Wukong actually has some manic rocks, and the two of them are actually close to Sun Wukong and cannot get close to him. In fact, Rocks did not expect this. He actually wanted to help the Monkey King. But for this matter now, for them, there are really too few things that they can help. Sun Wukong actually looked at Rocks now and couldn't recognize them. He was spinning around in circles, moving his body. Every time he took a step, in fact, some of the surrounding trees would fall down with him. Because his activities will actually cause some damage to the surrounding trees. After all, such a huge Monkey King is actually much more capable than all of them think. Otherwise, he couldn't get close to Monkey King easily. If he was close to Monkey King, he would actually be hurt by Monkey King. Rocks reminded Sun Wukong that they can understand Sun Wukong's pain. Yes, I can feel his thoughts, so what should we do about this matter now? Can we just let him suffer so much here? If we can help him a little bit, will he be able to feel comfortable? Some. It seems that you can feel his thoughts. If this is the case, then you can comfort him a lot. In fact, this child is not easy. If he hadn't experienced these things, how could this child grow up so quickly? So now only you can help him with this matter. Gohan is not stupid either. He can actually see that Rocks loves Monkey King. In fact, if it were in the past, they would definitely not get along with each other like they are now. Wukong, now I know that you are in pain. If you want to relieve the pain, there are actually many ways, but please don't hurt yourself. 0. Seeking flowers. In the past, Rocks would never say these things, but now he can feel the pain of Sun Wukong, the feeling of powerlessness of losing a loved one. As far as Rocks is concerned, he can actually know how painful this Monkey King is. But today, even if he is not jealous at all that he knows this, in fact, for him, if he wants to help the Monkey King now, then he actually does not have that ability, but Rocks actually has this ability. Capable. If it was the past, then he would actually be unconvinced, but today he actually understands that this matter is not as simple as they think, and he knows that his ability is limited. He actually didn't have this ability before, he couldn't feel the thoughts of other people, but today he can feel the thoughts of Monkey King, which actually surprised Rocks very much. If we talk about the past, Sun Wukong will definitely remember Rocks' husband. In fact, for Rocks, he seems to feel the same way now, which actually surprised Rocks. 0. In fact, for him, he knows this matter now, but for them, if they want to help Monkey King, then he must have the same ability as Monkey King. So now actually for Rocks also knows about this matter. In fact, they are caught in a dilemma. Chapter 22. Rocks knows his ability. In fact, compared with Sun Wukong, the two of them are pretty much the same now. But in fact, for him, if he wants to control his parents now, his ability is definitely better than Monkey King. 440. Now he has to mobilize his own ability and find a way to control it, which is already a little crazy. This kind of difficulty is actually what he should do for him. In fact, there is no need for him to practice and think about other things now. In fact, for them, there is no need for them to think about ways to deal with them. Master Gohan, please go back to the cave and leave it to me, I will try to deal with the situation here. 17. After Rox finished talking about mobilizing his own abilities, he came to Monkey King. Now Monkey King can't see Rox at all. He seems to be very confused now. Gohan backed away while talking, in fact, for him, he only now understands how intense the pain of Monkey King is now. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him, as long as you don't get hurt, other things are easy to handle, you hurry back to the cave and leave it to me here. After Rox finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong couldn't see him at all now, they were talking so loudly now, in fact, Sun Wukong couldn't feel it. Rox knows that this matter is actually for them, and there is no need for them to waste this time here. Be careful, although it is said that you have certain abilities, but now his ability is not something that you and I can control. As for Sun Wukong's abilities, Rox knew well in his heart, and he also saw that this Monkey King was actually different from what they had seen before. But for them, they also have to find a way to appease Monkey King now, it is impossible to let Monkey King go crazy here like this. Rox, you have to be careful, Wukong, you have to be sober now, don't hurt you Rox uncle. If it is said that they want to solve this matter now, then for Monkey King must be more sober. In the past, Sun Wukong might not be like this. When he sees Rox, he will definitely ask Rox uncle what are you doing now? Now Monkey King can't think of so much at all. Wukong, please wake up now. Your lunch master and I are here. Now you have to wake up. We will find a way to bury the dough. But it's no longer the case now, the current Monkey King can't see Rox at all, his eyes are actually quite empty now, he doesn't know what he is thinking now. 4.4 Rox tried to wake up Monkey King's attention, but the current Monkey King would never think of a problem with them. But Sun Wukong actually understands now that although he said so now, he can't control Sun Wukong. Only now did Rox understand that the Monkey King was actually stimulated much more seriously than they imagined, and they didn't know how the Monkey King was stimulated. In fact, they didn't think about this before, but now he finally understands how painful and helpless Monkey King is. Chapter 23. Sun Wukong actually has a lot of pain in his heart now, and now he has the scene of playing with those deer when he was young. In fact, his memory of his childhood is actually very unclear, and he actually remembers everything very clearly. In fact, for him now, he knows that he has too much attachment to this matter. But there is no way, if he is not attached, it will not be so painful. Now Sun Wukong is actually quite painful, all he sees is the neck of the doe 07, and in his brain, he imagines the process of the doe dying in front of him. Why did they do this to him? He didn't do anything. No one hurt these people. Why did they hurt him? The doe actually occupies a very important proportion in Monkey King's mind. In fact, for Shigong, Sun Wukong never thought of this, so now this matter actually seems to be a strong stimulus to him. Now Monkey King actually doesn't know how to solve the matter in front of him. But his current pain must have a place to vent. He is now waving the surgery vigorously at the trees next to him, and he has been hit by his arm. Wukong, you have to calm down now. These creatures were actually created by nature. Now nature has taken them back. They are actually made by nature. Now you don't need to hurt other creatures for the pain in your heart. Now Rox came to Sun Wukong's side, when he said these beside Sun Wukong, in fact, Sun Wukong didn't seem to hear it at all. His big feet are actually boasting next to Rox, but Rox has a certain ability. In fact, he can guess these actions of Monkey King in his heart, and he flexibly avoids the attack of Monkey King's big feet and double fists. Will the mother deer wake up if I let them go? The sky is quite painful, he actually didn't think that this matter would bring him such a great pressure, so now he actually looks very bad. If it was the past, he would definitely not be what he is now, but today he can't control his emotions, and he never thought that this matter would be like this. Do you want me to tell the truth? If you want me to tell the truth, I will tell you that they will not wake up. The lives you have hurt now are actually innocent. Rox kept emphasizing next to Sun Wukong that in fact all creatures are innocent. Now Rox's statement is actually somewhat unacceptable to Sun Wukong. In fact, he was very painful about the death of the doe, and no one can understand the pain of Monkey King now. 223. Then who can help me with this matter? Now that they have hurt my mother doe, who can help me punish them? Monkey King doesn't know who hurt the doe, but for him now, he has countless emotions in his heart. In fact, for him now, he wants to vent happily now. His pain is that when he throws his fist, it may be less. Chapter 24. Just like that, Sun Wukong roared in pain here, slapping the surrounding trees. After he slapped them, these trees would actually fall down. In fact, for rocks, he actually did not expect that Monkey King has such a powerful ability. Wukong, you have to calm down now, we actually have a way to solve this matter, if you are not calm, there is no way to solve this matter quickly. For Sun Wukong, in fact, his current pain is beyond the comprehension of Rocks and others. But Rocks still wants to comfort Monkey King and let Monkey King know about this matter. In fact, for them, if they want to solve it now, then they actually have to find ways to face the current difficulties together. Can the mother doe come back if I calm down? If that's the case, I agree with you, I will calm down now. Rocks now actually knows that Sun Wukong's current words are actually answering him unconsciously, which is actually very good. He can actually feel the pain in Sun Wukong's heart now, which is actually very surprising to him. He did not expect that he has such ability. I know that you are suffering psychologically now. No one can replace your current pain. If you can listen to me, then let's calm down and find a way to solve this problem, shall we? Rocks tried to persuade Monkey King to let Monkey King know that, in fact, for them, they have to calm down if they want to solve this matter now. If it is not calm enough, then there is actually no way to solve this matter. Under Rock's persuasion, Sun Wukong may have calmed down a little, but he was still standing there motionless, and his huge big feet were actually moving back and forth restlessly. It's actually not a difficult thing to solve this matter. Listen to me, take a deep breath now, and then we will work together to find a way to solve this matter. For Sun Wukong, his current pain, in fact, he feels that no one can understand. But Rocks was able to accompany him, which actually surprised him very much. The company of Rocks actually made him seem to have solved many problems. Yeah, it's not as difficult as we think to solve this problem, so we have to work harder. Now you are working hard to calm down, and I will help you. Rocks used his own words to calmly attract Sun Wukong's attention, and Sun Wukong gradually calmed down after hearing this. He knew that this matter was actually agitated and there was no way to solve the problem. Rocks was beside him softly comforting Sun Wukong, and under Rocks' unremitting efforts, Sun Wukong had actually become much calmer. For Rocks, he thinks this is a good thing, such Monkey King can actually control his emotions. In fact, he didn't believe it before, but, nicely, now he knows that Sun Wukong can control his emotions, which is actually a good thing for them. Once Sun Wukong controls his emotions, he will no longer be as irritable as before. In fact, for Rocks, he can control the Monkey King in front of him. Chapter 25. Although the current Sun Wukong is no longer as irritable as before, it seems to be appeased by Rocks, but in fact, he seems to have an emotional outburst like before at any time. So now actually for Rocks, he is also a little worried about the current situation. He is staring at Monkey King and wants to get close to Monkey King to comfort him. I'll be close to you now, please don't get too excited, or you will trample me to death at any time. For Rocks, this matter is actually something he does not want to see now. For him, he actually does not want the matter of 590 to develop to this point. But there is no way, the current Monkey King is actually not so emotionally stable, so Rocks tried to slowly approach the CNC and comfort him. Stamped you to death? Who are you? Who are you now? Although Sun Wukong's emotions are said to be under control, he seems to be unable to remember the Rocks uncle in front of him. He doesn't know who the person in front of him is. In fact, Rocks didn't expect such a situation. He thought it was good for Monkey King to control his emotions now. But I didn't expect it to be like this, so now raised his heart again. He didn't think that Monkey King had lost his memory now, and the huge Monkey King actually didn't have any memory of them now, which made Rocks feel a little scared. This kind of Monkey King is actually not recognized by his relatives. If it is not done well, he will definitely be implicated. So now actually for Rocks, when Rocks knew that Sun Wukong had become what he is now, in fact, he felt a little distressed at first. But now he became nervous. He didn't know if such Monkey King would hurt them. Although it is said that he has a certain ability, he can fight against Monkey King, but now Rocks can see the surrounding situation clearly. The trees are falling in a mess. These trees were actually knocked down by Monkey King. If he stepped forward to stop it, it would be useless. If he wanted to stop Monkey King now, it might not be so easy. I am your uncle Rocks, you may not remember me, but we used to be together a lot. Just at this moment we were still discouraging you, and now you have been stimulated to become this like. Regarding the current state of Monkey King, Rocks knew in his heart that if they wanted to stop Monkey King now, it would not be a difficult task. But Sun Wukong or Rocks, one of them must be injured. Because it takes a lot of effort for Rocks to stop Sun Wukong now, and the difference in size between him and Monkey King actually makes them have some strength differences. If it is Rocks who wants to subdue Monkey King, it is really not that easy. So now actually for him, he now knows that this matter is not as simple as he imagined. I was stimulated. What kind of stimulation did I receive to become what I am now, can you tell me? Sun Wukong is actually a little confused about the fact that he was stimulated. Chapter 26. Because he didn't know what happened to him before, what Rocks said now, in fact, he didn't have any concept in his mind. So now all of this is actually for him, and he has infinite doubts in his heart. If I want to tell you the truth now, you may be even more sad, so let's not mention this matter for the time being. If you want to know what's going on with this matter, I hope you can calm down before we talk about it. Rox hopes that Monkey King can think clearly. He actually hopes that Monkey King will stop doing too many unnecessary struggles. In fact, for them, what they are going through now can be overcome if they work a little harder. But the current Monkey King is not, because Monkey King now has emotions that he cannot control. If there is no way to control Sun Wukong's emotions now, then Rox actually doesn't know how to comfort him. He actually wants to control Monkey King now. But he also knew that with his own ability, if he could control Monkey King, then they would actually lose both. I want you to tell me now. I want to know what happened here. Didn't you wake me up? My previous state was not what it is now, is it? Sun Wukong is actually clear about his current state. If he said that he should speak more clearly to Rox before, in fact, they still have a lot of things to talk about. But now, for him, he also knows about this matter. In fact, for them, if they want to make this sentence clear now, they still have to discuss it carefully. Sun Wukong actually doesn't remember who they are now, but he is still relatively smart. Rox actually knew it would be like this, so he didn't plan to make it clear to Sun Wukong, and now it has become a mess here. He hopes that Sun Wukong can clean up the place after he wakes up, but he also knows that if Sun Wukong wakes up, he may return to his original appearance, the appearance of a 7-year-old child. So now actually for him, he also has some doubts about how to communicate with Monkey King. 0. Seeking flowers. Do you want to know what's going on? Can you lift up the trees that you knocked down and let them continue to grow, otherwise they will die in this place? Rox tried to see if he could persuade Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong could listen to him, it would be more gratifying for him. 0. But in fact, for him, he also knows about this matter. If Monkey King can listen to him, then the cooperation between them can actually continue. Sun Wukong has become like this now, if everything. To be able to listen to Rox, in fact, for Rox, that is his ultimate goal. Because if Monkey King has become what he is now, no one can actually control it. The current Monkey King is actually in the state of a giant ape. In fact, no one can control the Monkey King in the state of the great ape, and Rox actually knows that he is no exception. Up. Chapter 27. Put them back, do you think I destroyed them all? Sun Wukong is now looking at Rox with a puzzled face. He feels that what Rox is saying and doing now is actually somewhat different from what he thinks. May 20th looked at the fallen trees all over the ground, and Sun Wukong actually didn't have any impression at all. Now his state is actually between the state of going crazy and the state of sobriety. So now Sun Wukong actually has a lot of doubts on him, he doesn't know what kind of state this matter will be for him in the end. But now he wants to clarify this matter with Rox if he says it. Because this matter is actually for him, he now wants to know how he destroyed the trees here like this. Monkey King in the giant ape state, in fact, he is not temperamental, he himself does not believe in himself, so now he looks at Rox, he does not know what Rox means. Yes, you destroyed it. The trees here are actually destroyed by you. If you can help them back now, I would actually be grateful to you. This is actually where we live. Do you remember your master Gohan? In fact, he taught you a lot. Now if you can sit down and meditate quietly, you might let yourself go. Rox tried to mention Monkey King, because he knew that in the life when Rox did not participate in the growth of Monkey King actually trampled Monkey King under his feet, and then trampled to death. But the later Monkey King always remembered that Sun Wufan's impression of Sun Wukong was very deep. He didn't know if the current Monkey King was still like this. In fact, Rox had never seen the Monkey King in this giant ape state. So now he wants to let Sun Wukong know that for them, they are actually a whole now, and even Sun Wukong will actually be a whole with them. Hurry up, let me say something nice now, if you can really satisfy me, maybe I will really do what you said, take back all these numbers, and then restore this place to its original state. Looking around for a week, I found that there is actually nothing too messy around here, it's just that these numbers have been pushed down by myself, and now they have become a mess. Looking at these traces, in fact, Rox may not have discovered it, and Sun Wukong has already discovered it a long time ago. This is just obtained. Rox may not have realized that Sun Wukong is actually smart. After he took a look around here, he found that this place could only be traces caused by himself, so it is normal for him to clean up here now. It was obviously destroyed by you, why should I be grateful to you? If you want to clean it up, you can clean it up. What does it mean that I am grateful to you? Sun Wukong felt very uncomfortable now, when he heard what Rox said, in fact, he had a faint tendency to get angry. Rox actually looked at the huge guy in front of him, he saw the expression of 2.9 Monkey King, because the expression of Monkey King is actually very clear now. As long as Rox takes a serious look, he can actually see that Monkey King is impatient. Chapter 28. Rox didn't expect that Sun Wukong was impatient. In fact, he was even more impatient than Sun Wukong. This place is actually caused by this huge guy in front of him. In the past, rocks would never be used to this Monkey King. Now the Monkey King in this giant ape state is actually quite irritable, and this Monkey King is actually harder to control than they imagined. This made him unable to compromise with Monkey King, so now these things are actually for Rocks. Rocks feels, after Monkey King's impatience, he also became calmer a lot. The current Monkey King is actually different from what he saw before, he can only coax him slowly, telling him not to lose his temper. It was indeed you who brought it down here. You don't deny it. It's okay for me to thank you. You are actually the most capable of the three of us. So if you say that you can restore this place now, in fact, I will both you and Master Gohan will be grateful to you. Coax Monkey King to do the work first before doing other things. Rocks still hasn't figured out that the huge giant ape is standing in front of him now, which actually makes him a little nervous. He also doesn't know if Sun Wukong can understand what he said now, but Sun Wukong has actually seen it now, and this Rocks is actually fooling him. But in fact, he also knew in his heart that everything here was actually caused by him. Others did not have this ability. In fact, he was quite proud. Yeah, I did cause this place. Others don't have the ability, nor the ability. If they have the ability, then they don't have the ability to clean up this mess. Monkey King's statement actually made Rocks a little dumbfounded, which is really annoying. If Sun Wukong is able to calm down, he will know that Rocks actually has his own plan for this matter. Rocks actually wants CNC to owe him a lot. If Monkey King owes him a lot, then the matter of taming Monkey King is actually much simpler. In fact, he should not dare to come out to face this situation easily, but in fact, it is impossible for Monkey King to go back to the cave to find Monkey King to settle accounts. In fact, Sun Wukong is standing at the entrance of the cave, and he doesn't see the things here very clearly, but he can clearly see Sun Wukong's every move now. That's right, it's still waiting for me to clean up here, so it's not wrong for you to thank me. Although Sun Wukong's statement is actually a little naive, for Rocks, he can also understand what Sun Wukong is doing now. If it were in the past, he would definitely not talk to Monkey King like this. 040. In the past, what he did to Sun Wukong was to reprimand Sun Wukong and let him know about it. In fact, it was not so easy for them to say that they wanted to control the situation easily. So now actually, for Sun Wukong, he is looking at the messy numbers around him, and he also wants to clean it up. Yeah, there is nothing wrong with being grateful to you, we will really appreciate you. Rocks was actually a little helpless. Chapter 29. In fact, Rocks has never seen such a Monkey King, but this is also the most real state of Monkey King. In fact, Rocks had never seen Sun Wukong in the state of a great ape before, but now he has finally seen it. He also knew that when Sun Wukong was stimulated to a certain extent, he would actually undergo some changes and become what he is now. If it is said that Rocks and Monkey King can control them better, then Monkey King will not hurt them. But if it is said that the two of them can't control well, then Monkey King will definitely hurt them, which is beyond doubt. Since you have said that you want to thank me, then I will lift up these trees first and restore the place to its original state. He actually wanted to play against Rocks, because he looked at Rock's ability and he knew that Rock's ability was not as simple as he thought. Sun Wukong actually did what he said. He thought that this Monkey King was not so easy to control. In this way, you can help him up first, and then you can talk about other things. Rocks actually didn't like the mess here. Although it is said that they also need some firewood, and they need to light a fire to cook when they cook, but for him now, he feels that they can't run out of these amounts. I really have to thank you for being able to change these numbers back to their original form. But he actually still has his own thoughts on the matter in front of him. Since it is like this, it is actually okay for him to temporarily control his irritable emotions. Sun Wukong actually knows what Rocks is saying and doing now. This person is actually using him, but he is willing to do so. So now Rocks looks at Sun Wukong, and when he talks, Sun Wukong actually doesn't refute the matter after listening to it. In fact, for him, he knows that he destroyed it, so he actually restores it to its original state. It is good. Because Monkey King in the giant ape state can't listen to other people's words except for being irritable, but it doesn't look like this now. Rocks didn't even think about this matter, in fact, it was so easy for him to solve it. After hearing what Rocks said, he actually knew that they were actually a whole, although what Rocks is doing now didn't give him much recognition. He doesn't have to worry about Sun Wu, good kings, turning into a giant ape, in fact, they can't control it. He actually felt that Sun Wukong still had a semblance of reason. If this is the case, then it will be much easier for them to get along with each other in the future. It's such a simple thing, now I'm making you look like this. What's more, Rocks watched Sun Wukong destroy too much, and he can't bear it now. The forest has now returned to its original appearance, although it can be seen that the soil under the roots of the tree is soft. What he is reminding now is that my workers' parents are aware of this matter. In fact, for them, if they want to solve it now, then they must find a way to solve this matter calmly and as soon as possible. Chapter 30. The soil under the roots of the tree is soft, but Rocks knew it well. In fact, for them, they now have their own ideas in their hearts. Rocks can actually become a family with Monkey King now. And their ability to work together in the face of difficulties depends on whether the current Monkey King can listen to him. If it can be done according to his ideas, then Rocks will not abandon Sun Wukong and the others. If Sun Wukong is always so irritable and difficult to control 227, then Rocks and Sun Wukong will actually have a lot of dangers together. Rocks can't make fun of his own life. What's the matter? Now you think I'm smart and useful, didn't you want to throw me away before and you left? He suddenly turned his head to look at Rocks, his eyes were sharp, and Rocks had never seen this kind of eyes before. Even when Sun Wukong was a little irritable before, it was not like this. But the current Monkey King actually made Rocks feel that this Monkey King is not as simple as he imagined. He used to think that Sun Wukong in this giant ape state would actually be a little stupid, but now it seems that he is actually smarter than before. Of course, if you keep losing your temper and want to hurt me, am I a fool if I don't run away? Although Rocks said in his heart that he was afraid that Sun Wukong would make other actions against him. But he still knows that this matter is not as simple as he thought. He must appease Monkey King now, let Monkey King know about this matter. In fact, for him, he does not intend to just throw away his wife now abandoned mother. Although he wanted to leave, it was because he was afraid of Sun Wukong's ape-like state, because no one could control Sun Wukong like that. What Rocks said now actually made Sun Wukong completely relieved. In fact, his previous state must have been very scary. He meant, that he couldn't figure out what he was like at that time. Now he is sensitive and suspicious, so now he looks at Rocks, he doesn't want Rocks to tell lies in front of him. If Rocks said that he would not leave and said those hypocritical words, Sun Wukong might actually do something to Rocks. You are a smart person. You understand what kind of character I am. It doesn't really matter. If you want to leave, at least leave me when I am sober. I'm not sure if I am sober or not. Monkey King does not hide from Rocks, in fact, for him now, he feels that he is not clear enough. So now he is quite appreciative of Rocks being able to tell him the truth. If Rocks didn't tell the truth in front of him and wanted to use him, then he would never let Rocks go just like that. Relying on his own ability, it is actually not easy for Rocks to get to the present. Of course, we are actually a family. There is something to hide in front of the family. I am afraid that your state is normal. I will send you Gohan uncle away. Chapter 31. Rocks worked hard to adjust his mentality. He did not expect that the current Monkey King is actually more difficult than before. This kind of Monkey King is actually sensitive and suspicious, and he is relatively smart. In fact, he may guess what kind of tricks he plays in front of Monkey King. So now Rocks chooses to tell the truth, which is actually more able to gain the trust of Monkey King. After they come and go like this for a period of time, Monkey King naturally let go of his defense against Rocks. He is actually quite huge now, even if Rocks wants to hurt him, he is actually not his opponent. Now the trees that Sun Wukong cleaned up neatly around have also been sent back to the original place. Moreover, Sun Wukong stepped on the roots of each tree, so that those trees could stand more firmly. Is it okay now? If it's okay now, can we actually go back? Sun Wukong clapped his hands and took a look at the trees he erected. He felt that it was quite a sense of accomplishment. He actually doesn't want to stay in this place anymore. If he wants to stay in this place, he actually feels that he is being used by Rocks. But he couldn't tell what was so strange about it, so now that he wants to leave this place, Monkey King is actually clear to Rocks in Rocks' heart. If it was the past, he would definitely take Monkey King back, but the current Monkey King is not safe, and taking it back will definitely hurt people, especially he is afraid of hurting Monkey King. We can't go back now, your current state will actually scare your Gohan master. What Rocks said was obviously because he was afraid that Sun Wukong would hurt Sun Wukong when he went back. What he had to guard against was to prevent Sun Wukong from accidentally hurting Sun Wukong. Although he said that he only went to Sun Wukong's calf, he was not afraid of such handicrafts, because he possessed certain abilities. If it is said that they have this ability, then he would not dare to dissuade Monkey King in this place. Who is Master Gohan? Who are you? Now I want to go back, can you stop me? If Rocks was not obtained, the corresponding Sun Wukong really turned his back on him, and he stared at Rocks with wide eyes. 0. Seeking flowers. He actually looked at this little grasshopper-like person in front of him, and he actually felt a little impatient. If it was the past, Sun Wukong would definitely not be like this. But seeing Rocks today, in fact, he has really lost his patience, he wants to go back to the cave to rest. What's wrong? Now Rocks is here to do everything possible to hinder him for a while, let him clean up the woods, and let him wait for recovery for a while. It is normal for him to become like this now, and he thinks it is normal for him to be like this now. I said that going back in your current state will scare your Gohan master for your own good. If you don't believe it now, then go back. I won't take you back. If you want to go back and hurt you, Master Gohan, I will not spare you just because of this. Rocks looked like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water, but now he actually looks like he doesn't eat oil and salt. Chapter 32. Now no matter what Sun Wukong said, it is actually impossible for Rocks to let Sun Wukong go back. Monkey King did not expect Rocks to be so bold. He narrowed his eyes slightly, he felt his dignity was challenged. 50 promised Rocks to do what he should do, but Rocks is so rude to him now, so he raised his foot and stepped on Rocks. Rocks has actually been on guard against Monkey King's move for a long time. Wukong, you have to think about it, if you really guessed me now, then the grievances between us can't just end here. Rocks retreated a distance back quickly, his speed was actually faster than he thought. Because it's such a critical moment, he couldn't bet on his life. Rox's movement was so fast that Sun Wukong, followed by others, were a little surprised. He didn't expect that the weak person in front of him actually possessed such a powerful ability, so now he looked at Rox, he was a little surprised, but he was also a little annoyed. You are obviously using me, and then you want to turn your face and deny people, which is actually not acceptable. Sun Wukong actually didn't think that Rox was really capable and extraordinary. But what annoys him the most now is what Rox made him do a lot earlier. Now Rox didn't listen to him. Rox originally wanted to coax Monkey King to listen to him. But I didn't expect the current Monkey King to turn his face and deny anyone. This actually made him somewhat expected. He knew what kind of character Sun Wukong actually was. He actually wanted to talk to Sun Wukong more, but now was not the time. I didn't take advantage of you, but you did destroy this place. You should clean it up. If you want to get angry now, then let's go to the open space next to it. 11. Because that's where we usually practice dancing, you may not remember anything now, but I hope that where you went can make you think clearly about your happy life with us at that time. Rox led Sun Wukong out of the forest, which was actually a barrier to them. In fact, for them, they often come here to practice. In fact, they will often go to that open space, but there is nothing worth destroying in the open space. So Rox wanted to lead Sun Wukong to the open space, but Sun Wukong would not listen to Rox. Now he looked at Rox, and he felt that Rox was using him. So now he is actually very dissatisfied with what Rox has said and done now. He looked at the situation around here, in fact, he felt that even if he despises here, it doesn't matter, as far as he is concerned, he can control it here. No matter what kind of place he actually went to, he could actually control the current situation. Do I still have a happy life? If I say I have a happy life, how did I become what I am now? Sun Wukong 1.1 felt that there must be a reason why he became like this now, although he said that he couldn't remember what the reason was now. But he still feels that this matter has something to do with Rox and Sun Gohan. Chapter 33. Of course there is a happy life. We were actually quite happy before. Now this time is actually insignificant. Maybe you don't remember why you became like this, but I hope you don't implicate innocent people. Monkey King's approach actually made Rox clear that Monkey King was a little more irritable than before. But he is not in the current state of Monkey King, his speed is still very fast. Although it is said that Monkey King looks very huge, but for Rox, 07 said that he is not actually afraid of such a huge giant ape. On the contrary, he wanted to see what Sun Wukong would look like in this state. If this is the case and Monkey King becomes like this again, then whether everyone has the ability to control it is actually one of his most important considerations. I won't implicate the innocent, let alone you are not that innocent. Although Sun Wukong said that he has a very violent temper, his words are actually quite rude to Rox. Rox didn't expect that Sun Wukong would be quite rude to him, so in fact, for Rox now, Rox is a little helpless. But he was still able to control his emotions very quickly, and the current Sun Qingkong actually couldn't think about it in a proper way. He just hoped that Monkey King could return to his original state as soon as possible, and he didn't know when Monkey King would be able to return to his normal state. The current Sun Wukong is actually a little uncontrollable for him in this kind of Monkey King in the state of a giant ape. Yes, I'm not that innocent, but you can't really hurt me at will, so now let's find a place where you can calm down, and you calm down slowly, because this is actually not your normal state, your normal appearance is not like this. Originally, Rox didn't intend to talk about this with Monkey King, but now he wanted to let Monkey King know clearly that, in fact, for them, they now have to go over this matter again. In fact, the current state is actually quite satisfactory for Rox. Although it is said that Sun Wukong is now in a giant state, it is actually not easy for him to be able to talk calmly with Rox here, and he is not as irritable as before. Rox just now was actually very nervous. When he watched Monkey King pull down all the trees in a temper, he was actually very nervous. What state is this? I'm not normal now, what does my normal state look like? Is it a state where you bully me? Sun Wukong not only refused to leave the woods with Rox, but also wanted to compete with Rox here. His words actually made this very clear. Hashtag 033 Of course no one bullies you, we have actually been watching you as a good boy, your master Gohan takes you with you every day, treats you like a sweetheart, you are now sad. Thinking about the painstaking efforts Sun Wukong put into Sun Wukong, in fact, Rox was a little worried that if Sun Wukong continued like this, it would actually cause some harm to Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong said he couldn't control himself from coming here, then he couldn't actually save him either. Chapter 34. Don't tell me so much. If you want to talk to me now, then you have to conquer me with your ability, otherwise don't tell me so much. Sun Wukong is obviously unable to control his emotions, and now Sun Wukong actually has some unwillingness to bear what Rox said and did. Such Sun Wukong actually has nothing to do with Rox. Since the opponent needs him to subdue this Monkey King, then in fact, he should subdue him. If Sun Wukong is subdued by him now, then he doesn't know what kind of state it will be in, but he knows that Sun Wukong cannot be subject to too many constraints. The reason why I don't want to do anything is that you are still young. Although you are so big now, you will have a lot of development in the future. If you lose to me now, you may leave a certain shadow in your heart. Well, I hope you can grow without limit. In fact, Rox still has no confidence in his heart, he may not be able to deal with this Monkey King. But fortunately, his ability is actually relatively strong now. Although Monkey King's ability is quite strong, the current Monkey King is still relatively young, and his ability has not yet matured. I found that you are more bragging, you are actually like an ant in front of me now. If you say you can fight me, then let's talk. The good atmosphere created by them just now has changed again with the back and forth dialogue between Monkey King and Rox. Rox actually knows that this is an inevitable process. Everyone actually likes it, and the strong Rox is no exception. Since he was able to meet Monkey King in this space, he knew that the current Monkey King's ability is actually much stronger than him. If it is not like this, then he would not be willing to serve Monkey King here and raise Monkey King to his present age. But the current Monkey King obviously doesn't take him seriously. In fact, Rox is a little aggrieved about such things. So now although he said that he didn't intend to deal with Monkey King, the movements of his hands actually didn't go according to his wishes. Then come on, let's compare each other. If it is you who lost, I hope you can sit here peacefully and slowly recover to the original state, otherwise I can't take you back. Since Sun Wukong needs a strong ability to suppress, then Rox will fulfill him. He didn't do anything before, because he felt that the child was still young. If he said that he suppressed Monkey King now, it would actually delay Monkey King's growth. But now he doesn't think so. If he doesn't use his abilities to suppress Monkey King will actually give him some counterattacks at any time. No matter in terms of words or ability, in fact, there are some things he can't bear. What's more, since they want to live together now, he still hopes, that they can live in harmony. Since Monkey King needs the suppression of a strong man, he will give Monkey King a strong man. That's right, we don't make gestures now, how do I know how strong your ability is? Sun Wukong is obviously happy. Chapter 35. Monkey King likes to challenge the strong. Rox in front of him looks small, but Sun Wukong knows that if Rox is stronger than him in the process of sparring with Rox, then he can also listen to Rox, which is actually for him. Said he felt nothing. What's more, he can't think of other things now, so now he can only rely on his own instinct and his own strength to fight against Rox. The two of them fought in the woods, and now Monkey King thought of how he lifted up these trees just now, and now he dare not easily knock down these trees at will. Rox uses energy to fight against Sun Wukong by using airflow, he dare not really fight with Sun Wukong. Because although there is not much difference in strength and ability between the two of them, he is still too small in front of Monkey King. I underestimated you. You really have some abilities. I'm actually quite curious about what abilities you are using to deal with me now. Odd. Rox actually didn't expect the Monkey King in front of him. At this time, Monkey King was actually curious about his ability. In order to stay away from Sun Wukong and let him feel his ability, Rox actually used energy attack and airflow attack. In fact, for Monkey King would not dare to approach Rox easily. Want to know? Then let's finish the fight first. The alternation of energy and airflow made Sun Wukong really helpless, but this Rox is small, but his ability is not bad. In this way, Sun Wukong is quite admired, although he is now in a giant state, he is not so calm in some ways. But the more he fought with Rox, the calmer he became, because he realized that he might not be able to easily subdue Rox. He thought that with the huge physical difference between Rox and himself, he could quickly regain Rox. But he didn't expect Rox to control the current situation in such a short period of time, which made him actually more interested in Rox's state. It's okay to talk after the fight. Now if you say you can talk to me, I actually want to hear what your ability is now. Your air current hitting me will make me back a little, explaining yourself the ability is not bad. Sun Wukong actually really admires Rox until this moment, although his mind doesn't seem to be as chaotic as before. But he still felt that there was some irritable mood in his heart. So now Sun Wukong also knows that he is abnormal, although he doesn't know where his abnormality is. But he still hopes to see the outcome with Rox. In his current state, in fact, for Rox, he knows that such Monkey King can actually be controlled by him. If it is Sun Wukong in a few years, in fact, he may not be able to control it. Although his ability is said to be very strong, compared with Sun Wukong, there are still certain differences between them, because their physiques are actually different. Chapter 36. Bang bang bang. After Rox sent out several bursts of energy, Sun Wukong actually took a lot of steps back. The current Monkey King has actually come to the edge of the cliff. In fact, there is a cliff next to their flat land. Sun Wukong, who was forced back by Rox's ability, leaned against the cliff. In fact, they are at the bottom of the cliff, and their cave is actually on the cliff. If they went up the steps, they actually returned to their cave. Rox fought fiercely with Sun Wukong. In fact, they all ignored where they are now. You have to be careful, don't hurt the other party. Sun Wukong is standing in front of the cave now, watching Rox and Sun Wukong beating you back and forth. In fact, his heart is lifted. He didn't expect the abilities of these two people to be so powerful, and the ability of your Rox is actually stronger than that of Monkey King. He actually wanted Rox not to hurt Sun Wukong, but he couldn't say that. Now Rox is actually trying to make Sun Wukong wake up. You guys should be careful about this, don't hurt your heads. Wukong almost put his head on the mountain wall just now. If he gets hurt, he will be confused. Sun Wukong actually yelled at the side to tell Sun Wukong and Rox to be careful. He was actually very nervous. When Sun Wukong was hit back by Rox using that energy just now, his back was actually stuck to the cliff wall. If they were not careful enough, Sun Wukong might be shaken by sticking his head to the cliff. So now, for this lunch, he is very nervous. Rox and Sun Wukong are actually very nervous when they fight back and forth. They didn't even bother to listen to what Sun Wukong had to say. Where did the old man come from? He is so noisy. If he is so noisy again, I will punch you back to your hometown. What Sun Wukong is doing now is actually predictable for Rox. Because the current Monkey King is actually not recognized by his relatives, and now he wants to control Monkey King, but it is actually not that simple. At the beginning, he wanted to use good words to win over Sun Wukong, but he also saw some results in getting Sun Wukong to listen to him. But I didn't expect that the current Monkey King has actually become a little irritable again. 0. Seeking flowers. And now, when Monkey King next to him is talking beside him, Rox doesn't want to pay attention to it, but Monkey King is not such a good-tempered person. If you go back to your hometown, you will go back to your hometown. You think I am willing to talk to you here? Now you are actually getting more and more disobedient as a child. What Sun Wukong said now made Sun Wufan very angry. He didn't expect that this child is really disowned. 0. And he actually said that in front of him, so now he also has a very bad attitude. Rox was afraid that Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan would quarrel over this matter, and it is normal for Sun Wukong's ability to beat Sun Wufan back to his hometown with 10 punches. Maybe this Monkey King was sent away by Monkey King at once. Rox didn't dare to gamble, so he used his ability to force Monkey King to change direction. Chapter 37. Rox used the energy to the maximum 150 and hit Sun Wukong directly. Sun Wukong was actually more interested in Rox's energy. He actually wanted to go straight to Rox, but in fact he couldn't stop the attack of Rox's energy. After all, he is still young and his ability is still limited, so under the attack of Rox, he turned right and left their previous place. It's fun to fight, so it's fun. I don't like the old man's remarks just now. If it wasn't for your sake, I would have dealt with him long ago. Sun Wukong obviously forgot who Sun Wukong is now, so his attitude now makes Rox dumbfounded. Now Monkey King is not looking at his face at all, but is looking at his ability. Now Monkey King may also be excited and some can't control himself. So I just said these words now. Sun Wukong can actually hear what Sun Wukong said. He is helpless sitting on the ground. He hoped that he could calm himself down through practice, otherwise Monkey King would actually be angry with him. Why is this child so disobedient? How did he become like this? Sun Wukong is actually a little helpless. He hopes that he can think more openly. But this matter is not something he can do as he wants, so now he will occasionally say something about Monkey King. But he felt sorry for Sun Wukong more, and was beaten back again and again by Rox, but there was no way. In fact, he couldn't help much in this situation. The long-winded Sun Wukong watched Rox confront Sun Wukong, but he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. His ability now seems to be the weakest among the three. If Sun Wukong is in the state of a giant ape, Sun Wukong is not Sun Wukong's opponent. Now Sun Wukong is not sad because his ability is not as good as Rox and Sun Wukong. But because they lived together for so long, Sun Wukong and Rox's abilities concealed from him. Coupled with the fact that these two people who were relatively close to each other are now fighting together, in fact, it is somewhat unacceptable to Sun Wukong. He wants to let these two people be stationed now, but he doesn't know how to say it. Why is this old man so talkative? He has been talking here for so long and is still talking now. See how I deal with him. Sun Wukong listened to Sun Wufan chattering there and reminded them that he was actually quite irritable. Originally, he didn't like the cold when he was fighting with Rox now, but now Sun Wukong is still nagging him non-stop. In fact, he feels very uncomfortable. He was going to attack Sun Wukong now, and Rox knew that Sun Wukong might not be able to bear Sun Wukong's non-stop nagging now. If this is the case, then he is actually more optimistic about Monkey King, and he does not want this tragedy to appear in front of him. Don't be foolish now, he is your master, if you hurt him, you will regret it. Rox quickly released his ability and got entangled with Monkey King again. He was afraid that Monkey King would really touch 5.5 Monkey King. Chapter 38. Sun Wukong didn't expect Rox to be so eager to protect Sun Wukong. In fact, Rox has always been more protective of Sun Wukong. In fact, Sun Wukong doesn't know what kind of relationship these two people have now. But in fact, for him, 07 now wants to let these two people know. In fact, he will not let these two people go easily. Then each depends on his ability. If you can stop me, then you can stop me. If you can't stop me, then I will definitely deal with him. This old man keeps talking, so how can I make him stop? What about his harassment? What Sun Wukong said was actually resisting the attack of Rox's energy. Rox is now using energy and airflow to attack. In fact, it is not so easy for Sun Wukong to deal with him. Sometimes he still struggles to deal with it, so now he doesn't have any good looks for Rox. Now if he said yes and lost in the hands of Rox, then he would not be too happy. Let's stay away from here. Since you don't want to listen to his nagging, can't we stay away from here? Sun Wukong was actually retreating towards this place from the very beginning, and Rox chased Sun Wukong all the way to hit here. Rox now regrets that he followed Monkey King all the way here, but there is nothing he can do now. Since they want to stay away from Sun Wukong, they still have to retreat. But for Rox, if he does not advance, he will retreat. If he says he is retreating, it is actually quite unfavorable for him to let Monkey King find an opportunity. So now Rox is actually caught in a dilemma. If it is said that he was in the process of retreating, he was actually attacked by Monkey King. In fact, it was fatal to him. He didn't use all his killer moves against Monkey King, but Monkey King was not polite to him. If I don't leave, I will stay here. If the old man dares to toot again, then I will deal with him. Monkey King's stubborn temper came up, and now he actually can't stand the nagging of Monkey King. So now he is quite satisfied with what Sun Wukong is doing now. For Sun Wukong, he actually wanted to shoot immediately and want to hurt. Fortunately, Rox can control him here. So when the two of them fight here, they can also hear what they said. Because they are relatively close, it is indeed what Sun Wukong said, and Sun Wufan is actually quite angry. He did not expect that Sun Wukong would comment on him like this. This unlucky child actually said that, I have become like this now, and my 6 relatives don't recognize me. When Sun Wukong said that Sun Wufan was a nagging old man, he was actually very angry when he opened it once. He was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while, stood there for a long time, and held back for a long time before he could say such a sentence. In fact, he was already a little impatient for him, but he didn't expect that Monkey King was actually unwilling to listen to these words. Because in the process of fighting with Rox now, he can't actually gain the upper hand, and he actually blames all of these on Sun Wukong. Chapter 39. In fact, every shot of Sun Wukong will be blocked by the Rox, so he is actually quite impatient. Let me tell you why you can't remember, I told you, you can't talk nonsense, and now you are punished. Sun Wukong was beaten by Rox again and took a few steps back. He is actually stuck to the wall now, which makes him actually powerless to fight back. Rox actually thought very clearly, if Sun Wukong was given a chance, then Sun Wukong would definitely go and clean up Gohan. Therefore, it is impossible for him to give Sun Wukong a chance. He chased Sun Wukong and fixed him on the wall. Sun Wukong is actually quite helpless with the current situation. He didn't expect Rox's ability to be so powerful, and now he couldn't beat him at all. He can only parry Rox's attack here, so when Sun Wukong was talking, he was actually quite impatient, and he ran towards Sun Wufan regardless of Rox's attack. How about it, now you wish I would lose to this little guy, is it that this little guy is as small as you, what do you mean now? Do you think that you are happy when I lose? Sun Wukong rushed to Sun Wufan directly, and Rox attacked Sun Wukong from behind, but in fact, he couldn't stop Sun Wukong. Now he blames everything on Sun Wukong for nagging him, so in fact, he blames it all on this Sun Wukong. You lost because you are not capable enough now. It's nothing for you to wear it on someone else's head. If you dare to touch him now, then I will be rude to you. In fact, they are not far away from delivering Monkey King. When Rox watched Monkey King rushing to deliver Monkey King, he could only use words to stop him in time. In fact, when he saw Sun Wukong jumping directly at Zhong Sun Wufan, he was a little frightened. He was afraid that Sun Wukong would really attack Sun Wufan, because Sun Wufan actually had no defense against Sun Wukong at all. In fact, for Rox, he felt Sun Gohan's defenselessness. When the number was empty, Sun Wukong opened his eyes wide and watched the huge Monkey King come in front of him. Wukong, what are you going to do? Are you going to deal with me? I just said a few words to you and you are going to deal with me. Sun Wukong didn't expect that Sun Wukong was going to attack him, which was actually quite unexpected for him. In fact, for him in this situation now, he froze there all of a sudden, as if he didn't have any reaction. Rox actually wanted to remind Gohan to let him go, but it was too late. So now he can only use his airflow kung fu to shoot directly at Monkey King, and just miss Monkey King directly. Sun Wukong, I have already warned you not to let you hurt him. Now if you say you want to hurt him, then you have to be careful. If you say you hurt him now, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Rox reminder, in fact, for Sun Wukong, he simply can't listen to it now. Rox from the back saw this situation, in fact, the one who got the money, he was very nervous, and he directly used his ability to beat Monkey King into the air. Chapter 40. Yes, Rox directly used his own powerful energy, and directly added the airflow kung fu to hit Monkey King. Because the current situation is very critical, if he does not use this ability to fight the Monkey King back, then this Monkey King will be trampled to death 180 by this Monkey King. So the current Rox actually does not allow such a thing to happen, and all of this is actually very short-lived when it happens. Rox's ability is actually stronger than he imagined, especially in this kind of tense time. The ability he sends out actually has no way to control the strength in his hands. When his ability reached Monkey King was actually defenseless, and was directly hit by this force and flew to the wall next to their cave. Boom! The loud noise is directly my son Gohan and Rox, they both have some ear discomfort. But there is no way now, if they don't let this Monkey King stop, then this Monkey King will actually be injured. Sun Wukong actually didn't expect it to be like this Rox actually shot to the air to save him. In fact, he also knew that he had said a few more words, but there was no way, he was always like this, and he couldn't control himself. What should we do? Rox, Wukong seems to be injured, let's go and see why he is motionless now. Seeing Sun Wukong being hit directly on the wall by Rox's ability, and then lying down completely motionless, Sun Wukong actually ran towards Sun Wukong directly. Now he is actually quite nervous, because Sun Wukong's weight is quite huge. When he fell to the ground, he almost didn't make a big hole in the flat ground in front of them. It's okay, he's not going to die, it's normal to get some injuries, it's better than him putting you on errands. Rox was actually quite angry, he didn't expect that Sun Wukong really had some relatives who didn't recognize him, and he didn't take it seriously at all, and he actually wanted to shoot Sun Wufan like that. Therefore, it is impossible for the current Rox to let Monkey King really go to Sun Wukong, so he directly shot. Because he was in a hurry, in fact, he didn't control his own strength, and the strength was indeed a little stronger. He has already used all his strength, and now he is actually still a little nervous, he is controlling himself not to let himself tremble. That's right, now that he's smaller, it seems to be back to normal. I didn't expect Sun Wukong to say that just now. In fact, Sun Wukong felt that Sun Wukong possessed such a powerful force that he would not be killed by Rox all at once. He also knew that Rox must be able to control the strength in his hands. In fact, he didn't know how nervous Rox was. Rox knew that Monkey King was trampled to death by Monkey King before. He didn't want a tragedy to happen, so he actually didn't control his strength when he shot. But he also knows that Sun Wukong actually has a strong resistance in the rescue state. After Rox slowly controlled his emotions, he also walked towards Monkey King, and now Monkey King has returned to normal. Chapter 41. In fact, Monkey King has returned to his normal size now, unlike the Monkey King who was in the state of a great ape before. Now Sun Wukong should be able to control his emotions, so in fact, for Rox now, Rox is not worried about the state of Monkey King. He was just worried about whether he could face the current Sun Wufan, because Sun Wufan would definitely blame him. This child is actually quite pitiful. No one taught him to follow us since he was a child, just like our own child. We should teach him when he did something wrong, but your hands are actually a little wolfish. For Sun Wukong, he is unconscious now, but Sun Wukong actually feels a little distressed when he sees such a Sun Wukong. The child who has been taught since childhood is now injured, and he feels quite uncomfortable in his heart. But he didn't dare to really blame Rox for this matter. In fact, he also blamed him. If he didn't say so much, then Monkey King wouldn't attack him. Now this matter will not turn out like this. Sun Wukong is lying here now, which actually makes Sun Wukong feel very distressed. He came to the front of Monkey King and put Monkey King's hand on his lap. The child's head was smashed, but fortunately he didn't die. Now let's just pretend that this didn't happen. It's actually all my fault. Looking at the new knight on Monkey King's head during lunch, he felt that this Monkey King must have been hit a lot. I don't know if this kid still has an IQ now. If it is said that they hit each other all of a sudden, then he and Rox can have something to do in the future. Do you think the child can be stupid? If the child is really stupid, what should we do? How can we help him recover? Rox slowly came to Sun Wukong, but he was actually quite nervous. At that time, he was overly nervous, so he actually didn't control his own strength when he shot. So now he looks at Monkey King lying here, but he actually blames himself a little bit. Looking at the bleeding on Sun Wukong's head, he actually felt that he did not control his strength well, and he did not blame Sun Wufan for blaming him for this matter. It can't be stupid, this kid is so smart, how can he be stupid? Sun Wukong is actually quite smart even in a giant state. If they have never seen Monkey King in such a giant state before, then they must not have known that this Monkey King has such a high IQ. 0. Seeking flowers. In fact, for them now, it is impossible for them to entangle with Monkey King for this matter. It would be fine if the child said it was all right. Now Rox knelt down gently on the ground, and then poked Monkey King's nose with his hand. It was found that there is still breath, which is actually okay. Monkey King's ability to resist fighting in the rescue state is actually quite strong. This is the only way for the child to return to normal, otherwise he will ruin this place. We have lived in this place for so long, and this is our home. Rox actually complained a little. If it wasn't for what Sun Wukong did, then they wouldn't be in the current situation. Now he thinks it's Sun Wukong's fault. Chapter 42. The child is still young, so if you have something to say, 200 is slow to tell him. In fact, there is no need to fight him. Now that he has done it, he will not raise so much. Sun Wukong picked up Sun Wukong and returned to their cave with distress. In fact, if their cave was in the state of Sun Wukong's rescue, they couldn't get in at all. So now that they have lived in this cave for so long, they almost ruined the place because of Monkey King's emotional outburst. So now actually for Rox understands that what he did was right. But in his heart, he really felt sorry for this child whom they had raised since he was a child, and now he was injured in front of them, and it was Rox who beat him himself. In fact, he really felt very distressed. Rox, come back. In fact, I can't blame you for today's incident. If we don't stop him in time, this kid may really be ruined. In fact, he can't last long in that giant ape state. Sun Gohan enlightened the Rox as if he had eyes behind his back. In fact, he knew that this would happen sooner or later. From the moment Sun Wukong appeared in front of them, he actually felt that this child was different from them. Now that this child is different from them, there is no need for them to feel that there is something wrong with this child. So now, for Sun Wukong, he thinks that what Rox did is actually right, or what he said in the past, then he will never think that what Rox did is right. But now actually for him, he feels that Rox actually stopped Sun Wukong's excessive consumption in time. Because Sun Wukong actually consumes too much energy in the rescue state, because there is actually a certain difference between Sun Wukong's ability and the giant ape state. Because Sun Wukong's current ability is simply not enough to dominate his giant ape state. Master Gohan, what do you mean? You mean that Wukong in the giant ape state can't last long? Even if I don't make a move, will he actually return to his current state? Rox actually didn't think that Monkey King actually knew Monkey King better than him. No wonder, in fact, the relationship between Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan in the previous life was quite good. In fact, for him now, since he has joined this team, he should actually know what kind of Sun Wukong is. Now if it is said that he knows that Sun Wukong is in the state of a giant ape, it actually needs to consume too much ability, which is actually somewhat different from Sun Wukong's own ability, then he will not feel so much guilt. Yes, Sun Wukong in the giant ape state actually consumes a lot of energy. This is actually not the case. You shot in time, otherwise if you consume more energy, he will actually become very weak. The reason why Sun Wukong kept reminding them was because he felt that these two people might not have understood what he meant. He actually wanted to tell Rox and Sun Wukong, the two of them, in fact, Sun Wukong's abilities can't be consumed too much. Sun Wukong will eventually become quite weak at 3.6 if consumed too much. Chapter 43. Yeah, if there is no Wukong now, we wouldn't have lived in this place for so long. In fact, we don't know his current state very well, so don't blame yourself and come in quickly. The two parties actually have their own homes in the city. The reason why he is willing to live in this place with Rox and Sun Wukong now is because of Sun Wukong's special status. Ever since he accepted Monkey King, he has seen Monkey King's tale, which is actually different from normal people. If Monkey King appeared in the city, he would definitely be ridiculed by others. They choose to live in this sparsely populated place. In fact, they are perfecting the Monkey King, but they did not expect that Monkey King would still be stimulated. In fact, they don't have much contact with the outside world in this place, only a few of them. They planned to let Monkey King grow up smoothly, but they didn't expect that there would still be mistakes. I'm not blaming myself, but whether our upbringing of Wukong is wrong. We should let him get in touch with more things outside. Rox is actually blaming himself on the one hand, and on the other hand he is also considering whether they are responsible for raising Monkey King. Rox's ability is actually here. In fact, he can completely teach Sun Wukong's ability. But Sun Wukong actually doesn't have a lot of abilities to learn now. On the one hand, Sun Wufan has considered Sun Wukong's origin, and they are actually clear about Sun Wukong. If we want to prevent him from experiencing any setbacks in this world, it is impossible, but now let him grow up here, and let his personality be finalized, which will actually be beneficial to his development. Sun Wukong was actually smarter when he was young, and both Sun Fan and Rox can see this, and now they have been growing up with Sun Wukong in the past few years. At the same time, Rox is also working hard on cultivation. In fact, Rox is confident in his own abilities, but now after seeing Monkey King's abilities, he actually knows that talent is more important. Sun Wukong's powerful ability is actually enviable to Rox, but he also knows that his ability is not bad. In this world, in fact, compared with Sun Wukong, his ability is actually stronger than Monkey King many. But he also knew that it would not take long, even if Sun Wukong could surpass him, it was impossible, but he was not discouraged. And Rox actually knows about this matter. In fact, for him, he may have a better way now, since he is a system mechanism sent by the system, he will definitely help him. You are right. We really have to make him more stable. If his personality is unstable, it will actually bring us a lot of trouble. This child is actually 113. Teach more. As for Monkey King, in fact, this Monkey King doesn't have a fixed method. In fact, he doesn't know how to educate this Monkey King so that Monkey King can become stronger. Let's go with the flow, everything should go with the flow, there is no need to let him develop. Chapter 44. Regarding Sun Wukong's upbringing, in fact, Rox and Sun Wukong have discussed it, and they are actually willing to let Sun Wukong develop freely more often. In fact, they don't know that this is the second time that Monkey King has suffered a head injury. When he came here for the first time, in fact, Monkey King may have been injured before they met. So the current Monkey King actually has no memory of the past, but Rox and Monkey King think it is normal. Because children don't know their past at all, but Sun Wukong is different. He comes from an alien planet. In fact, he has some memories of many things. Besides, his blood is still different from that of people on Earth. Then let's let nature take its course. The child is fine. He may have consumed a lot of energy today. Let him have a good rest now. Sun Wukong consumed a lot of energy. In fact, both Rox and Sun Wukong are clear. In fact, they also want Monkey King to grow up normally like other children, but Monkey King has already shown his different talents when he was very young, and his abilities are actually quite powerful. When Sun Wukong was young, no matter what he did, his hands were quite close. If he were to be with ordinary children, it would actually hurt them. They had no choice but to come here. Yeah, he has consumed a lot of energy, so let him rest more. Let's rest too. Maybe what he will look like when he wakes up. I hope he will be normal after waking up. If it is not normal, we will be careful too. Rox knew the origin of Monkey King. He didn't want to talk too much about Monkey King. He saved Monkey King this time, but he didn't know if he could hurt Monkey King in the future. In fact, for Sun Wukong, it has become a habit for him to live in this place now, and for him, he actually already has feelings for this cave. If it is to let him return to a normal life, he may not be able to go back for the time being. His master Gui Xianren actually wrote many times to let him go back, but he actually did not go back. Yeah, we have to be careful. If we are not careful, it will actually bring us a lot of danger. For the current life, Rox and Sun Gohan have actually gotten used to it, especially this Sun Gohan actually developed feelings for this place, and doesn't plan to leave here. There is no way for Lux. Since it is good for Monkey King here, they will actually live in this place for a while longer. Rox looked at Monkey King who was lying on the ground sleeping soundly, and he knew that Monkey King was not affected much. In fact, for them now, they don't know how to explain to Sun Wukong what Sun Wukong did just now. If they can explain it, they still hope that Sun Wukong can know what he did at that time. Don't think about it so much, the child is fine, that's actually a good thing. Sun Wufan chose to meditate next to Sun Wukong. In fact, for him, he was able to witness the growth of Sun Wukong during his time here, Wang Liuhao, which actually made him quite fond of it.